Hello, and welcome to the Horror Deep Dive Mega Marathon. Before we get into the meat of the video, I'd like to say something briefly. Being a YouTuber is something that I've always wanted, ever since I was around 11 or so and began making YouTube videos, but I never had the drive needed to fully do it. When I was younger, I fell in and out of it, and as I got older, I made excuses. Excuses after excuses, and I never put in the work. But in the past few years, something has changed inside of me personally. And now, thanks to you, and everyone who's watched my videos and decided to click on the subscribe button, I am at over 10,000 subscribers. And that's a lot. I told myself that if I wasn't succeeding at YouTube by the time I turned 30, which is at the beginning of next year, that I'd give up. I'd sideline YouTube and move on with my life. Sometimes I think I still might, but this success so far has been more than encouraging. And to me, you have to believe you're going to make something happen for it to happen, even if the odds are against you. If you're set against yourself in your own head, you're at odds with the main person you need to make your dreams come true. So I believe I'm going to make it. And thanks to you guys, I partially have. This year has been very crappy for me in a number of ways, and if you've kept up with my channel, you'd know how. Losing my job and my car basically exploding. But on the YouTube front, it has been great. In fact, more than great, it's been fantastic. So, this is to 10,000 subscribers, actually over 11,000 now. This is to every single person that has clicked on one of my videos, whether they liked it or not, and watched it. To every single person that has subscribed, who has clicked the like button, who has left a comment, and to these lovely patrons and YouTube members that I'm showing on screen now. This is to my friends who have supported me along the way, my brother, my grandma, my friends Daniel and Philip and Jasper and Cade and Tim and Jacob and literally every other single person. If I'm not naming you, I'm sorry, but you know who you are. There have been so many people who have helped me out. And again, thanks to you, the individual person watching this. If you're watching this, you're also helping me out. If you're watching my video and enjoying it, even if you're getting something out of it, I am too, and that's great for both of us. Anyway, this video is a marathon of all of my most popular content from the past year. While this is a 10,000 subscribers special, I won't lie when I say that videos like this also do really well in the algorithm because of their length, and I wanted to see if people who watch my channel would dig a video like this, just a big marathon video that they can put on in the background or watch all of my content at once. So it's also a beneficial experiment to me. Anyway, let's get right into the marathon. And first up, we have the videos that really kicked off my channel to where it is today. My coverage of The Oldest View by KanePixel. I didn't really expect these videos to take off at all. I'd had videos in the past that had done really well, specifically on horror games I'd enjoyed playing, but it was always really spotty. In fact, I had been stuck at under 3,000 subscribers for nearly 2 years before this video came out. So when I put this out and it soared in views and comments and praise and got basically 1,000 subscribers in a week or two, it was just unbelievable to me. I was over the moon. And the top videos were this perfect intersection of things. I hadn't seen much coverage of them, and I also really enjoyed watching them and liked the series and thinking about it, and I felt that I had a perspective on it that I wanted to give people, so it was both a thing of passion and opportunity, and it really worked out. Anyway, let's roll the video and kick off this marathon. This is my coverage of The Oldest Views, parts 1 through 5. Yes, every part is here. Mankind lives within the comfortable confines of their understood reality. We call this the normal, a standard set by our day-to-day lives. The normal is different for every person, and for every person, their lives have a chance to become abnormal. Abnormal is the state of being away from your accepted reality. This is usually in ways that we don't find pleasurable. Think of those days where everything's going wrong. And then, there's the next step, or something even removed from abnormality. We call that paranormal, or paranormality. Many don't see this world, but it does exist. The paranormal is not only away from the normal, but set against it. So adverse as to what we understand our realities to be, that many people would describe these things as otherworldly. And most would agree, they are not normal. Recently, I did 2 videos on a series called The Oldest View, done by creator KanePixel. One on my understanding of the story and the meaning of the series, and another on its effective use of horror and cinematic tropes. Today's video, and effectively my last video of the year, is a marathon style of video, combining both of these previous videos into a marathon style format. But that's not all that's going to be here. I am also going to add some additional commentary and coverage, especially considering some new things have been uploaded by KanePixel, as well as other YouTube channels around the oldest view. The original videos are going to be entirely intact within this video, with my additional commentary coming now at the start, between the two, and at the end. I'll be using chapters so you can skip around to listen to the new stuff or watch the old videos to your liking. To start off, Kane has also released 2 additional videos about the oldest view, one of them being a behind-the-scenes look on the creative aspects of the oldest view, specifically the creation of the 3D models and movement and things like that, and another being a sort of dedication to the real-life Revachon giant, with a little additional lore to dissect as well. I'll be talking about these new additional videos by KanePixel as well as some others, and be giving my own thoughts on my 2 videos that I made about the oldest view. I'll also briefly talk about the Wendigoon video that he did on his second channel with KanePixel to give some additional context, because he said some things in there that I feel are important, as well as the film theory video on the oldest view and my thoughts on it as well. If you enjoyed the original videos, I do hope that you give this a watch and you enjoy it. I also made a Backrooms video as people requested that I enjoyed working on, and may also talk on here some too at the end. Also, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. It helps a lot, especially since I'm being held hostage by a supernatural entity who will only release me if I get enough internet clout. I'm just kidding, it's never going to let me go, I'm cursed. But still, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, thanks. Also, of course, please check out KanePixel's channel. These videos are his original work, they're excellent, and I couldn't be talking about something so awesome if it didn't exist from the original creator. So please go watch The Oldest View and the Backrooms series on KanePixel's channel. So, having said all that, let's descend the staircase back into the oldest view. Human beings naturally fear that which they don't understand. The fear is oftentimes misguided, but sometimes it's more than justified. What horrors might lie beyond what we understand, beyond human perception, around dark corners where our views are narrowed by shadows, finding ourselves in places that we weren't meant to be, or maybe even places we were meant to be but dearly wished we weren't. And even scarier than that, under the right circumstances, the familiar can be far more frightening than the unknown. The Oldest View is a miniseries currently comprised of 3 parts by the creator KanePixel. We follow our protagonist, Wyatt, who has found a mysterious underground staircase that leads to a mall. Of course, this is a horror series, and things are not what they seem, or maybe, even worse, they are. In today's video, I'll explore the series and what I think it means. If you guys enjoyed the video, I'll also do another on the way Kane created horror in the series, as well as the technical aspects such as the sound and world design. I'd recommend watching the series yourself because it is very good, if a little bit slow to start. I'll also preface the fact that this is actually my first time watching any of Kane's content. I've never really been interested in the Backrooms, but this caught my interest. I was led to it by a video that probably inspired him to make it. This video featuring the actual abandoned mall and the giant, which is now filled with comments from people coming from Kane's video. Anyway, let's explore the creeping, familiar horror of the oldest view.
Parting, oh parting is grief and pain.
Episode 1 is short and simple. Titled Renewal, we see a man wearing an older style of clothing exploring a forest, looking at the plants and foliage, and eventually sitting down to read. Then, after this, we see the creation of a cardboard face, as a distorted version of the song When the Swallows Homeward Fly, sung by Alan Thompson, plays. For now, we're going to leave this as it is, but we will come back to it. Keep everything in mind here, as it's all important. The second episode, titled Beneath the Earth, starts off interestingly. We see a sepia-toned sky, with what sounds like creaking, rolling wheels approaching. Then, we cut to a rather upbeat vlog by a young man named Wyatt, who who has found a hole with a really, really long staircase in it in the middle of a park. He says it's on private property, so we don't really know where it is. Wyatt, of course, decides to descend the long staircase. As he's going down, he says that it smells of cut grass, and ominously says to himself that
the further I go, I'm starting to realize that this is a really stupid idea. But hey, natural selection, right?
Oh, Wyatt, if only you knew. After descending the nearly mile-long staircase, Wyatt finds himself at a wall and door. Both the door and wall are incredibly aged, almost disturbingly so. The room behind the door is also just as disturbingly decrepit as the door itself, with a rusty grate that leads into another area. This whole room just reeks of, "Don't come here."
I'm not supposed to be here.
But Wyatt decides to crawl under the grate and see what's behind it anyway. And what does he find? Well,
I'm not supposed to be here.
a mall. Yes, he's in a storefront in a mall with one of those gates behind it, and he can hear music playing, and this is where the video ends. Viewers at this point had to wait a few months before Part 3 came out. Part 3 is called The Rolling Giant. I wonder why. This one begins rather terrifyingly in comparison to any of the other parts. Before cutting back to Wyatt, again, rather joyously vlogging as he's going about his day, talking about how he left up trail cameras and no one showed up, and also the fact that a light in the tunnel down went out. But there isn't much important information here besides that. Oh, is that a red flower next to the tree there? I wonder what that's all about. On the way down, Wyatt again mentions the smell of cut grass.
It smells like cut grass smell that I mentioned. It's like a cornfield kind of smell.
Again, we see the same creepy room that he entered in previously. Wyatt, of course, enters the room and goes out of his way to crawl underneath the grate that allows him to enter the mall. Wyatt takes his time to open one of the metal shutters, which clangs loudly and causes him to rush back, scaring him. I'd say this is the last point he can turn back, but he doesn't. He decides to go back in and explore.
This is literally like the Backrooms from TikTok.
Backrooms mention. Wyatt points out that there is an AMC.
It's a fucking AMC.
Which, yeah, it's odd. I mean, this whole underground mall is odd, and honestly, you should probably get out of there. Wyatt, like us, is disturbed when he first finds the Rolling Giant. He says that he doesn't like it, and right after that, the lights come on.
I don't like this thing. Oh, fuck.
I feel like this could possibly be connected, but who knows. This is when Wyatt decides that he needs to nope the fuck out of there. He does his best to stealthily scramble back to where he got in, only to find that it is crumbled in on itself, and that he is sadly trapped.
We're out.
Man, you should have left earlier, honestly. After this horrific discovery, Wyatt is forced to continue exploring, looking for a way out or some hope. He happens upon a poster of... Wait a minute, that guy looks kind of familiar. Wyatt finds that all of the ways out of the mall are, well, they're not exits, it's just stone walls. When Wyatt first ran into the Rolling Giant, he also noticed the octopus on the wall, which we're seeing again.
Yeah, it's an octopus. Painting.
I'm sure you all noticed that something is missing, though. I wonder what that could be. It seems Wyatt realizes it's gone too. And then thunder is heard, and the lights begin to go out, and oh god, it's over there. It wasn't over there before, but it is now. I don't like that. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. Oh, and it's gone. It's gone again. Man, that boy is schmoovin'. This is when things really begin to fall apart, in more ways than one, like literally as well. This is also the first time that Wyatt and me as a viewer notices that one of the art studios is now, well, overgrown with fauna and forest life. Then he hears a distant squeaking or creaking of what could possibly be, maybe wheels? And then... oh, fuck. Oh, God. There it is. It's right there, and it wasn't there before, and that is fucking scary. Wyatt, of course, tells the hulking, rolling statue that he's just trying to leave, but man, I'm sorry to say, I don't think that that matters at this point.
I'm leaving. I'm trying to leave.
It begins toying with him, and eventually Wyatt catches on that this thing does not play by the rules.
Hey!
It's kind of a bad boy, if you will. Wyatt takes off running, but the thing gives chase, and he eventually ends up in the back rooms of the mall. But he can still hear it wheeling around and even beginning to break down the windows of the place that he's hidden. After narrowly escaping the wheeled fiend, Wyatt runs about and finds himself in the mall's offices. Wyatt gathers some information on a possible way out after combing through some documents and continues on, though there is more to this scene than meets the eye. More on that later, of course. Wyatt then leaves the office, and as he's about to re-enter the main area of the mall, he sees a poster to the left of the door, and hears life behind the door. Music, people walking and laughing. As if it's just a normal mall now. This, of course, is an illusion. As he steps out, the mall has deteriorated drastically. The sound of birds can be heard and other things, we don't really know what. As well as what sounds like music from a funeral and someone giving a sermon in the background. As he tries to escape, the giant surprises him. He makes his way upstairs, begins to climb, only to find that the giant can actually go up the escalator. Oh dear God, what a skillful guy. After asking what it wants, the giant uses what seems to be psychic powers to flash images of dead men and horses to him, which of course frightens the hell out of him, and then afterwards the giant charges him. Wyatt manages to escape the giant, but not the mall itself. And then, we see the surface. Wyatt, having fallen to his death, now mysteriously lies in the grass of the forest floor, face pointed at the head of the giant. Both Wyatt and the giant are now devoid of color, both black and white set against the greenery around them, bright and vibrant. So now that we've set the stage, let's discuss. There's been a lot of discussion online in comments and forums about what this whole series means, what the story is. There's a lot of hints throughout, but I think that there will always be some mystery left for us to discuss. From Kane saying in his Discord that we are living in part 4 to what the giant really wanted from Wyatt. So we'll start from the beginning. The man we see in the forest in part 1 is an actor who I believe is playing Julien Revachon. Julien Revachon was a French botanist who moved close to a settlement called La Reunion in what would later become Dallas, Texas. If you don't know what botany is, it's basically the study of plants and fauna in nature. Now, why Julien is black and white while everything else is so vibrantly colorful around him? Well, I believe it's because, in our modern time, he's very much dead. The reason part 1 is called Renewal is because Julien is dead. But the piece of art that represents Julien, made by artist Kevin Auberjon, is in a sense renewing him and giving him new life. Art can give life to dead things, dead thoughts, dead feelings. He is, in essence, bringing Julien back, though in a different form. It isn't Julien, but in essence it is. It is a representation of him and his ideas, his memory unforgotten. I think this is all brought together by the song that plays during this moment, When the Swallows Homeward Fly, performed by Alan Thompson on YouTube. There are actually many different versions of this song with varying lyrics, But all of those different versions, including the one in the video, explore similar themes. The song sings of grieving the passing of time, the pain of loss, represented by the passing of the seasons into a dark winter. The end of the song sings of the passing of grief, when one can once again feel joy. Considering the name of the video and what I think it means, I think my interpretation is pretty close. The beginning of the song representing the death of Julian Reverchon, and the ending of the song representing his renewal, the idea of art giving him life. Not to mention the heavy use of nature in the song to represent these ideas, as both the song and the oldest view as a series focus on life and death and the ever-presence of nature itself while other things fade away. But of course, these are all my theories, and I'd love to hear your own in the comments down below. This moves us into part 2. This is mostly build-up, showing what would come for the viewers later to build tension and apprehension, but there are still some pretty important tidbits here. At the start, we hear the creaky movement of what sounds like wheels, foreshadowing our large and terrifying friend that we and Wyatt meet in part 3. As Wyatt travels down the mile-long staircase, I find him pointing out the smell of cut grass as a sort of sign.
I'm smelling like cut grass. Like when you mow the lawn. The smell you get after. That's the chlorophyll, right?
As this is a smell of stress from plants that are being cut or endangered in some way. Wyatt also saying, "I shouldn't be here," is also pertinent. I don't think he should be there either. I think he's going into a place where someone living does not belong. But of course, Wyatt is a YouTuber, so that sweet clout calls to him. This video did go viral, so maybe it was worth it, but probably not considering what we know. The main thing that I want to focus on in part 2 are the stairs and this little area at the bottom of them. These stairs, as well as this room, gave me strong Silent Hill vibes, and I wasn't the only one. I think if we're speaking purely symbolically here, these stairs are in a sense the transition into another world, symbolically and literally in this case, as Wyatt has to walk down them to get to the mall below. And this terrifying rotting room is like passing through a barrier or portal. I also think it's a warning. Wyatt has to go into this room and purposefully crawl through a rusty, deteriorating gate to get to the mall. I think this is a warning of what is to come. This is a warning of deterioration. This is a warning of death. These things are at odds with almost everything else here. The pristine nature of the mall itself, and even the aged stairs, which, sure, they aren't in the best condition, but they look nothing like this nasty, deteriorating, scary-looking room. Why is this one room so deteriorated, so rusted, so dilapidated? I think it's to show that you shouldn't be here, that this is what is to come, that this is what this really is. This is a place that life does not belong. There is, of course, music playing when he enters the mall. Whether this is important or not, I don't know at this point. Maybe it's just to tantalize him, but music and sound design is very important with this series, as we see in part 1 and also part 3. And, speaking of part 3, of course, this is where everything comes together. There's a lot to cover, but I'll try to keep it nice and tight. A lot of people have pointed out that the giant has red flags on its back, and we also see red flags within the mall office that Wyatt goes into, as well as what looks to be something red next to the tree at the beginning of part 3. I don't think it is a red flag, I think it's a red flower, and I honestly don't know if it means anything greatly important to the overall story. But red flags do pop up a few times throughout the videos, and red flags typically do mean danger or a warning of some sort, but I'm not so sure. Once in the mall, Wyatt begins exploring. He of course notices the giant in the dark, as well as the fact that it did move. This is just the start of the giant's game. Horror has rules, and this guy likes to break them. Wyatt seems to think it works on Weeping Angel logic at first, aka if you're not looking at it, it's not going to move, but of course we know it doesn't. Almost seems like it's playing a game with him, like it or the mall is playing a game with him as we get further into it, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. The lights come on, of course, after he says that he dislikes it, which I don't know if they're connected, but it does seem like perfect timing. You say you dislike this thing, which is a living entity of some sort, and then the lights come on and scare the shit out of you. I think this is the point where he kind of transitions into the actual otherworldly nature of this place. As the lights come on, the mall takes on life, and the exit that he went in through, the portal, as I said earlier, is now closed. He is here. There is no getting out. I do think it's interesting that the room, the dilapidated room, is still there. It's just the stairs that are gone. This is followed by him finding one of the art studios that is now filled with plant life, rocks, soil, and forestry, as if it's being overtaken by the forest above. This is just another sign of what is to come. After his first real encounter with the giant up close, Wyatt ends up in what looks to be a corporate office after a chase. The first thing Wyatt sees in this office are some type of plans for what looks to be a park or some type of complex to replace the mall that we are seeing. If you didn't know, this whole place is based off of what was once a real-world location called the Valley View Mall, which was recently demolished in 2023. The plans in question show that they're going to replace it with some type of park, forestry, maybe even some type of complex. In real life, where the Valley View Mall once was, there seemed to be plans to turn the area into a city within a city, featuring parks, shopping, homes, etc. How trendy. Wyatt also pores over a document that has reference numbers for further documents. These numbers may seem trivial at first, but for the overall plot point of the series, they're actually quite important. The first number is 1855-1857. When translated into the standard year-to-year history format, that would be 1855 to 1857. These 2 years were the time span of the short-lived La Reunion socialist colony in Texas that Julian Revachon went to when he came to America. The next set of numbers is 1973-2023. This should be pretty obvious, but it's 1973 to 2023. This was the opening year of the Valley View Mall, followed by the current year, which is when it was demolished after having been closed for a number of years and falling into decay and disrepair and even a fire. And last but not least is 1837-1905, the birth and death years of Julian Revachon. After finding a map which just luckily marks where one of the exits to the mall is, how convenient, Wyatt goes to leave. He tries to rationalize everything he's seen, that it's all a mistake. It might be a mistake that he's there, but it might not. What I do know is that the statue definitely isn't a security system like he thinks, but that isn't really important. What is this. This poster and what Wyatt hears behind the door when he approaches it. Behind the door we hear what sounds like the mall when it was flourishing. People talking, music, laughing, walking, shopping. Or maybe just what could be people filing in for a funeral. The poster to the left says plainly, "Do you accept this impermanence?" And as Wyatt steps through the door, the sound of people fades away. The mall is a dilapidated wreck of its former self, much to Wyatt's dismay. The sounds of people are gone, and all that's left is what sounds like a piano or organ playing, music that would be fitting for a funeral. We then begin to hear someone speaking, almost in the tone of a preacher, giving a sermon, or more than likely a eulogy. For the mall? For Wyatt? I guess we'll find out. Wyatt despondently runs through and is surprised by the giant who has been waiting for him. We see a flash of the other giants from the parade as Wyatt runs up the escalator. This is where our final confrontation with the giant happens. This scene has a lot going on, and I'm going to try to break it down as best I can. The giant comes up the escalator, which is something we didn't know that he could do before. Behind him, a wall panel falls, revealing an opening into darkness. Wyatt asks the giant what it wants, and it seems to flash a vision of, well, plainly death to him. Whose death? Is that important? I don't know. People are lying face down along with dead horses for only a moment, and then it disappears, and the giant storms towards Wyatt, or rolls towards him aggressively. The giant crashes into where Wyatt once was, and it begins to cause them all to crumble even faster. And as Wyatt does his best to scurry along towards the exit, he looks back and sees that those dead things that were flashed to him are now there, a permanent fixture in the mall. The giant rolls away and disappears, leaving only its stand, and as Wyatt tries to crawl out through this oddly placed exit. The pillar that he is using to stand on falls from underneath him and, well, leads to his death. In the final scene, as I said in the story above, Wyatt is black and white. He is black and white because he is dead from the fall that he suffered. Across from him, the head of the giant, also black and white as well, is staring lifelessly back at him. So, what is the oldest view about? What does the title mean? To me, it seems pretty simple, but I could be wrong, of course. My theory is that the oldest view is about death. It's about time. It's about the inevitable march and the fact that things fade away, people die, places crumble. There's so much allusion to it throughout this series. The idea of birth and renewal, of this creation of art, of the giant, bringing life through art, bringing the memory of Julian Revachon back to life. Wyatt's death, the color drained from him, as well as it was Julian, who had long since passed, even though what we saw of him was a living representation through acting. The giant, as well, seemingly loses its life. There are, of course, supernatural elements. Why was the mall there? Why did it change so quickly? That's harder to understand. It is horror, of course. Some things we aren't meant to understand. That's where fear comes from. It could also all just be representations of life and decay. It's hard for me to tell the giant's motivations as a monster. Did it actually want to help Wyatt? When it comes up the escalator and the wall panel behind it falls, a part of me wanted to think that it was trying to show him a way out. Or maybe this is a representation of just more decay around it. It's certainly hard to feel like it has good intentions considering the way it stalked him through the whole mall so calculatedly. Almost like a cat playing with a mouse that it actually plans to kill. But in the end, it isn't the giant that kills Wyatt, even though it might have had the ability to do so with how hard it crashed into that wall there. It's the mall, or really his own attempt to escape it, to escape decay, to escape time, to escape death. The mall itself was a real place. The Valley View Mall in Texas, as I mentioned, which was demolished earlier this year. This is a shade of a real place, deep underground, most definitely not a natural occurrence. It seems Wyatt was unfortunate enough to happen upon some warp in reality, some type of time capsule of decay. If Wyatt hadn't come to find it, would the mall have just stayed there, forever frozen in a form of stasis, if not for a human to come and find it, and view it, and give it life? It is humanity, after all, that makes places like malls a place that is alive. A building is just a building, an empty place, with no one there to enjoy it. This plays back to the color contrast we see, the bright green living forest against the long-deceased Julian and the recently deceased Wyatt. Nature exists without us. The mall decays and returns to nature without us. It takes on a different life in its death. What Wyatt seemed to have experienced was an expedient timeline of the life and death of this mall, from its opening all the way until its final days, as it was overtaken by time. The statue of Julian, though, is now black and white as well at the end. Why is that? Well, art without someone to appreciate it is nothing, really. It's an expression without someone to enjoy it. Everyone knows that piece of modern art that's just a banana taped to a wall, but that means nothing if it was always like that or there was no one around to see it. It would just be a banana taped to a wall, a symbol representing nothing. But a person taped it there, which gave it meaning, it gave it intent. Kevin Obrejean created the giant. He gave it life as a symbol to represent the life of Julian Revachon, as a representation of who Julian Revachon was, in celebration of him, the ideas that he had, the thoughts and feelings, the person that he was. Now that Wyatt is gone, no longer able to see the giant alive as it was in the mall, it no longer has any meaning. Of course, this is all theorization. These are all just my thoughts. I could be completely wrong, but who knows? Kevin said that we're living in Part 4. I don't know whether that means that there will be an actual Part 4 or not, but it makes sense. If the oldest view is death, if the oldest view is time, and the inevitable march of everything to dust, every day we do live it. We live in a world now that exists after the video came out. It has been changed by it. And, like the giant, like Julian, it is an event in history that will one day fade and pass along just as all of us will. It's as beautiful as it is sad. That, or it really is just like a spooky alternate dimension mall full of a monster statue. Like, what was up with that screaming at the beginning of part 3? That's one of the few things that sits with me the most, the things that I find hard to explain even for myself. There is so much depth to this, so much that it could mean. This is all just my theories, of course, my theories and thoughts, and I hope you enjoyed exploring this series with me. I really do think that a lot of this is just a representation of time and the inevitable march of death, everything that we will be and won't be. That is the oldest view. It is the thing that, as humans, we have experienced since the beginning of time, existence and the lack thereof. To get more into the theorization of the actual story of it, what Wyatt probably happened upon was, like the Backrooms in a sense, a break in reality, a place that is gone and should not be, perfectly recreated anywhere else, but it was there. It was there and Wyatt saw it. It went from being a pristine mall to a decayed husk of its former self, complete with a funeral procession of giants to see it out, and, sadly, one last victim. I say victim because, well, not necessarily that the mall was trying to kill Wyatt, but Wyatt was trying to escape something that is inevitable, decay, loss, something that at some point we're all going to have to deal with. Now, of course, there could be more to it, and I actually do look forward to seeing more videos on this series, and more videos by Kane, and just more. This was so good. I had so much fun with this, and it's why I wanted to make a video on it. Besides the fact that it's spooky season, The Oldest View is such a well-crafted piece of horror that has symbolism, it has tension, it has world building and sound, and I am very interested to see more of what he's going to make in the future. If more of it is like this, then count me in on it. I am so excited to be scared by KanePixels. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday. Again, I hope you enjoyed exploring this with me. I hope you liked the video. And, remember,
you know, pumpkins are actually flying out of your ass.
That was, of course, my first video on The Oldest View, and originally I was going to use this little space here to talk about how I felt about it, but I still feel pretty strongly about it and the conclusions that I came to. I still like the video a lot, so instead I'm going to use this brief intermission to talk about the film theory video on The Oldest View. Of course, MatPat and his team come to a lot of the same conclusions as I do in my own video. Of course, Wyatt is a YouTuber, so that sweet clout calls to him.
To enter this obviously dangerous, mysterious stairwell, all in pursuit of that sweet, sweet content.
Because a lot of the breadcrumbs are there for people to look for and find. I do think his conclusion that The Oldest View is about nostalgia is pretty interesting and not incorrect. I, of course, still like my own conclusion and feel like it fits the heaviness of what The Oldest View expresses and the horror of it more. I definitely think nostalgia and themes of passing time are very key to The Oldest View, and things that are definitely expressed within it, especially considering Kane talks about this in his own interviews with people like Wendigoon and De Solar.
Initially, in the first 24 or 48 hours, I believe most of these are authentic, of people accounting or sharing accounts of like seeing the giant when they were younger in the mall, like Dallas locals and whatnot, and even for people who didn't necessarily see the giant, just people who went to that mall every week. Some people who even worked there. I know one person who had the studio across from Kevin O'Bregan's studio is active on Reddit, and they've seen this, and it's they've been reposting stuff about it, and it's just so cool to see how it's reaching back to all of these real people who interacted with this real place at this time, and sort of a lot of the intention was kind of had those people in mind.
Yeah,
like they had like being one of those people and just clicking on this video having no expectation for it, and then realizing that this was their mall. Most of you can probably sort of get a sense, even if you have never been to the Valley View Mall in your life. I have a feeling it resonates. There's a lot to be picked apart in this particular video, especially for locals of Dallas. I sort of made the video with them in mind in some ways.
Kane mentions getting this really specific feeling when seeing the original image of the giant and wanting to search it out with some people he was close with.
There's this one image that I found a couple years back. I think it was like summer 2021. Let me get it for you. This image like freaked me out so much, or at least like punched me in the gut really hard when I first saw it. I just saved it on my computer. It was like compelling. This was way before Backrooms. It just sort of stayed on my hard drive. I didn't really think about it. And then just right before, I think it was like literally on New Year's Eve, I sort of came back into contact with this image and decided to like started getting really fascinated by it again. And so I started reverse image searching it, figured out where it came from, and then started going down the rabbit hole. I found some other images of it online, some very limited ones, because it's absurdly obscure. Maybe there's more content for it available now than there was at the time, but at the time you couldn't look up rolling giant and really get anything. The only way I was really able to find images was by looking up image tags for Valley View Mall, like people tagging their photos from like 2012 on Instagram. This statue was created by a Dallas artist, Kevin Obregon, who I have since all this has happened, like I'm in communication with him. I was talking to him earlier today. In the beginning here, it was, I can't even explain how surreal this was. I and a couple others in a small little Discord group chat, like we would just spend hours and hours, like over our winter break, just scouring the internet for like any and all traces of this guy. And slowly we built up a library of like around 40 images. I think we sit at around like 50 today.
I thought that he'd said explicitly that he made the oldest view with the intent of giving others that feeling.
Kane said on Discord, "That's exactly how I feel about this project. There's all sorts of hidden meanings and themes, but really the initial spawning point of this project was just me wanting to replicate the feeling I got while researching the giant for the first time." Yeah.
I believe some of that feeling is nostalgia, but I also believe that that feeling is at least partially anemoia. If you've never heard this word before, don't feel bad, as I've only learned about it recently myself. Anemoia is basically nostalgia for something that you've never experienced. I think we've all gotten that strange nostalgic feeling for something and realized, oh, I've never actually seen or been there before, and that strange dissonance you feel that follows when you have that realization. Of course, as I mentioned in the second video, which is coming up, and KanePixel himself says in his talks with Wendigoon and De Solar, the video was also made for people who did live in Dallas and have direct nostalgia connected to the mall and the giant itself. But, as most know, Kane has never really been to the mall or seen the giant in person, and I'd say most of the viewers of The Oldest View haven't either. But a lot of us have been to a mall before, and I'd say that the mall and the giant probably gave a lot of people that creeping sense of anemoia. We have all seen something like the giant that just gave us this odd, creepy feeling, and getting it reignited by the giant again, I could say is, at least in part, anemoia. Anyway, on to my second Oldest View analysis video on the horror of the Oldest View. Afterwards, we're going to talk about Life of a Giant, the other video that Kane uploaded, as well as his behind-the-scenes video on his second channel, and that'll probably conclude the extra content that we have for The Oldest View until Kane makes something new in the future. In my previous video on The Oldest View, I talked about the plot and the possible meaning behind the elements introduced, but I also touched on a few of the things that made it scary. One of the first things I mentioned was the fear of the unknown. It's one of the most basic fears that people have. At a young age, people are scared of the dark, but find it hard to rationalize why. In reality, most people aren't scared of the dark itself, but the fact that they can't see. What might be hiding in that darkness? What might be lurking, waiting to show itself? In this video, I want to discuss how KanePixel use different unspoken ideas in the horror genre and filmmaking to create scares without so much as a single jump scare. Unless you count this, but I don't really count this, so this is more of an aggressive roll scare. This video is technically a part 2, the first part being this video here. Check it out, as I am going to talk about things assuming you've either seen The Oldest View or my first video. Anyway, it's time to try and understand how The Oldest View scares you. I'm I'm going to start the real body of this video off with a premise. The idea that effective horror uses certain rules and ideas. Horror doesn't always have to follow these rules and ideas to be effective, but a lot of the best horror movies, games, and stories do follow them to some degree. The Oldest View does adhere to these ideas to scare you, though of course, just as a video game is different than a horror movie, a 3-part YouTube series with each part varying in length will also be different. During Part 1, Renewal, and the opening seconds of Part 2, as well as the end of Part 3, we are viewing from what is known as the third-person point of view. In film, the third-person point of view is a camera that isn't being held by a character within the story. Instead, we're able to see a vision into a different world that is unaware that we as the viewers are there. Most narrative films use the third-person perspective. This is to relay information to us that is important to us as the audience, but not necessarily the characters within the story. This shifts, of course, as we begin to follow the hero of The Oldest View, Wyatt. I use hero in the storytelling sense, as Wyatt is basically our protagonist. At the start of Part 2, we see in the third-person perspective again, before a video buffer wheel appears to show the shift from third-person to the first-person view of Wyatt's vlogging camera. This shift in perspective is one of the first things done to subtly imbue a sense of unease in us as viewers, because it causes you to wonder what the previous information shown means within the context of story and for our hero. Why did we see that man in black and white in that forest, and what was that sculpture being made? What was the opening of Part 2 about with the sound of rolling wheels? And what does it all mean for our friend Wyatt, haplessly vlogging his inevitable doom? A lot of films stick to the third-person perspective, only showing us different situations with different characters. Another example of this shift in perspective from first to third person is actually very literal, albeit twisted around from the current subject. Halloween, which is one of my favorite movies, starts with the first-person perspective through the eyes of Michael Myers, only to switch to third to reveal that he is a child. Shocking to be sure, but also effective. Continuing to use Halloween as an example, I want to talk about the horror of contrasts. This idea can be explained through the idea of the normal versus the abnormal within horror. In a lot of horror films, games, and books, one thing that's done to unsettle us is to present our ideal, normal world, which is then taken away from us and the protagonists and replaced with the abnormal world of the horror story. Again, in Halloween, the abnormal is shown first, but then contrasted with the idyllic life of the teenager Laurie Strode. Having established that this is a horror story in the opening act of Halloween, we already understand that this idyllic life won't stay that way for long. We as the audience are informed that things aren't right through sounds and visuals. The unsettling theme music playing as Michael stalks Laurie Strode and her friends, the camera showing him as the main characters are blissfully unaware of the danger that he poses. This is done subtly in The Oldest View as well. The contrast of colors in the initial scenes with Julian Reverchon in black and white and the forest in a vibrant green, but also the switch from this to the creation of the giant. We go from this serene forest scene to this off-putting, distorted song and oddly personal angles of the creation of the giant that are also fuzzy and distorted, then a rising note as the camera pulls away and directly puts us into Part 2. The horror of contrast continues in Part 2, with that perspective shift mentioned before. As stated, we go from third-person perspective to first, following our protagonist Wyatt along, leaving us wondering what the information from Part 1 meant. Establishing our normal world, we have Wyatt vlogging, all set to some rather chill and upbeat music. This upbeat mood, of course, shifts and dies away as he approaches the hole that leads to an incredibly long underground staircase. This is the beginning of our descent into the abnormal. One thing you'll notice already is the complete change in soundscape. We slowly fade out of the upbeat vlogging music
This is the spot.
to nearly complete silence, only hearing Wyatt's voice, movements, and the loud electric buzz of the lights around him as he descends the staircase. While not outright terrifying by any stretch of the imagination, the shift from the bubbly opening with the upbeat, bouncy music to the quiet, only filled by the ambient noise and our protagonist speaking, shifts us into an apprehensive state. These unsettling feelings pick up even more as a new ambient music track is introduced at the turn of the stairs.
I'm not even sure what to say.
As I pointed out in my previous video, which you should watch if you want more of the theorization side of all this, Wyatt ominously points out the stupidness of what he's doing. This shows us, the audience, that he's aware of the danger he's putting himself in a way making him seem brave as he isn't thoughtlessly wandering into what he's doing. Which is good. We want to think that our protagonist is not a total idiot. Then he encounters the door at the bottom. The music takes another horrifying turn here, and this is the first time I'm going to bring up the idea of escalation in horror. Escalation can be many things, and I'll talk about it later on in this video, but here, there's a very subtle escalation of mood through sound and visuals. As Wyatt approaches the door, the music goes from these silent, airy synth notes to a more ominous, guttural drone, full of these random deep horns with chanting in the background as well, just a cacophony of unease, meant to match what Wyatt and us as the viewers are feeling in this moment.
Go off to the right. Dude, I'm fucking shaking.
This isn't abated as he enters the room, which somehow looks even older than the stairs. This sets our expectations up. What is this little room? Why is the music so scary as he approaches it? Then, this is immediately met with something even more confusing. As Wyatt peers through the grate in that room, we see a mall. This is a subversion of our expectations completely. How does this even match what we've seen to this point? The music again changes as we hear the humble guitar riffs in the distance of mall ambience. The kind of thing, of course, that you'd hear in a food court while waiting for a slice of mall pizza. With that little room, the mile-long staircase, the horns, all together, this makes us feel like this is a bad place to be. Wyatt laughs at the absurdity of the situation, and just as with part 1, we end with him looking in on the mall as an ominous note rises and leads us directly into part 3. Now, before we really get into the meat of part 3, which is when all this tension building up pays off, let's look back and sum up what we've discussed so far. Wyatt is a cheery, upbeat vlogger who has stumbled across the unknown. Between parts 1 and 2, we had a change from the third-person perspective to the first-person found footage style. I think this switch of perspective is interesting because it tells us as an audience that there is a bigger picture, while simultaneously inviting us into the journey of Wyatt as he vlogs about this and humanizes it. In a movie like The Blair Witch Project, which is the granddaddy of found footage movies in the modern era, this first-person perspective was used to humanize our protagonists. We aren't just watching people from an unseen eye, we were experiencing their journey with them through their camera. 3 unsuspecting people who enter a terrifying situation that they aren't prepared for. But, in The Oldest View, we get both third and first-person perspectives. This creates dramatic irony. We as the audience know something more is going on, and our hero who is recording does not. And even we don't really know what we are seeing, that is until part 3. There's also the changes in sound, from the upbeat music to the dramatic horns and drones as Wyatt approaches the underground mall, but also the pure contrast of locations. Wyatt finds this place, deep underground, above a seemingly untouched and normal forest. 2 very contrasting places. One obviously does not belong. And now that we've said all of that, this brings us into part 3. Again, another third-person perspective shot of the forest, this time with the distant screams over the forest ambience. I don't need to say why this is unsettling, it just is. We then have the loading video transition to show us that we've moved from this outer third-person perspective to Wyatt's first-person vlogging perspective again. And again, he's upbeat, happy, he put up trail cameras to keep watch, which was a good idea, and of course he saw nothing. Again, this shows Wyatt isn't just a brain-dead horror protagonist. Of course, he does still go down into the mall by himself, which one could say is stupid or dangerous. And that's true. A lot of horror has our main character do things that we wouldn't do. These things can be seen as either stupid or brave, and sometimes both. As a horror protagonist, Wyatt does take some precautions, but you could argue not enough, and this commenter did point that out. Of course, I think the biggest thing is he didn't expect what happens in this underground mall, but that plays back into the normal versus the abnormal. As Wyatt approaches this hole, we experience the normal. Wyatt descends the long staircase while explaining how big whatever he found really is. Again, all we hear is him, the buzzing lights, and the sound of his footsteps.
The scale of this thing, but I did a deep dive online after I got back last time, and
As he gets deeper, the ambience once again kicks in, just like in part 2.
area, just to see if I could find any other equipment, just traces of people, really at all. Didn't see anything. There was no tire tracks.
Showing us that he is descending into something, well, unsettling and wrong.
It's like a cornfield kind of smell. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
The music cuts entirely this time as he enters, and instead we hear the creak of the door in the ominous womb of a large area. And no mall music this time. Also, in my previous video, some people pointed out that the gate to the mall didn't have a latch on it in part 2, but it does in part 3. While this video isn't about story theorization, I do think this is a really interesting detail that I first missed. The idea that the mall itself kept him out in part 2, but tantalizes him in part 3 has both lore and horror implications. It makes the mall seem like a monster luring its prey in. This gate, of course, crashes and makes a loud noise, and this is one of those moments where Wyatt could turn around and leave, but he doesn't. For the story to continue, for us, the audience, to peep the horror, so to speak, Wyatt has to enter the mall. He has to continue putting his curiosity above his better sense. In my first video, because of the focus on theory, I didn't get to talk about this. The visuals in this series are incredibly impressive. As far as I understand, this is all rendered in CG, and if you look closely at certain details, especially in the mall, it is noticeable. But the sheer scale of this and the cinematography and everything around it is so excellent that it's very easy to forgive some of the more off-looking elements. This isn't a $1 million studio making this. This is a YouTuber, KanePixels, and probably a small team of people all working on it together. And considering that, and the fact that the turnover from parts 1 and 2 and 3 were only months, that makes this incredibly amazing. It's seriously great stuff. Not only are the models really good looking, but the use of lighting to help hide some of it, especially at the start when the mall in darkness, it gives us a feeling of the unknown. Anything could be hiding in this darkness. The ambient track that's playing while Wyatt is exploring the darkened mall is incredibly off-putting. It's just got this constant synth note with what sounds like random, really low-tone, bassy heartbeats. That really just puts you on edge. It almost makes you think we're listening to Wyatt's heartbeat. The next few minutes are mostly Wyatt walking around in darkness, followed by the first sign of the giant. This doesn't really mean anything to us, but eagle-eyed viewers of the first part, and just people who looked at the thumbnail too, probably know what's coming up next. This is when Wyatt first runs into the giant. This tall, imposing sculpture that inevitably becomes the monster of this story. We as the audience already know that something is up with this, like Laurie Strode seeing Michael Myers early in Halloween, but not seeing the danger that he poses. But us as the audience know the danger he poses. We as the audience know something is wrong and that this giant is probably bad. From the thumbnail, from part 1, the general fact that this is a horror video made on a horror channel, but Wyatt doesn't. Again, dramatic irony. And just as soon as he says that he doesn't like this thing, the lights come on. There's obviously an implication here that these two things are connected.
I don't like this thing. Oh, fuck.
He says that, the lights come on, the music comes on as well. The mall is now alive. In any other setting, this would be kind of relaxing. But all things considered, this music and these lights are terrifying to us as an audience and also Wyatt. Because we don't know why this is happening. Is someone here?
I think I just saw somebody.
And then another escalation. Wyatt tries to leave but finds that he is trapped, which makes this situation even more dire. The exit is collapsed, and as Wyatt sits amongst the rubble, he admits that he's fucked up. And in that, we feel just as helpless as he does as viewers. Now that we're all firmly trapped in the mall together, let's talk about the horror of the mundane. The horror of the mundane is kind of hard to describe, but considering what I'm about to apply it to, I think you'll get the idea. Basically, normal things but with an undercurrent of horror. An empty mall by itself is creepy, sure, but it isn't scary. In fact, if you didn't have the part of Wyatt walking down a mile-plus long staircase, it would look like any other urban exploration video. But of course that isn't the case. This seemingly mundane place is anything but, because of the circumstances surrounding it. This is where things get a little existential, because the horror of the mundane in this case might actually apply less to Wyatt and more to certain people within the audience. There were a lot of comments on my video, as well as the actual videos of the oldest view, talking about people who found it really strange to see the mall they grew up with in that video. Wyatt's confusion is warranted and establishes that he's probably never been to the Valley View Center Mall in Texas before it was demolished. But some of the people in the audience have been there and have seen the actual giant in person, and I imagine to them that can create a general sense of strangeness and unease. Back to Wyatt, who has begun walking around the mall. He spots this photo, which looks a lot like the man from part 1, and Wyatt finds, well, every exit is blocked, Silent Hill style, just giant walls blocking the ways out. I don't really need to say this again, but I will. Not normal. As Wyatt continues to walk around, I'd like to point out that throughout his wandering, he is constantly jerking the camera around, making panicked noises, and this is obviously going to have an effect on us as the viewer. His frightened state affects us. It puts us on edge as well. When he swings the camera, we expect that something might be there. But we don't see something, which builds up suspense until we do see something. This can either relieve tension or make it worse. This is only compounded when we and Wyatt as the audience realize that the sculpture from earlier has moved. Again, I don't think I need to say why this is scary, but I'm going to. Inanimate objects should not move on their own, and thus it means that someone did move it, or it did move on its own. Moments later, we hear thunder, and despite Wyatt being deep underground, the lights go out. I mean, we shouldn't even have heard the thunder in the first place. And then we see the sculpture again, and again it moves. This is also the first time I noticed that you can actually hear a storm in the background and what sounds like howling wind. Also, as the sculpture disappears again, we get more creepy ambient music. Wyatt finds a store with plant life overgrowing it, and a bunch of viewers pointed out to me that the giant, or something, is hiding behind one of the trees in this room. I didn't really believe it and couldn't see it at first, but upon further inspection, there is something behind that tree, and when I realized it, I got fucking goosebumps. You barely notice it, but it is there. And almost in a cartoonish way, it leans behind the tree slowly. Whether it was just a lighting mishap or something, it still scared me. What's that noise? Wyatt thinks to himself as he's looking into the store, and this also raises the hairs on the viewer's neck. Is something moving around in the mall? Wyatt goes to explore, and then, boom, tension payoff. There are a bunch of reasons that this scare is effective, which I've already talked about throughout, but I'm going to elaborate here, because the series has built to this point. We've had the giant hinted at from the very beginning, from part 1. We've seen it move, and Wyatt has been constantly darting his camera around, only for nothing to appear. So when this finally does, when we finally hear those wheels and the camera turn around, there is an immense sense of dread. Then, of course, he begins to try to walk away and it starts to follow him. This, of course, plays with our expectations as well as Wyatt's. We've all seen horror-related media where there is a creature that only moves if you aren't looking at it. And Wyatt and us as the audience seem to think that maybe this is one of those creatures, that there's a pattern there. It won't move unless you're looking at it, so you're safe if you're looking at it. But then, almost immediately, this rule is broken as he is looking directly at it and it begins to roll at him at a frightening speed, even as he's trying to also tell it that he's leaving. This is terrifying for two reasons. It implies both intent and understanding. It implies understanding because it plays with Wyatt's expectations. Sure, there's a possibility that it only moves when he isn't looking at it because it can't. Maybe it's becoming more alive or more powerful the longer Wyatt's in the mall. Or maybe it is playing with him, toying with his expectations. This would imply some type of understanding on the part of the creature. You have to understand what you're doing to play with someone. And it implies intent because, well, we all know that it seems to want to get Wyatt or make him leave. We don't know which it wants, we just know that it is chasing him. With a killer like Michael Myers, you have intent and understanding as well. His intent is to kill you. The understanding is that he is evil, insane, and smart to some degree. With the Giant, we have that extra layer of terror because we understand it in some way. We know it has a goal, but we don't know what either of these levels of understanding or intent are. We don't know how smart it is, and we don't know truly what it wants besides getting you. And that's that fear of the unknown coming back. It gets you every time. This is also part of that idea of escalation that I was talking about earlier. We think it can only move when we're looking at it, but it can move when you're looking at it. Then, not long after, it breaks through some wall and glass paneling after Wyatt barely escapes it. Another escalation. Really quick, the reason I keep talking about escalation is because escalation is important in horror because it keeps things scary. If our hero begins to outmaneuver our monster or the world of horror, it seems less of a threat to them and us as the audience. To keep things scary, things have to escalate. Monsters have to become more dangerous. Things have to become more paranormal and fucked up. It's just one of the rules. If suddenly our hero is blasting them with machine guns and killing everything and just escapes, it stops being scary and it's more triumphant. Anyway, Wyatt manages to sneak out of the backrooms and over into the mall's offices, in which a smooth but creepy ambient track plays as he pores over information that is important to him escaping, but also important to figuring out the hidden lore of the Oldest View, which you can find out more about in my other video. Wyatt is relatively safe here in these offices, so for a moment at least we're given a reprieve from the fear of the rolling giant in the mall. Though like earlier with the giant hiding behind the tree, we can actually see the red flags that stick out of the back of the giant's cart here. Whether this means the giant is there just chilling or not, we don't know. Wyatt does seem to notice them, but not much else, so I assume that it means it could be up in the air. It's either just sitting there and chilling and Wyatt didn't notice it, or it's not there and those flags are just there. Wyatt sees a path to the exit and he goes for it. As Wyatt approaches the door, he hears people talking, what sounds like funeral music, and sees this ominous poster. This is all unsettling because, well, it's different than what we've come to expect so far. There has been thunder, there has been music, the lights coming on and off. This just seems like another new change to the mall, and soon enough we see that it is. As Wyatt walks back out, the visuals now match the off-putting sounds. The mall is in ruins, another escalation of the situation that we as the audience and Wyatt are in. I'm going to run through the end here pretty quickly. Wyatt explores the mall again one last time with this new soundscape until he is roll scared by the giant. Seeing the rest of the giants during a strike of lightning, which should not happen again because he is deep underground. The giant again changes tactics, suddenly having the power to make the escalators move, and flashes that image of death at Wyatt before charging him, establishing another power that thing can apparently crack walls. The sound at this point is just a bouquet of noise. You have the horns, you have the loud echoing roll of the giant, you have the storm and the thunder in the background. It's overwhelming. You have Wyatt running around and his breathing. It's all coming together to give you this feeling of panic that really matches what he is feeling in that moment. Wyatt, of course, tries to get away, scrambling across the edge, but he doesn't, and falls to his death. Then we cut to Wyatt dead on the surface amongst the forest, black and white like Julian Reverchon at the beginning of part 1, with the giant's head across from him as well, black and white. This is all done in a third-person perspective, signaling Wyatt's death. Now I'm going to bring it all together, we're going to bring it on home. The rules of horror in the Oldest View comes in many forms throughout the miniseries. One of the most obvious, as I've already stated many times, is the horror of the mundane and the normal versus the abnormal. A mall is normal, mundane, but put it a mile underground with a deep scary staircase and a scary room before it, and this incredibly unsettling sculpture. This would be unsettling to anyone from the normal world. Sound is also incredibly important in this series. KanePixel and his team have done a fantastic job with the sound design, both in general with sound effects and music. It really does sound like an open space. Wyatt's voice echoes, and it seems just right for the emptiness of the mall or the closeness cave-like structure of the stairs, and the musical stings that lead up to certain moments hit exactly as they're meant to, giving us a false sense of security, introducing us to the normal, then slowly unsettling us until those scares finally pay off. All of this culminates in a slow build-up from part 1 to part 2 to part 3 as we move through each, as the sound and visuals and the actions and narrative of our protagonists begin to settle in on us and unsettle us until we finally meet our monster for that big payoff scare in the middle of part 3. The monster or monsters within the series, the giant and the mall itself, are excellent for a number of reasons. The giant is a real-life sculpture by artist Kevin Auberjonois. It already had a rather uncanny feel to it before it was used in this series in the real-life abandoned Valley View Center Mall. And literally bringing it to life and making it this chaser-type monster doubles that uncanniness for us. It's scary because we don't understand it, but it seems to have some type of intelligence and goal, aka understanding our intent. And all of this is even scarier for people who actually went to that mall, who actually saw that sculpture. The monster also breaks its own rules, seemingly growing stronger or playing with Wyatt. We don't know which, and that's even scarier. Is it trying to help him? Is it messing with him on purpose? We don't know, and that is scary. And this goes back to that idea of escalation I also talked about. If Wyatt could just run upstairs and get away from the giant forever or hide in a room, it wouldn't be scary. But instead, it eventually goes up the escalator, and it breaks through a wall and glass paneling. It apparently even hides like a little cartoon guy behind a tree at one point. That scary little fuck. The change in perspective between parts 1 and 2, and even the end in part 3, helps add to horror through dramatic irony. We're given information at the beginning that we know is important. We don't understand why, but we do know it's important. We as the audience are left to slowly piece this together as we move from this third-person perspective to first, through Wyatt's camera lens, which leaves us a sense of unease for what the information shown to us means for our protagonist. Why is this related to Wyatt? Speaking of Wyatt, the actor who played Wyatt did an excellent job. He feels real, from the cheerful bubby vlogger to the scared guy running around the mall, darting the camera around. All of his voice lines feel real and are delivered well.
You fucking kidding me? You gotta fucking kidding me.
Speaking of the mall, it seems to have a life of its own, and is in a way capturing one of my favorite tropes of horror, which is living buildings or haunted places. It definitely handles it in a different way, taking on a more natural progression of the mall falling into ruin and being overtaken by nature, but it's still a really cool and interesting way to approach that. A lot of this really does draw down to the fear of the unknown, one of the most basic rules of horror. Why is the mall there? Why is the giant after Wyatt? Why do we see all the other giants in a flash towards the end? Why the dead horses? Why the third-person perspective to the first-person perspective? Of course, this mystery is also part of that fear and part of what grabs us as an audience. The videos wouldn't be as good if it didn't have all of these elements together, and that's why it's so effective. It leaves us asking why. We are scared because we don't know why. It's left us wondering what it all means, and scared because we don't understand it, and now someone is left dead and we still don't have any answers. To wrap it all up, this series on a fundamental level is just really well designed. It's big things that seem little that add up, like the sound design, the camera work, not to mention the acting of the guy playing Wyatt, the sounds of the giant in the mall, the ambient music. It all comes together to create an extremely well-paced package of build-up that leads to a few core scares, without once resorting to using gore or a jump scare or overly loud noises that come out of nowhere and in a way that makes your heart race. Not that there's anything wrong with any of that, especially when it's well done, but I always respect a piece of horror media that can create such dread and fear without using any of them. I didn't do much lore theorization in this video because I already did that in the previous video, which you can go watch here. I think one thing I'd say is that I have leaned more towards maybe the giant doesn't want to hurt Wyatt, especially because it starts to leave after he gets on that first escalator, but I still don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it was just going around to flank him. Also, this isn't the last time I'm going to be talking about KanePixel's work. Since everyone has seemed to enjoy that first analysis, and I'm hoping they enjoy this one, I'm going to do a third video, or videos, on his entire Backrooms series, which I am currently watching as I am making this video. Hopefully that'll be out before the end of the year, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember that bad days are just days that are bad. Now that we've been through both of my original videos, it's time to explore the new stuff that's come out afterwards. The biggest thing, obviously, is Life of a Giant, another bit made by KanePixels. This shows a slideshow of different images and videos that were taken when the original Reverchon Giant still existed in Dallas, as well as images of the mall, which then transitions into the period of the mall's collapse. This is all set to a cover of the song Please 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 Let Me Get What I Want by the Smiths. After going through all of these relatively normal history-based images of the giant, it ends with an incredibly ominous black and white image, or video really, of a stone monument with two staircases flanking it as a looping wind track plays. It's foggy, it's creepy, and this image is pretty obviously meant to mimic the placement of the two escalators and this structure here in the Valley View Center Mall, especially the version that we saw in KanePixel's The Oldest View. This is really cool, but also incredibly creepy, which is just a great way to describe all of KanePixel's work. There are images that are similar to this one, but none of them are one-to-one, which has led me to believe that this is probably an original image created by Kane, possibly in Blender or just a heavily photoshopped image. Of course, I believe this is connected to what we saw, and is possibly showing that whatever the mall and the giant are, older than we know, hence the oldest view. And while I do personally think that Kane meant for the oldest view to be more about subtext and the philosophical implications of what's going on, I think it still has a straightforward haunting story in it, and is related to the paranormal in that storytelling.
There is still a more material story running alongside here, like Wyatt. Like all the things that happened with Wyatt and whatnot, that is still a beyond just theme. Those are actual characters and stakes and everything. So that does exist, but it's not the point, I guess. Pretty early.
And even with all that subtext and the messages he's trying to get across, I still do think he probably has a story planned out for all of this, and a meaning within the world that he's crafted for what these things are, where they come from. I think a lot of people tend to do that when they have something mysterious like this. They at least have an idea in their own head of like, okay, this is an ancient evil god, or like a manifestation of nostalgia in the modern era that has been given corporeal form or whatever. One of the cooler theories that I definitely can't take credit for is from Reddit, actually. Someone mentioned that it could possibly be a Ghostbusters Gozer type situation. To make it clear, in the lore of Ghostbusters, especially the original movie, the followers of an ancient god of destruction known as Gozer built parts of a building to look like a temple of Gozer, which Gozer could then use to come into our world. I don't think it's exactly one-to-one, because I don't think the mall itself was built by people, at least that version that he saw underground. Yes, the original mall was built by people. More that the mall that was seen in the oldest view was similar enough to whatever this ancient, mysterious structure is, and that is why it manifested. I don't think this theory holds water completely, but I do think the general idea is sound, that the mall and this structure look very similar, and that means that whatever the giant and the mall are similar manifestations of whatever this strange ruin and these stairs is. Another person also mentioned that the center stone was similar to one at Coral Castle, a place built in Florida by a man who apparently built the entire castle himself. He stated that he knew how the pyramids were built and used magnetism to make the stones like air, or the stones as light as air. Of course, there are some crazy paranormal implications to all of this, and the man in question, Edward Leeds Scullin, died before he could share these apparent secrets of magnetism with the world. This is all, of course, just extra things that I wanted to share, and I think has some pretty interesting and greater implications for the world of the oldest view, which Kane pretty implicitly says is important that it is paralleled with our current existing world.
It's very important that the oldest view is derivative and running parallel to the world that we live in right now, right here, in the oldest view. And I feel like I care about this very much with all of my work to an extent.
Pixels also did release some behind-the-scenes footage showing the making of the oldest view, which I really appreciate for a number of reasons. The biggest is that it breaks down the creative process as this thing that isn't pure and direct, but dirty and very fluid. When I was younger, for some reason, I thought that creative people had everything planned out from the beginning. I don't know why I did, but I just did. And it was kind of a sin to me not to have every little detail finished in my own head. This, of course, is incredibly silly, because the reality is that creativity is like any other part of being human. It's fluid and it changes as time goes on. And this belief stifled me in a lot of my creative works, because I never felt that they were finished enough, when the reality is just working on them was how they got finished. You may start with a bare-bones idea, or have a fleshed-out outline. Even then, for most things creative, things change along the way. You have to test to see what works. Some things you had set in your heart from the beginning will start to change as you go through the process of making it. And sometimes projects get scrapped altogether, or become something entirely different from what they were by the time they finished. Creativity is like a patchwork quilt, slowly piecing together different pieces until it's finished. You can even change along the way yourself as a person, and this can heavily affect how your work is made. So, I said all that because I really liked seeing these pieces of work from the oldest view in their more raw form. It just shows Kane experimenting with his creative process to see what works, what's interesting or scary, and we don't see enough of that from people, I feel like. Personally, I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful to show that creativity isn't this one thing. It's not perfect. It's slowly working to find what works, and then just going, yes, I like this, and hoping that other people like it as well. So, that is everything we have on the oldest view right now. Kane has said that he has more ideas for the future of the series, but is currently working on the Backrooms movie, and I also look forward to that. So it'll probably be a while before we get anything else oldest view or anything else YouTube Backrooms. Anyway, thanks for everything, everyone. I really appreciate it. As I've said before in another video or two, 2023 has been my best year on YouTube so far, and I look forward to 2024. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember, a cacophony of unease.
I feel like we need to be quiet in here.
Maybe we do.
Jacob, a fake
No,
Skylar.
he's stabbing me! I can't run!
We think ourselves a monolith. Humanity is the center of the universe. So wise, all history revolves around us. But that is an insular perspective. The world has existed long before us, and will exist long after us. And there are things that have been here long before us, and will be here long after us. The Oldest View is a series by KanePixel, which I've covered before. It's complicated and nuanced, so I'm only going to do a short summary here. Our current protagonist is named Wyatt. Wyatt finds a mysterious mall at the bottom of a nearly never-ending staircase, and encounters an otherworldly being there taking the form of a sculpture that stalks him within this area. After experiencing a paranormal shift within this location, the mall becoming more overgrown and more dilapidated than it already was, Wyatt falls to his death as he attempts to escape. Or does he? If you want the full story, I recommend you watch the series on KanePixel's YouTube channel and then follow up by watching my video that covers the entire thing, both of which will be linked below in the description. This video is a follow-up examining the newest part in this series, The Oldest View, Dispersal. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's begin. The Oldest View Dispersal starts ominously enough with what seems to be the door from the previous parts, with plants having grown up around it. It also seems like it's in a larger room or just somewhere else. In the distance, we can hear what I assume to be Wyatt's death scream from the rolling giant. And then the ambience cuts to fuzz, All we hear, besides the fuzz of the mic, is a loud creak as the door slowly opens. No, not opens. It distorts. It pulls away. It doesn't simply open. It comes off of its hinges and moves away from that arch. We then see the doorway now leads to another place. The mall is gone. A forest, dark, in the twilight. The staircase Wyatt came down, still leading up, is there, but into a place unknown now. Possibly, no, even likely, whatever world was overtaking the mall before has completely saturated it. The mall is no longer. All there is this dark mirror of the forest. No, an image of what the forest used to be. We hear that distant speaking that sounded almost like a sermon to me, and it cuts to show that it's actually a press conference for Dallas Midtown. The building project that was and is going to replace the Valley View Center Mall. If I can be presumptive, it seems that the almost sermon-like speaking we heard in the Rolling Giant that was distorted was actually just this man speaking.
To CC Broadnex for coming, members of the media, and residents.
We then cut back to the mysterious hole in our world and the odd place that it leads to, seemingly a forest at night. Wyatt lies dead. We see the flags of the giant overlaid over a monochrome sky. A light begins to peek up in the darkness, falling upon the face of the giant. We return to that fatal moment that led to Wyatt's death previously, but it doesn't seem different than before until Wyatt escapes. Or seems to. Was he given a second chance? Or could the giant only get out if Wyatt did as well? Wyatt looks back down the stairs, hearing noises from the mall he'd just been in. He also sees this strange rectangular hole in the wall that was not there once before. He of course escapes up the stairs, running up them as fast as he can, terrified for his life as any person would be. The stairs do seem longer than before, and are even differently shaped. We can still hear noises deep down below him, the echo of something behind him that's taking place, that place that's trapped in time, possibly disappearing. Wyatt does manage to escape, but something seems wrong. We see an overview shot of him running through the park that led him to this place, but the music does not sound victorious. It doesn't sound joyful. It sounds ominous. It sounds terrifying, like something is going to happen. The forest still looks lush and green and vibrant, but we're not seeing it from Wyatt's perspective like before. In fact, he's not even using his phone to record anymore like he was. Before Wyatt reaches his car, we're given a factoid. Anatomically modern humans have existed for roughly 300,000 years. Recorded history accounts for 1.6% of that time. Wyatt, sitting in his car, breathes a sigh of relief. He starts his car. His phone seems to be offline. We might think for a moment that maybe he's been taken to some other version of his world. But a car drives by. It seems that all is normal, all is fine. He starts a song up as his car starts and he drives off. The final shot is seemingly from the giant's perspective, out in the world, rolling along the streets. What does this all mean? So of course in my previous video we talked more about the meaning of everything, how I felt that the oldest view as a series was about the passing of time, being forgotten, and death, how things have life through our understanding of them as people, our memories and experiences. I feel like I say this a lot when covering YouTube horror videos and analog horror, but this video has so much going on in such a short time. I really like that my theory that that door was like a portal, that little room was, it was basically confirmed, like as literal as you can get. That doorway was a place to another world, something paranormal, and it's really cool. I really like the way he did it. It floating away almost like the Twilight Zone was just really neat. If we want to go by the press conference that we see in the video, that would mean that Wyatt's delve into this underground version of the Valley View Center Mall the second time was roughly around May 23rd, because that is when this press conference took place. It's hard to get a real grip on what has happened, when, and why. Almost as soon as Wyatt dies, it seems that I was right in my assumption that this was a little pocket dimension. This was a place that was part of our world for a moment, but also not part of our world. It was like a paranormal crossover type situation. It was a instance in time that was not meant to be there. It was the mall, and then it was the forest. It was a paranormal oddity. The color drops, the door fades away. It doesn't open as much as just like pull away and freeze and fade away. This dark underground forest is there now, seemingly a mirror of the one above or something like that, something more ethereal maybe. But it is very dark and in this ever-present state seemingly of night. And then we see this strange light. We see it opens up above and then shines down on the giant like God speaking out to him or something like that. And then Wyatt is seemingly brought back to that time, and instead of falling and dying, he manages to escape. But this second version of our ending has some mystery and non-mystery. Before, the giant just kind of disappeared, and I was left wondering, like, where did it go in The Rolling Giant? It just kind of disappears, and then Wyatt falls to his death. In this version, it is a bit less mysterious in that regard. As the title of this episode is called Dispersal, Wyatt to me is in essence carrying the giant with him, or whatever has happened has allowed the giant to escape this little world that it was within by itself. I don't necessarily think it's a specific spirit like that of Julian Reverchon or anything like that. It more seems to be some type of other entity, as I said in my previous video, possibly a representation of a concept or an amalgamation of human emotion. That is what a poltergeist is basically a bunch of energies that become something, and the giant could definitely be that. Wyatt is still alive and does seem to be himself, but this is only on the virtue that he is now carrying a passenger. That ending shot of the giant rolling down the roads, to me, reads not as it's speeding along the roads on its own, but instead, Wyatt's car speeding along and the giant is there in the car with him. You can take that as a positive or negative. It does seem kind of ominous to me. It's just really hard to say whether or not there is some kind of malevolence to all this. It seems that something gave the giant and even Wyatt a second chance, but the only way was to have Wyatt die and then brought back to life, almost like it could be slotted into him or something like that. This other world, whatever it is, this mysterious light, whether the giant itself or something else is down there and made this, it's just so interesting, and it leaves me wondering, like, if there is going to be more for the series, where's it going to go? If we go off of the text that is directly within this video itself, the message is incredibly interesting to me. If the previous parts, as an amalgamation, were about time and the decay of things and how things are within our memory and created by people and then they pass away and we move on, this message feels a bit more eerie to me, a bit more ominous, a bit more sinister. You know, we've been around as human beings for 300,000 years, as it says, and only a handful of thousands of years are accounted for in our history. And that doesn't even account for the rest of time before us. There is a lot of stuff we don't know about. There's so much that we didn't experience, so much that we don't have records of, that we don't know about. This reads as, to me at least, the idea of how little humans really understand and how little us as a species have experienced things. Even with all of our advanced technology, even if we think we've existed for a long time because our consciousness kind of makes us the center of our own universe, we really haven't, and the world is much older than us, and there are things in it that we don't understand. We are minuscule in the grand scheme of things. There are things in our oceans that are, like, crazy and older than humanity, and that's just weird to think about. And there is just so much within the world that we can discover. Some of it is going to be horrifying and strange, and I really like that. In the ultimate oldest view analysis that I did, part of it was me talking about how there was that structure and how ancient it was, and like all of these paranormal things, that theory about Gozer and the idea of some type of ancient god. And yeah, there could be entities and things that existed before humanity that are still within our world, within this little universe of the oldest view, and that's just really fun to think about for me. I definitely think that this episode, or part of the oldest view, is more focused on the in-world storytelling than a point like the original ones were, but I also do think it is still trying to make a point. KanePixel basically put text in the middle of it to kind of tell you part of what that point is. It's that, you know, we know a lot of things, we have a lot of history, but there's a lot of things we don't know and a lot of things that we're not aware of and things that have been forgotten that are still there. Anyway, this video was a huge surprise for me. I was very excited to see it pop up in my subscription feed and also to write this little analysis for you. I do look forward to more parts, and yes, this is short, but that's because really this is a very concise little part. I saw a comment that said that this felt like more of a prelude to something bigger happening, and I definitely agree. It's very heavy, it's very ominous. Even though Wyatt has gotten out, it feels like something is not right with the world that he's returned to. That ambient track that plays as he's running through the forest, the camera shots, it's all very beautiful, all very spooky. I also do just love paranormal stuff like this. I'm glad that we get things like this on YouTube. There aren't jump scares, it's just this ominous tension building. We don't know what's going to happen, where it's going to go next. Like, what is possible in this world that is being crafted. So, of course, I wanted to cover this ASAP. It's why we just kind of jumped right in rather than having this big explanation at the beginning. If you've watched my channel before, you know I like The Oldest View, you know I've covered it. If not, go check that out. I have a playlist where I'm linking all of my long-form analyses. You can see my over an hour-long, near feature-length analysis of The Oldest View right after this if you want more of that. I do think this is just really interesting, how it connects to everything else. The giant, of course, the whole please let me get what I want thing, and the connection and the idea of the giant wanting to be remembered, and then it getting out, being connected to Wyatt, and this other greater supernatural stuff going on, this light, this other world, the door pulling back, the portal, the strange monolith that we saw in Life of a Giant. I like that it has the forefront story with our main character going on of this guy experiencing these paranormal things, but also the subtext, decay and time and memory and history, and I love stuff like that because it gives you so many layers to chew on. And yeah, if we do want to look at this in a more metaphorical sense, this whole video, it seems to me that if you look at it past the idea of a possession, it's more Wyatt carries the remembrance of the giant and the things that he saw with him, and that's why it's rolling with him. It's not really actually possessing him. That's also the light. It is the thing being remembered. It is now going to be remembered forever by this one person who it scared the hell out of. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember, second chances are second chances, even if there is a embodiment of a paranormal concept within you. Good night. A few days ago, I made a video talking about The Oldest View Dispersal, the newest part in the Oldest View series by KanePixel. I did what I usually do, but admittedly it was a bit rushed, and after thinking about it for a few days, I did have more thoughts on Dispersal that I wanted to add. Now, barring new information or another episode release, this will probably be my last Oldest View video until another part is released or something major. I don't want it to seem like I'm milking the series, and only want to make videos on things if I have something to say about them. Something I said in my previous video was that I thought this newest part was less symbolic. After thinking about it, I disagree with that take now. It's going to be hard to explain why, because of the way I think this is done in a meta-narrative sense. It's definitely more my opinion, but I think it's a really cool idea. And it's just kind of complicated. But anyway, here we go. I believe most everything that I said in my previous video was accurate. This episode has obviously added more to the direct story of The Oldest View with the revival of Wyatt and the seeming possession of him by the giant in some way. But it also has the message pretty directly that we lack knowledge about a lot of things, that our recorded history barely covers the existence of our own species, let alone knowing the rest of time and what's happened in it. But I think there's also more to it than that, and this is where things get odd in a meta-narrative sense. In my first few videos on the Oldest View series, I covered how I felt it represented the passing of time, things fading away into the past and being forgotten, as well as how our perception of things like art and places affects them. Like they have meaning because we see them and participate in them. The original mall and giant both would not have existed without people and would not have been appreciated without people. Things made by us are appreciated by us, and exist because we make them and appreciate them, and fade away as soon as we stop caring about them, or time passes and they become less relevant, etc., etc. I explain it better in those other videos, so you should watch them, but that's the sum of it here. This newest video, Dispersal, adds to this, in an odd way. To me, it seemed at first to depart from the heavy symbolism of the first parts, opting instead to focus more heavily on the story of Wyatt and his dealings with these paranormal things that are at play within his version of our world. Or at least that's what I thought at first, before I let it roam around in my mind a bit more. If we go back to part 3, The Rolling Giant, it of course featured Wyatt dying, and then both him and the giant are seen black and white in the forest above, or at least what we thought was the forest above. From a story perspective, it seems that Wyatt dying is also the end of the giant in some way. From a symbolism perspective, Wyatt's death also ends his remembrance of the giant and the things that happened in this weird underground place. He experienced it, he dies, and thus he is the only one that has a memory of it, and so it dies with him. So we have two ways to look at the series in that sense. The literal story and the subtextual story that's trying to impart meaning upon us. In Dispersal, the literal story is that something, some entity or paranormal power, brings back Wyatt or gives him a second chance, but at the cost that the giant seems to leave that place with him and is connected to him in some way. This is represented at the end when we hear the giant's wheels rolling, speeding down the streets. In my opinion, this is supposed to be like the giant is in the car with Wyatt, not literally, more like it's in his head or in his body or something like that. It's kind of hard to explain, but I think you get what I'm getting at. Now, here is where things get complicated. Dispersal is also literally about the real-world giant and the oldest view as a series itself and our consumption of it and our perception of it. Again, if we go back to the first 3 episodes, the first episode was called Renewal, and that title had a double meaning. Part of that meaning was Kevin Obregon renewing Julian Reverchon through the creation of an artistic sculpture commemorating him. But it was also the renewal of the sculpture itself, the memory of the sculpture, even removed from that context, being shown to us by KanePixels. Of course, there's all the implications that this is a statue of Julian Reverchon and all of that, but it's more of an idea of the giant itself being renewed. The whole series is about life and death and memories and forgetting and how we interact with things, and a piece of art and a public place in the public conscious is part of that. Dispersal also has a double meaning like this, but like a double meaning. In the literal story of Dispersal, the giant is seemingly brought back by some type of paranormal force that attaches it to Wyatt, and so it gets to leave that area. But in a subtextual storytelling way, our perception of the giant as well as Wyatt is what brings them back. We are aware of the mall, and we are aware of the giant, despite most of us have never seen them or been there in our real life. Our real-world awareness of the oldest view as a series is what the title Dispersal means. The ideas of the giant and the mall and Wyatt and all of this have been dispersed to us as we've perceived it by watching it on YouTube. Just as literally the giant's spirit in the story or whatever it is has been dispersed to the world that Wyatt inhabits. So, subtextually, Dispersal is about the giant being known once again by the public as a piece of art. The piece of art that it is being spread to us by KanePixel's video. The memory of the Valley View Central Mall is as well, and the gallery that was housed there. It is being dispersed to us, despite having it basically been fallen into obscurity previously. And then the subtext marries the literal story, the contextual story. Us knowing about the giant and knowing about the mall is what brings them back. Maybe not in the actual literal story. There is an implication in the story that something within the world of the oldest view is of course paranormal, and I do think the subtext story is separate from that inner story. Even Kane himself said so in that interview I mentioned in my ultimate oldest view analysis.
There is still a more material story running alongside here, like Wyatt. Like all the things that happened with Wyatt and whatnot, that is still a beyond just theme. Those are actual characters and stakes and everything. So that does exist, but it's not the point, I guess.
But, you know, in a story like this, the subtextual meaning and the contextual meaning go hand in hand. They're both happening at the same time. And I just think that's really a cool idea. The fact that subtextually us knowing about the giant is part of what brings it back to life within the series. And then out of that, there is something else, the greater paranormal thing. So you have this, like, understanding of what is trying to be said, while also knowing there's something within the story that we don't know about, that Kane is devising, and that's really cool. Of course, all of this is just my thoughts on the series. This could be what Kane is getting at, it could be just my own insane interpretation, but I think it's a really neat idea. Now, moving on from the subtextual storytelling, I also wanted to talk about the literal storytelling and what could be going on there. I am interested to see in the future how this tale will go. What is this light and this entity? What are the Maw and the giant themselves? Are they separate? Are they bound together by something else? Is there some type of deity at play bringing the giant along? Some type of ancient thing representing things forgotten? What is that forest? Like, why is that forest underground? Is that like a shadow of the forest from the past? Is it like literally a dimension where forgotten things and places go that happen to intersect with ours for just a moment? How is the giant, like, possessing Wyatt? Is it just kind of attached to him in a sort of way as a passenger, like I said before? What does that structure from Life of a Giant mean? Is that like some type of monolith dedicated to the deity that is represented by the giant? It's all really neat to kind of think about that kind of stuff. Even though it is also fun to dig into the idea and the meaning of the series, it's also fun to just think about, like, ooh, ghosts and paranormal stuff. And also, to clear things up from the previous video, I don't know if I literally mean that Wyatt is possessed as in the giant is controlling him. It seems that the giant isn't controlling him, but is attached to him in some way, like inside of him, but more as like a passenger, which is why I said that before. When I said that the giant is in the car, I don't mean like literally. I mean that the giant is as a spiritual being either inside of Wyatt's head in some way or like attached to him and following him around. That's why I've referred to him as a passenger so many times. And I'm really interested to see if there are more parts, if that's going to go somewhere, or if this really is the final part. And of course, on that other subtext, the idea of the fact that we don't know a lot about history and there's things that we don't know about is just really ominous, and it's kind of looming over the story now with that really spooky song. Which, by the way, Kane uploaded that song to his secondary YouTube channel, and I learned about that thanks to a comment on that previous video, and I'm going to link that song in the description. The song is called Jebel Irhoud. This is a direct reference to an archaeological site by the same name in Morocco, where it seems that the earliest of our ancestors had been discovered, like their bones there. These bones are 300,000 years old, and that's what this part is referencing. It's the idea that we have been around as we are for like 300,000 years, and our history only covers like 5,000 of those years. And, you know, things that even happened before that that didn't relate to our direct descendants. Dinosaurs and other strange things. It's very spooky to think about how we don't know much about our own world and the world's history and the history of our own species besides this big chunk of history. 5,000 years is a long time from a single lifetime, but from the vast majority of history and time, it is such a small flash in the pan. It's just neat to know that the first three parts are about like history and death and how memories fade and how people experiencing things is like what gives them life, and this part is about that but kind of continued. Like, yeah, we experience arts and places and now we know about them, and in a meta-narrative sense we've brought them back into life, and that's really cool to think about. On that note, if you like horror with a historical slant, I'd actually recommend reading the book It by Stephen King. It's one of the most popular horror books ever, so you've probably been recommended it before. I say the book specifically because it covers a lot of things that the movies don't, about how parts of history is forgotten by people because it's only remembered by people and spread by word of mouth. And of course, there's all the other stuff about the scary clown guy, but I really like that historical aspect too. So, to finish up, I'm excited about the future of the series. I like that as a series, it's complicated enough that I had to think even more about it and wanted to make a second video. It just means that it's got enough density and things going on that I have these thoughts. And again, unless I have another burst of thoughts about it or another episode or big piece is released soon, which I think is very unlikely, this will be the last video on the oldest view for a while, so I hope you liked it. If you did, leave a like and a comment, because one day we'll all be forgotten to time. Oh, time, the cruelest killer of all. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, of course, Wyatt escaped, and the path that he took out up those stairs was different, and I got a comment that was kind of funny that was like, yeah, of course, it's different. This is a completely different path. And I was like, oh, you're right. I'm dumb. I'm dumb sometimes, but I also do think that's interesting. This doesn't really fit with the overall rest of my analysis, but that door disappearing away into the back in a way that seems to be like the mall kind of disappearing or separating from our world in a sense is really cool. But also in a more physical sense, the fact that there were 2 ways to get in or out of that ghost mall, it's really cool and still makes me think about that door in that little room and what it means and what these long staircases are besides really awesome references to horror like Silent Hill. It's probably just a door to the past, like a portal to a forgotten place, which is why it's so decrepit and scary, but I love it. I love that symbology there. Oh, and one last thing, which is if you enjoyed the song Jebel Earhood by KanePixels, check out the song 13 Angels Standing Guard Round Your Bedside by Silvermount Zion. It's like that in that weird moany way, but less creepy and more sad. And one last thing, check out the book How Do You Live by Genzaburo Yoshino. The movie The Boy and the Heron is based off of the book, but it's really nothing alike. It's a fantastic book, and it talks about a lot of the same topics that are covered in this video in The Oldest View, but more in an uplifting sense and less in a horror sense. If you've seen the movie The Boy and the Heron by Hayao Miyazaki, it is very different than the book that it is based on. They are both good, it's just they are completely separate works of art. The book How Do You Live is definitely more of a slice of life and just trying to make you think about like what it is to be a human and stuff, and I love stuff like that. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember that everything's going to be okay. Someone out there loves you, even if that someone is the demon that lives under your floorboards and peeks between them to watch you brush your teeth at night. Good night, fair listener, or good morning, or good day. Hopefully, not for the last time.
Fuck! My ankles are broken! My ankles are broke!
His ankles are broken!
Broken ankles!
Keep it true!
I got broken ankles!
He's coming, Paul!
Alright, that was all of my coverage of The Oldest View so far. If you need to run and get a snack, take a bathroom break, you know the deal. Those last 2 videos I kind of rushed out because The Oldest View was really popular now and everyone was going to be covering it. My only regret is that I wasn't as detailed in my analysis, so I had to make 2 videos to get all of my thoughts out. I might just be repeating myself, but my general thoughts are that the first 3 parts of The Oldest View are about us as humans basically keeping things like malls and art alive just by us being alive and thinking about them. Ideas live because we live to have ideas, and when we keep them in like the cultural or group consciousness, they thrive. Once malls fell out of fashion in our culture because of the internet, we basically forgot them. The Giant and the Valley View Center in Tov are great examples of this. They were forgotten, fell into ruin, and are gone now. The public, forgetting about them en masse, somehow creates these ghost versions of them in The Oldest View. That is until KanePixels brought their memories back with his own work of art, which is The Oldest View itself. It's a meta-commentary. Dispersal, Part 4, is essentially another piece of this meta-commentary. With The Oldest View as a series being as popular as it is, the Giant and the Valley View Center Mall are now in the collective memories and consciousnesses of anyone who watched The Oldest View, which, you know, isn't the entire world, but it's a lot of people. The light shining on the Giant is representation of his memory being brought back to life. Wyatt and the Giant are both seemingly brought back to the world because we as the viewers saw them, we are aware of them, and we know about them. You know, besides the possible idea of like a paranormal god or something also doing that in the literal story. Those are my thoughts on The Oldest View so far, basically. I still really like my original coverage of the first 3 parts, and those additional 2 pieces of coverage basically taught me to take my time with things and do them right. It's hard, I have depression, and I want to make things in a timely manner so they'll be like on topic, but sometimes you've just got to pace yourself. Something done right is better than something done quick if you can help it. Next up is my coverage on KanePixel's The Backrooms series. I thought, hey, why not front load it here and just have all my KanePixel stuff right here. This video didn't do as well as I'd have liked it when it first came out, and I believe it's my own fault. I don't think I did a great job with the original thumbnail, which I'm going to show on screen now. It's a fine thumbnail, but the new one is just a lot better in my opinion. But I still really like the video. I think it's a really good, long video, and I hope you will give it a chance as well in this marathon. So let's roll it. We're going to start KanePixel's The Backrooms.
outside.
Foreclose that Tristan Law.
This inhuman place makes human monsters. Stephen King from The Shining. The Backrooms has been popular online for nearly 5 years now. Starting as a simple creepypasta based on the seemingly natural uneasiness brought on by some liminal spaces, it has slowly grown to have its own fandom and basically become a subgenre of internet horror. From games to books to a wiki, which is its own thing entirely. But we aren't going to talk about all of that today. Today, we're focusing on one version of the Backrooms by one specific creator, KanePixel. I hadn't watched his Backrooms videos until after watching The Oldest View, which you can find my videos on here linked in the description. Until this point, I'd kind of lumped them in with a lot of other Backrooms content, but I can say after watching them that I was wrong to do that. KanePixel's version of the Backrooms takes a very science fiction approach to the Backrooms, which harkens to Stranger Things, the early works of David Cronenberg, and so much more. But it is still its own thing, using techniques and storytelling methods that lend themselves to the place and platform the videos are hosted on, the internet and YouTube. Also, this video is coming out before the Backrooms movie releases, which Kane is working on with A24. That movie could bring a whole heap of changes to the lore or be its own self-contained story. We don't know yet. So, having said all that, I'd love to explore the world and lore of KanePixel's Backrooms with you. Today we'll discuss unwilling time travel, horrific mutations, corporate cover-ups, the mysterious plan of the man orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, and more. So let's pull on our hazmat suits, because today we're getting lost in the Backrooms. To start us off, I'd like to let you know we're going to mainly follow the perspective of Async, because I think it's interesting, and I think it gives this video a slightly different narrative than the actual videos that KanePixel released. With that in mind, we will be skipping the very first episode, The Backrooms Found Footage, until later. As I did with KanePixel's other series, The Oldest View, I recommend you go watch the Backrooms series, or at least the first handful of videos before watching this one, as there will be full spoilers throughout this video. I'll also be following the Backrooms playlist primarily, so if I miss something, that's why. And the dates marked for each episode in this video were taken from the descriptions of each individual Backrooms episode posted by KanePixel. These dates mark each episode's point in the universe's timeline and chronology, unless stated otherwise. We start off with... I describe this video as a sort of mood board of video to set the stage for the series from this point on. We see a number of images, all related to either the Backrooms or some type of scientific work. And then there's this. I don't know what this one is about. He's looking out there, but he has this typing posture and then is on this computer. It's just silly. Anyway, the next episode is when the story actually starts, titled A Creepy, Robotic Voice Reads Us Out the Information on Async, a research institute that has conducted a test with a device known as the
Low Proximity Magnetic Distortion System.
The vice director, Ivan Beck, states the intent for the test during a press conference, which is to create storage and residential services for the future. This is all setting the stage, but the specifics of this short video are also important for later dissection and theories. After this, we will establish another test is run, but this one ends with a successful connection established to the complex, aka the Backrooms. The low proximity magnetic distortion system somehow connects to the Backrooms through what are known as null zones, aka the places where the Backrooms intersect with our own reality. It's basically how people clip out of our world and into the Backrooms. The Backrooms is a sort of dimension that is near or runs alongside our own in some way. The energy that this connection and test produces is so powerful that it apparently causes an earthquake in California, known as the Loma Prieta earthquake of 1989, which is a real event that happened. This was originally told to the viewers by a link to this video in the description of First Contact, and was later removed. For what reason, I do not know. Let's pause on the KanePixel story and talk about what the Backrooms is generally, because it is important to have context for this whole series. Earlier I said that the Backrooms started as a creepypasta. So, what are the Backrooms? The Backrooms started as one of the many modern horror creations that come about because of internet and memes, like Slender Man or The Rake. And just like both of those, apparently the Backrooms started on 4chan. I didn't know that until I was actually doing research for this video, but Wikipedia along with a few independent journalists and forum posts say that this is the case. Which is crazy to me because I feel like it's existed for a lot longer than from 2019 when it apparently started. But the concept of the Backrooms is really only 4 years old. Maybe what I remember is more the talk of creepy liminal spaces in general, and that kind of thing has just been conglomerated into the Backrooms at large. In the original post, a person had asked for pictures that leave you with a disquieting or off feeling. Someone posted a version of this image here, which we now relate to the Backrooms, and then another anonymous user added this. If you're not careful, and you no-clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the Backrooms, where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, and the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell heard you. When I first heard of the Backrooms, this is what it was. In video games, sometimes if you clip out of a map, you can find extra areas that were left over by developers. But imagine clipping out of reality and finding yourself in the leftover areas unused by God or whatever created our world, and you're just left there. Nobody's home, or someone is home, but you don't know what. That is the real-world origin of the idea of the Backrooms, and KanePixel's approximation runs close enough with the themes while adding its own twists and turns. So now that we know how it started in online culture, let's find our way back to the story of Kane's version, which involves 4 months after the previous episode. After the connection is established to the complex, it's assumed that async science teams began to explore this new dimension that they'd found. I assume this because of the time it's taken from the previous episode, as well as the seemingly established procedures followed by the scientists in this video. While exploring, they happen across a body that has had something seriously strange happen to it. The person is obviously dead, but they seemingly have something growing on or around them. They aren't decaying normally. They almost look like plaster. Before the episode cuts out, we see a flick of some words on the screen, which say, "If anybody, blame him." So you remember how I told you we were skipping things earlier? Well, now we're going to discuss them because they've just become important. If you've seen the series before, you'd know that at the beginning of the episode I just spoke about, Missing Persons, there is a segment that I skipped, where we see a number of missing persons posters of people who have, well, gone missing. This is followed by a line graph showing a sharp increase in missing persons cases, the first time around when their third test was done, and the second and continuous, non-stop increase when the actual portal known as the threshold to the Backrooms is established. We can make an informed guess that the attempts, both failed and successful, are the cause for these increases in missing persons cases, as people are clipping into the Backrooms. When Async established this connection to this alternate reality, it seems to have created more and more portals, or null zones, in our world that are pulling people into the Backrooms. Now, we need to go back to the start of this series, but not the timeline. You'll see what I mean later. The first episode, the one we skipped, the one that started all of this, was called A young man, a teenager or probably a man in his early 20s, was shooting a short film with his friends on the 4th of July, 1991, as seen on the production slate. As they were shooting, he was pulled from our dimension into that of the Backrooms. Camera in hand, he documents his experiences there, which sadly end in his death at the hands of some kind of black, wiry entity. This entity chases him throughout the backrooms, roaring monstrously. He's grabbed right before he can escape, though we as the audience see that from the camera falling, he wouldn't have really escaped death anyway. Strangely enough, the date in the description of the video is September 23rd, 1996. Why is that when we saw that the date on the clicker at the start was July 4th, 1991? Well, the Backroom Wiki's entry states that the date in question, September 23rd, 1996, is when the camera was found after landing on someone's property. If this were true, it would either mean that he was sucked into the future, or that the backrooms and the different holes that lead to it don't work on a regular timescale like our reality does. Or maybe even lead to specific points in time themselves. Imagine like the paintings from Super Mario 64, except instead of taking you to a very cute and wonderful location, they take you to an infinite hellscape of hallways and black, wiry, monstrous entities. So, what we've learned is there is some kind of entity in the backrooms that is seemingly hostile to humans, that the backrooms more than likely does not operate on time as we know it, at least through the different null zones, and this person greatly resembles the missing persons poster at the start of Missing Persons for Nicholas Bolton, and that if you die in the backrooms, it seems that something happens to you and your body after you die. What that is, we don't know yet, but we will know more soon. We start by learning that Async has a biomedical department. The scientist doing the autopsy theorizes that the dead person, more than likely Nicholas as I said earlier, died of malnutrition only 5 or so days ago. Though we know there are other possibilities. Maybe the monsters aggressively suck your nutrients from your body. His body looks even worse than before, almost as if it's made out of paper mache. As the conductor of the autopsy notes, certain parts of the body have stopped decaying, while others took on their natural course. Certain parts have been completely overtaken by what looks to be a fungus, but he decides it is actually a bacillus, a very common bacterium on Earth that is found not only in the human stomach, but in the top layers of Earth's soil. The man asks the nearby Dr. Beck, who seems to be observing the autopsy,
"May I ask where this subject came from?"
Meaning this is all pretty hush-hush if even the autopsy conductor does not know about this situation completely. The episode cuts to reveal it is being watched on a television, which then plays a number of different images along with audio referring to different parts of the series' past, present, and possibly future. It ends with an ominous red glow overlaid over the backrooms, which then turns into a sunset. This episode is important for a number of reasons, establishing the fact that people, dead or possibly otherwise, mutate within the backrooms, or something changes them, and that Ivan Beck is a big player behind the scenes, as this is the second time he's been mentioned.
Welcome to the Project KV-31 Research and Development Team.
We begin by watching an Async employee training video about the do's and don'ts of interacting with the Threshold and the Complex, before cutting to a team of 4 scientists exploring within the complex. One of the 4, the one currently holding the camera, known as Peter Tench, hears a strange sound and goes to investigate.
Guys, can you hear this?
He seemingly steps into one of the null zones by accident and is transported away from his team. He wanders around for a bit, finding this spooky area that almost looks like a set for a stage play, before wandering into a seemingly new room and setting off an alarm. I wonder where this is going. We then detect some motion in... This episode seems to be a bit more for atmosphere than anything, though we do get to see this here at the end. This is the first time that Async is encountering one of the entities, or at least the first time they get to see a little peek of them. There are a lot of episodes like this that give us a little bit of unimportant information, but they do give you a bit of world building, seeing how Async is operating, seeing different aspects of the backrooms, and just getting you into the situation. A team of 4 scientists venture out into the complex. We see that they've been building within the backrooms, creating a sort of command center, for viewing and safety reasons more than likely. This does look very familiar, doesn't it? On one of their expeditions, they encounter a room with a series of holes. When one of them, named Mark, crosses to the door over the holes, he seemingly finds something amazing, and he asks the cameraman to come over and see it with him.
Marvin, get the camera over here.
Across?
Fine, just hurry.
The cameraman, Marvin, does his best to get across, but slips and falls into one of the holes. Now we see why it's called Pitfalls. This is Editing Ghosts here, and I just wanted to say that Kane really likes to have people fall in his works, and it makes me wonder if he has like a fear of heights or something like that. Anyway, that's all. Yeah, back to the video. While in this hole, he hears what sounds like a person yelling and calling out for help.
What was that?
What was what?
I think there's somebody down here.
What?
I hear yelling, like a person is yelling.
Some of it makes sense, and some of it sounds like incoherent nonsense, almost like a tape is being sped up. Despite his team asking him not to, and us as the viewers also feeling unsure, he goes to investigate.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to find them. I know how to get back. It's fine.
Keep us posted.
As he moves towards the sound, he finds a recreation of a suburban city, streetlights, foliage, sky, and all. The voice continues to call out, so he continues forward until he reaches a house at the end of this faux street. The lights are on in the house, which means somebody must be home. Again, he hears that voice calling from within.
Can you hear me?
He enters, and it's not right. He goes deeper into the house, and I do mean deeper. Look at how long this hallway is. This is a nice little reminder that even though this looks normal, we are still in the Backrooms. And we get a full-blown shotgun blast of a reminder when he enters this room, which looks like a weird dungeon. And then, again, here's that voice.
It's not possible.
Only to realize as he rounds this corner that it is not a person calling out. The build-up to this moment is incredible. Of course, we as the audience probably knew something wasn't right from the very beginning. But we were hopeful that maybe he would find a person. But the reveal that it's one of the creatures that we've already encountered, either having learned English or just copying the final words of one of its victims, is bone-chilling.
Marvin?
That's not a person.
What is it?
That is not a fucking person!
What? Marvin, talk to me. What do you see? What's going on?
Talk to us. What's happening?
Since this is YouTube, I can imagine that some people started this series with this episode, and I can only imagine how intense this moment would have been for a new viewer. Yes, it is basically a spooky stickman, but the fact that you can barely see it, our perspective character becomes so obviously frightened and begins to run, especially because it is right behind him the entire time just screaming, whether just getting louder or closer, we also don't know. The noise just sounds so close, but he never turns around, which I think is kind of smart. Marvin does manage to escape, and when he gets back to where he started, he can still hear it screaming.
Gonna take a moment. Grab it like, yeah, hold it.
Him and his team get back and they report their findings to HQ. The team make it back, relatively unscathed, at least physically. Their footage and audio is reviewed by async higher-ups. Another scientist walks around in a way that says, "I'm very important," and then makes very serious phone calls. They put a wooden wall up to block the area off where those holes are, which, I mean, doesn't look like it'd do much to protect them, but it's better than nothing, I guess. And seemingly build a reinforced viewing panel facing also in the direction of that area, so that's good. Good to see that they're at least trying to take one strong safety measure. That'll come off really well in there. In this video, we get to see a bit more of what Async plans to do with the Backrooms, aka the complex, which they are calling A-Space in this product video. They advertise it as storage, residential spaces, workspaces, and much more, even seemingly pushing the idea that it could offset the negative effects that humans have on our Earth with global warming. What's a few people disappearing into a terrifying alternate dimension if we save the planet, right? Or at least that's what Async thinks. At the same time, they are giving what seems to be a Department of Energy higher-up a tour and behind-the-scenes look at the project. Just as the scientists of Async sit down to talk with the DOE suit, the man, Peter Tinch, from informational video shows up. This confirms that he wasn't actually teleported away from his team, but ahead of them in time. What will Async do? A big secretive research institute like this will probably do the upstanding moral thing and help the guy out, right? We hear a man named Clyde making a phone call to Ivan Beck, who we know is the vice director and possibly the lead of Project KV-31. We get the confirmation that the contracts with the Department of Energy were signed off on, meaning that the meeting went well, and also that someone who isn't on the project showed up, completely disoriented. We know this person to be Peter Tinch, who it seems Async has tried to basically erase, based on the fact that Clyde, whether new or otherwise, has no idea who he is, and when the call ends, it is seemingly confirmed by an image in the background that Async had faked Peter's death to the public in a fake car crash. It's time for a heartfelt 17 days after recording 14, two teams of Async scientists head into the complex. One such team begins a construction project, building a walkway over the holes around the pitfalls, except for the two in the center, one of which we know leads to the place Marvin had fell and encountered the monster. While this happens, the second team explores a nearby area, finding many things: a new type of area, a split in the ground between the two, writing that is obviously from some type of sentient being, possibly a person, which maps out the area, and, last but not least, Peter Tinch. Peter ambushes them and grabs Mark's shotgun, and to everyone's surprise, he is still alive, showing that they had, in fact, accepted him as dead based on Async's word. He finds out that they had faked his death.
They did. They took my life from me, Marv. Everyone thinks I'm fucking dead. My wife and children think I'm dead.
Can you please put down the gun?
Barbara, just tell me. Did they hold a funeral?
Yes.
And Mark, for some reason, decides to radio command to ask for armed support, saying that Peter is a hostile.
14C, my team and I are being held at gunpoint by a hostile.
This leads to Peter shooting Mark, and Async has to do some... Peter seems to escape. At least, we think he does. After the beginning of this video and the revelations from Reunion, what seems to be an Async higher-up gives a speech to the scientists working on KV-31, aka the complex, aka the Backrooms.
It's been a stressful 15 hours for all of us here, and while he can't currently be with us, Dr. Beck sends his apologies regarding the numerous inconveniences caused by our decision to keep you here overnight.
The man sounds incredibly well-versed in corporate PR nonsense and keeps his cool all throughout, despite how serious these matters are. In this speech, the Async representative breaks down the events that occurred in regards to Peter Tinch, from the trip into the Backrooms in which he disappeared all the way to his escape the previous night. When Peter appeared in their forward operating base nearly 2 months later, they took him in to run some tests.
Following this discovery, Tinch was moved to a secure room on this floor where, over the following days, a select group of doctors were able to administer a panel of tests in order to determine what had happened to Peter in the 2 months he'd been gone.
To Peter, he'd only been missing for a few hours, but to the outside world in Async, it had been 2 months. He seemed healthy and normal, all things considered, says this higher-up. They say that they were working to reintegrate Peter, which was difficult because they had covered up his death with a car crash.
Understood this and was willing to cooperate while we looked for a way to reintegrate him without raising suspicion. Unfortunately, though, that process ended up taking quite a bit longer than we had anticipated. And all the while, Peter was sucked out here, waiting idly by.
But apparently, he began to exhibit signs of sudden onset schizophrenia.
At the end of week 2, we noticed that he was starting to exhibit a number of behaviors common in patients diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia.
If this async representative is to be believed, he suddenly thought that this async research facility and the people around him were an illusion created by the Backrooms, and that they were all out to get him. They don't show any evidence of this, but it is a likely story, maybe? So somehow, again without evidence, they show that he managed to escape from them, despite all of their protocol, back into the complex. He then hid there for 3 days before encountering Marvin and Mark's team, shooting Mark and escaping again. This is where things get even more interesting. The async representative claims that Peter escaped the Institute, ran off into the nearby woods, and fell, hitting his head on a rock and dying from the sudden concussive blow. As the KanePixel's Backrooms wiki points out, they had a lot of footage of Peter, but seemingly did not show footage of him running into these woods despite showing off so much other footage. He ends the speech off saying that
what we're doing here is so much bigger than any one person.
And that they're going to keep on with the project, and that Peter was a good scientist. And then we cut to see 5 different images flashing in quick succession.
That we hold on to the pre-established notion that Peter is and has been deceased. That is done, and there is nothing more to be extracted.
1, a boardroom with distorted-looking people, possibly a drawing of the meeting that we just heard in this video. 2nd, a man facing a large flash of green energy. Wow. And 3rd, what seems to be a cluttered bedroom. Then the 4th and 5th images are of a man running into a city. Me and most people believe that this is Peter Tinch, having actually escaped. We then cut to a phone, eerily ringing as ambient noise plays in the background of what seems to be an empty house. This is where we are, at least as far as async is concerned, in what I'll call the main time frame of the story. This is the last Backrooms video that has been released thus far, starting with found footage and ending with damage control, showing Peter's apparent, and I say apparent, death, because we don't really know. We do have more to cover. We actually have to go back, or forward if you're going by the in-universe timeline rather than the upload date. Again, time shenanigans. Because, as I said before, I've skipped some things so we could present the async storyline as linearly as possible. But before we go back, let's go ahead and establish my thoughts on what we've seen so far. I do not believe that Peter Tinch is dead, at least the way that they said that he's dead. Based on those clips that we saw, being similar to the other of Peter Tinch, I believe that he escaped into the city, and seeing the phone at the end possibly called someone, maybe even his wife or his home. I also find it hard to believe any of the other parts of Async's story, especially considering it is all this man's word with no evidence. Yes, they do show Peter escape, but they don't show any of the evidence of them trying to get him back into society. They don't try to show any of him in containment or the interviews with him. They just show him escaping, and they don't even show the footage of him running into the woods. I think the series does a good job of showing us things when they're important, and a lot of the things that this HR representative for Async said are not shown. How do we know they were actually trying to reintegrate him? How do we know he so easily escaped into the Backrooms just on their word? From my perspective, it seems like it would be a lot easier for Async to just let him accidentally get back into the Backrooms and just disappear. I also find it hard to believe the sudden onset of schizophrenic symptoms they claimed he had, especially considering when he encountered Marvin and Mark's team, he didn't really say anything overly crazy, just reality. Yes, he was very frantic, but he had been in the Backrooms for 3 days and had to deal with the reality that his death had been faked. Everything he said to Mark and Marvin was the truth, that they had faked his death. He didn't say it was all fake or that they were out to get him.
They did. They took my life from me, Marv. Everyone thinks I'm fucking dead. My wife and children think I'm dead.
And only shot Mark when Mark escalated the situation. To me, this speaks that he was at least partially of sound mind considering the circumstances, since he didn't just go off immediately, shooting them. That shows that he really didn't think they were out to get him. I do hope Peter did escape. I hope that Async security didn't catch up to him and find him dead having bashed his head against a rock. Maybe he'll become our unlikely protagonist that takes Async down. I wanted to hope and think that throughout the series, Async isn't an evil corporate entity or something like that, because that is a really played out trope in science fiction. But it also isn't an untrue one. Many corporate and business entities, which Async seems to at least partially be since they want to sell the Backrooms as a product, do horrific things in the name of profit, for far less important products than possibly unlimited space, which is a real-world issue. We shall see, though. For the most part, this is, to me, still a pretty realistic representation of these types of businesses and people. No one is just outright callous. It feels like they're doing the things they do because they feel they have to, even if I personally think it's immoral. If Async personnel did keep Peter, they might have thought it was best for the project, which they may think is good for mankind, even if they do plan to make money along with benefiting humanity. They're not wrong in saying that the different things that they propose for the Backrooms could help us with climate change, storage, and housing. Anyway, having said all that, we need to go back. Back in time. Back into the Backrooms. Or forward in time? Forward and backwards? Like I said earlier, we skipped some things. Happened to take a different turn along the way to follow the story of Async. Some other things happened that are important and we need to talk about them. So let's switch our cameras on. We're going back in. A young woman has found a null zone or clipping area in her garage. She begins to record it, only to fall through herself. Whether this is her fault or would have happened eventually, we do not really know. She encounters many of the strange deformities of the Backrooms, from these odd chairs to this hole in the floor. There is a natural tension to her exploration, just like from the first found footage. You never know what is going to happen. It keeps you on edge. In my notes, I compared this to Paranormal Activity, because in those movies and a lot of modern horror cinema, you usually have to wait 2 hours for a payoff. Not only does this video have well done and consistent tension building, it also has a satisfying payoff in only 13 minutes, and that really is something that I have to give everything by KanePixel's credit for. She continues to explore, hearing distant noises. Eventually, she enters a large room with a crashed car. A car, driving down what seems to be an interstate, just disappears, swerving as if the driver sees something before they disappear. A commenter on the video, FrickitWeeBall, notes that the video's title translates to the yellow wallpaper in the ISBN book code. The Yellow Wallpaper is a short story by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. In the story, a woman, trapped in a small room by her husband because of her mental health difficulties, slowly loses her mind over time, hyper-focusing on the yellow wallpaper in the room. She becomes obsessed with the wallpaper, to the point of imagining a woman trapped within or behind it, which she eventually decides is herself. This is an interesting literary reference to make, and I might theorize on it more deeply later, but for now, this is how the car gets into the area our protagonist from found footage number 2 finds. Again, this is something that Kane likes to do in the series, a lot of dramatic irony. From this to the contents of recording 14 before reunion, finding out that Peter has had his death faked, and so much more, dramatic irony is a great tool to create suspense, and KanePixel uses it well in this series. Now, back to found footage number 2. Our unwitting protagonist approaches the car, seeing that it is coated in a sort of black soot. Whether this is from the car burning up or something else, we don't really know. I'm going to lean towards the car burning up. She goes to the nearby door-shaped hole in the wall, which has a black handprint next to it. She explores with the small light of her camera, eventually popping into a room covered in those tendril-like growths we'd seen coming from Nicholas's body. She looks throughout the room, confused as it is so different from the rest of the places she's been in so many ways, only for some of the tendrils to move, either calling out or yelling at her. She of course runs, as we the viewers have realized that this is one of our tendrily monster friends. She escapes, running back through many of the rooms she'd already seen, until hiding in a strange corner. only this one is a dead end instead of a dead drop. As she sits, fearfully awaiting the monster to come and kill her, a blinding light appears behind her before cutting and showing us that this was, apparently, being watched on a TV. Directly after this, we get seemingly someone's home movie, a random conglomeration of different shots and pictures, though there are things that aren't right. One of the first things I noticed was this. In the background of this shot of the sunset, we can see what looks to be another body in the same condition Nicholas's was in autopsy report. A commenter known as JBoy19 noted that this map is a planispherium, a map of the universe that was created in 1660. I also theorized that this car is the same car that we saw crashed, or at least looks of a similar make from what I can tell. We see more of these bacteriums as well interspersed within, implying that this could be the person who died there. Then we see a room that looks incredibly similar to the room that the Tendrily monster was in found footage number 2. What does this all mean? Considering we see another body in the background here, I imagine that this video was by the person who died in that car, and that the Backrooms, in a sense, stores people's memories when they die as data almost, physically transforming the space from their memories, different rooms and places that they had been and things like that. Recreates them as it does other things from our world, or something of that type. When you die there, you become one of these creatures, and your memories are absorbed, becoming part of the architecture. That would make some of these areas, this street that we saw in Pitfalls, this strange stage play-like area, make more sense. This modified bacteria might act as a sort of organic processor, taking people's memories and their bodies and using them as a sort of blueprint. It then takes this organic data and imperfectly combines it with the Backrooms. If that were the case, we could see the Backrooms as almost like a giant bioorganic hard drive, an amalgamation of different human consciousnesses. I also had the thought that the Backrooms, also known as the Complex, in KanePixel's version at least, is an entity itself. It isn't just an alternate dimension, but a sort of living being that is simultaneously a place. Some people like to think that Earth is a living being itself. Why not living in the typical sense that we think of life? It does sustain life. It has different systems, just like we do. Different things live within it. A system of beings that form an order within it that we dictate as life, like how we have cells and things. The Backrooms could be something similar. Like, what if that bacterium, that modified Hay bacillus, is all over it? What if it is made up of them? Of course, we don't have evidence of that, and I'd think that Async would have taken samples. Whether it has intent or is more like mushrooms or the bacteria that make up the monsters, I don't know. But these are just thoughts that I had, and I have more, but again, we have to go back one more time. This is one of the earliest points in the timeline so far, but in a moment we will go back even further. This video seems to show a progenitor of the low proximity magnetic distortion system, a test that at least fires off. This test is overseen by one Philip R. Heyman, who I don't believe we've seen at this point. Now, time to go back 10 years earlier. We hear an address being given by what is assumed to be a US government figure, talking about the government's relationship with Soviet Russia. As we look to a few beautiful landscapes, we then cut to a meter that's reading off some type of growing energy, a flash very similar to what we saw when the Backrooms portal was established, followed by a red overload button that then cuts into papers on a wall as something happens off screen, a splashing of that same green light that we saw from earlier, more than likely a project being worked on by Ivan Beck as the words on the page delineate. This is one of the bigger pieces to the puzzle that I've been working towards, and will play a part in a lot of my theorization from this point on. We have one last stop though. I Remember is a short unlisted video, no longer on the playlist for the Backrooms, but interesting all the same. It almost seems like someone reciting a poem about things fading in on themselves. I think this is a pretty haunting piece and recommend that you check it out. Like most everything else, I'll link it in the description. So we've gone through the whole series. We've looked at everything that I think we need to. What are my thoughts and theories on the Backrooms by KanePixels? What is the future of the series? And what does this all mean? What is the underlying story and plot? Well, I have a lot of thoughts, so I want to start back at the beginning. The actual beginning, 1972. The episode Overflow is the earliest date on the timeline and implies Ivan Beck doing an experiment that would eventually lead to the creation of the low proximity magnetic distortion system. The result is different than what we've seen so far, giving off the iconic yellow energy that establishes the connection to the Backrooms as we've seen, but also putting off the mysterious green energy that we've seen in different parts as well. We know the yellow energy or light to be the byproduct of the low proximity magnetic distortion system when it creates the threshold to the Backrooms. This green light, however, has appeared many times without a concrete purpose to this point. This not only creates a greater mystery around Ivan, but also this energy, and has led me to a few different lines of thinking for this moment in the timeline. This was possibly the moment that Ivan Beck established a connection to the Backrooms for the first time. Ivan Beck has been a background character in the series, but an important one, being not only the vice director of Async,
Ivan Beck, vice director of the Async Foundation, described the intention,
but also seemingly the leader on Project KV-31, and mentioned consistently throughout the entire series.
Mr. Beck. Ivan Beck.
Dr. Baxton.
We know from as far back as the third test that his knowledge of the Backrooms is greater than it should be, as he knows that it could offer humanity unlimited storage space.
This program is granted sufficient backing from the United States government will offer a solution to all current and future storage and residential needs and save billions of dollars on property construction and management.
Which someone would only understand if they had intimate knowledge of the Backrooms. How he has this knowledge, we don't know. Is Overflow him accidentally creating the Backrooms? Did he send himself there or see it? Did he somehow contact himself in the future or another dimension? I thought that a possibility because of this single frame from Damage Control, showing what looks to be an older man encountering that green energy. I truly don't know, but Ivan knows more about the Backrooms than the series has let on to this point, and this moment seems to be an incredibly important one. If we go off the opening and ending, the world has possibly changed after this test in 1972, as the sky from the start is mirrored at the end. The Backrooms could be an imperfect copy of our own, though this would lean more towards the world of the Backrooms is a simulation theory, and I don't enjoy that very much myself, at least not at face value. More on that later. So, Ivan Beck has known about the Backrooms for a while. How long, we don't really know, but he's had some way to gain an understanding of it by 1988, aka the third test. This understanding is that it could offer storage solutions for the future, which means he knows of its twisting and never-ending nature. This is all for certain. Knowing what we know about the mutated bacteria within the Backrooms, it's possible that his experiments somehow created it, or at least that he established a connection to it in some way to give him this understanding of the dimension. As I mentioned earlier, I believe there's many things the Backrooms itself truly could be. There's the cut and dry idea that it's simply an alternate dimension similar to our own, but in ways that we find bizarre or unnerving, but that's no fun. So, here's a summation of what we know about the Backrooms in the series so we can start coming to some conclusions. It is potentially an unlimited space. It's made up of different types of space that look similar to places within our own world. That it connects to our own world through portals known as null zones that are invisible but intersect and pull you or drop you into the Backrooms. These null zones do not follow time as we know it, bringing people in from certain points and taking them out in others. We know this can go forwards, as with Peter Tench and the protagonist from Found Footage number 1. We even know that people within the Backrooms can be transported to different points in time in the Backrooms. It's possible that it also goes backwards in time, but we haven't seen an example of that just yet that I know of. It also mutates people who die within it. It could possibly mutate people living as well, but we don't have an example of that yet either. The monsters that it creates are black, oily, and tendril-like, and can speak or at least mimic English, and are seemingly incredibly aggressive. These monsters are more than likely made up of hay bacillus, a common bacterium that is found on Earth in the human gut, but also in certain layers of Earth's soil. When someone dies, their body is seemingly mutated by this bacterium, which not only transforms them into one of these monsters, but seemingly can also change the landscape of the Backrooms itself to fit their memories. This green energy, or light, is seen throughout the Backrooms at different points, but we don't know exactly what it is yet. As of right now, we only know of one person who has escaped the Backrooms who was lost in it, and that is Peter Tench. And it was through the established async threshold. Possibly Ivan Beck escaped it as well, but we don't have confirmation on that, or if he's ever actually been to the Backrooms, maybe he just saw it. So, with all that information in mind, what do I think the Backrooms itself is? My favorite theory that I had while working on this video is that the Backrooms itself is a living entity, as I mentioned earlier. An interdimensional predator of sorts that connects to our dimension to feed on humans. The null zones are a way for it to do that, bringing people in and then letting them die. The hay bacillus then eats them away, sort of like it's digesting them. It then absorbs their memories, and possibly consciousnesses into itself as a sort of sustenance. That could be part of what the video I remember is about. Someone being absorbed into this strange hive mind and feeling like they're joining something greater. At the most extreme, there is a possibility that it would eventually absorb our entire reality, as the Backrooms folded in on our dimension, as is mentioned in the video I remember. The monsters created by the hay bacillus could be seen as a sort of white blood cell if it is an entity, killing those that trespass there as if they are viruses. This theory basically establishes the Backrooms as a sort of terrifying interdimensional predator animal. In this theory, it wouldn't necessarily kill with ill intent, but be running on instincts, a sort of natural function. It does what it does just because it does what it does. There is also the possibility that it is doing it purposefully, that it is some kind of hive mind like a biological computer, made up of dead beings, possibly even from other dimensions, and it has come to ours to assimilate us into this one massive being, sort of like the convergence event from Dead Space. Both of these ideas are terrifying thoughts to me, especially because, at least so far, we don't know if the Backrooms can communicate or does communicate in any way. This takes me all the way back to the episode Missing Persons, when the words, "if anybody, blame him," flash on the screen. Just how ominous that message is. I imagine it means Ivan Beck, but what are we blaming him for? And who is saying that to us? Like, who is communicating that to us? Like, what are we, that's scary. Of course, there are so many other possibilities. The Backrooms could itself be a manifestation of human consciousness, a sort of mirror world brought on by the experiment Ivan did, in which all of our collective subconsciouses have combined into this other place that is slowly eating into our world. And it establishes itself in this imperfect way, as the human mind is imperfect and incredibly flawed. You know, it's a biological computer. We do know for a fact that it can connect and bring people in from different times, as it does to our different protagonists in found footage number 1 and number 2. We also know that the amount of people disappearing into it is incredibly high, and only gets higher as time goes on. Another idea is that it could be a corruption of some kind, or even an illness. You could see it as the data from our world being changed in ways that it shouldn't be. The Backrooms does work in a sort of non-Euclidean way, basically meaning it doesn't follow space the way we understand it in our world. Of course, again, this could mean that the universe of the Backrooms is a simulation of sorts, but I think it could also be interesting if this corruption, or glitches, or whatever you want to call it, wasn't purely like data as we understand it. I mean, data itself is just a word we've given for information, and even biological things have information of types in them. As I said earlier, the Earth, like us, is a living being, a sort of biological computer. But what if we extended that line of thinking to the universe? We could think of the Backrooms almost like how we think of cancer in human beings. Cancer in people is a mutation that causes cells to grow uncontrollably and spread. The Backrooms goes on infinitely and seems to be taking in parts of our world. So far, only people's and a car, but who's to say it wouldn't take more? What if the Backrooms is a sort of dimensional cancer? Instead of smoking cigarettes, our dimension was infected by the actions of Ivan Beck. As I said earlier, if we go back to the disappearing car video and its title, which translates through the ISBN listing search to the yellow wallpaper, the Backrooms could be a warped copy of our own dimension, just based off of that idea, or, well, kind of. In the yellow wallpaper, the woman goes mad and eventually believes she was the woman behind the wallpaper and that she has escaped. This also summoned up the idea to me that the Backrooms could be attempting to destroy our world to replace it. That the two different dimensions are sort of holding the same space in reality that they can't share. A sort of dimensional doppelganger, if you will. Though I think this would kind of lean away from the science fiction themes of the series, because where does Hey Bacillus fit into that? Having said all that, let's move back to the things that we are certain of, for the most part. Peter Tinch was killed by Async or is alive, either having escaped or was captured by Async. I don't think he was killed by a rock. I earnestly believe that. I hope he escaped, but Async's story does not add up, and there's a possibility that they're being set up to be one of the two big villains in the series, the other being the Backrooms itself, of course. I don't think that Peter went insane, but as I said earlier, we don't know if people who stayed in the Backrooms for long periods of time don't have things happen to them, or that they don't mutate. And he was in there for like 3 days without a hazmat suit. What if Peter is out in the world and mutating and becomes a scary stickman running around the city he's in? Ivan Beck is going to eventually play a bigger role in the series. How? I don't know. The series has only established him knowing the sort of infinite nature of the Backrooms and not much else, considering he seemingly didn't know of the monsters inside of it, at least that we know of so far. This makes me think that he possibly created it or at least saw it, but didn't truly understand it in the 70s. You change in the Backrooms and become a monster, memory seemingly being transferred to the landscape of the space when you die. What purpose this serves, we don't know solidly, besides that it creates these monsters that seemingly want to kill other people. We don't know how sentient these monsters are. Could they be like us, slowly evolving? Or are they mere copycats, learning to trick us so that they can hunt us more effectively and get us out of the Backrooms? The Backrooms is itself untethered to time. It seems to be connected to all times, or at least many different points in times. Maybe in that it is a sort of meeting of all points of time. It exists outside of time as we know it, in a sense. Async as a company is playing with fire. They know of the dangers, but are continuing, either because they truly believe in what they're doing, or they just see dollar signs, or maybe Ivan Beck knows something that we really don't. That green energy, time travel energy, my friend Matt actually told me while I was editing this video that green energy is technically stronger than yellow, which does make sense considering it seems that this green energy light just looks really powerful and wild and kind of badass. Maybe it's the energy of creation within the Backrooms, adding and subtracting rooms or moving them around. Who knows? All in all, this series has a lot of mysteries for us. The futures of characters such as Marvin, Peter, and Ivan, what the Backrooms is, or at least what it is doing to our world as it interacts with it. This was a really fun series to watch after The Oldest View. I bring that up because The Oldest View felt as if it had a lot more subtext and sort of evolution in it. The Backrooms feels as if it has less subtext in it, but I still like a lot of the themes that run throughout it, and some of them are similar to those of The Oldest View. Themes like things of memory, of destruction and death, and amalgamation into something greater, of corporate greed, how people will play with dangerous things they don't understand in the name of profit and growth or discovery, and ignore the consequences. And, like The Oldest View, he used a lot of different techniques from straight-up found footage, filming to third-person type views, and watching the series through televisions as a sort of unseen eye. Possibly a peek into this alternate dimension. I like that Kane plays with these types of things, whether they have meaning or not. A lot of the methods Kane uses to deliver story and themes started here in the Backrooms, but felt improved in The Oldest View. Lots of cutaways, break-offs to different scenes that are all connected to our core story. YouTube is a great platform for video like this in my opinion, because we as an audience don't have an inherent belief as to how the video should function. This allows people like Kane to experiment with the way they deliver narrative with more freedom than typical cinema, as well as the audience to interact with it in different ways, which is why I featured some of the comments from his videos in this video, besides just liking what the commenters had to add in general. And the Backrooms itself as a series is a product of internet culture. This series was made by KanePixels, but is an amalgamation of an online meme and lore created by people like you and me. From the 4chan creepypasta, to the Backrooms wikis, to the games, to the liminal pictures. People inspiring people, and talking about things that they care about. And that is beautiful to me. So, what have we learned today? Hopefully, something. I at least hope I give you something new to think about, even if I don't really have all of the answers. Maybe I just entertained you while you ate a meal. That's the least I could hope for. The Backrooms series by KanePixels is incredibly expansive, told in many parts, with breadcrumbs littered to lead us to certain conclusions. I've shared my thoughts with you today, and I really enjoyed watching this series. I'd love it if you'd share your thoughts by commenting or leaving a like. Let me know if I really did make you think about something new or gave you a new idea to apply to this series. I'd also like to throw a little section in here at the end, some recommended reading, if you will. Again, my friend Matt said I should throw Isaac Asimov's The Gods Themselves here. He said it plays with similar ideas to the Backrooms, including parallel universes and all that. The Shining is another great piece of media that features a haunted, strange place. I would recommend the book more if you want those backroom vibes than the movie. The movie is good, but the book just has a lot more of those kind of twisting turns and unreality to it. House of Leaves, though I haven't read it, it has sat on my shelf for years, is apparently one of the greatest horror books of all time, and has a similar winding story and narrative structure to the Backrooms. Basically Remedy games in general, but specifically Alan Wake, Control, and Alan Wake 2. All of these games feature like strange dimensions and monsters and non-Euclidean geometry, as well as time travel, mindfuck, and like Lovecraftian monsters and things like that. It's really good. And also, of course, Silent Hill, just the whole series of Silent Hill. Silent Hill is kind of like the Backrooms video games before the Backrooms. They're a lot more psychological, and they're definitely a lot clunkier than a lot of modern horror games, but they are fantastic. The whole Silent Hill series, even the bad ones, have something good about them. I might make a video about that in the future. And a quick few others, because this video is already really long. I mentioned Stranger Things and the works of David Cronenberg at the start, Dead Space as well, Cabin in the Woods, and of course the works of H.P. Lovecraft. If you have a recommendation for something that has these Backrooms vibes, the Oldest View vibes, please throw them down in the comments below. I'm sure other people would love to see recommendations. I know I would, and thank you. And KanePixels, if you're watching this, hi, I really enjoy your work and I look forward to the Backrooms movie. Also, MattPat, if you're watching this, give me a shout out. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my friends and family for supporting me. This has been my best year on YouTube yet in my nearly 30 years of living. My friend Matt for translating Joo-hee Yoon into Korean for me and telling me about energy wavelengths. My friend Philip and Daniel for being my watchers. They watch my videos and read over my scripts with me, and they really do help me. They give me new ideas. KanePixels for making such a fantastic horror series. My grandmother for being such a strong person who has helped me in my life. My grandfather, God rest his soul. And you guys. If it weren't for viewers like you, 2023 would not have been my best year on YouTube in my entire life. So I want to give you a heartfelt thank you. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember, where the body... fuck. So that was the Backrooms. The Backrooms was really cool to cover and see where KanePixels took off. Before he was doing the Backrooms, he was doing random shorts and also a series on Attack on Titan. KanePixels is really young, and I respect him a lot for the quality of what he makes. I think maybe me covering his works first on my channel, while beneficial to my channel and getting me where I am today, also spoiled me a little on what analog horror can be, because he basically makes Blair Witch style TV series on YouTube for free that anyone can watch and, in my opinion, compete with real television. So yeah, I love like all of his work, and I look forward to covering things that he makes in the future, if that's still what I'm doing with this YouTube channel, which, you know, it probably will be. I do want to move into other things eventually, but not at this very moment. Because up next, we have my most recent video on the series Basswood County by the YouTuber Darkmind. Probably my most critical of my recent videos on analog horror. I've done videos on things before and been very critical, but I tried to do like an AVGN type slant in the past, and I don't think that works for me. It comes off as really fake and tryhardy. In fact, maybe I'll throw one of those old videos in at the end so you can like see what that was like, even though I think they're kind of cringy. And I definitely didn't do that with Basswood County, because even though I was critical of the series, I still think that there was artistic integrity and intent behind it, even if I didn't particularly enjoy it. So here's my Basswood County video. I explain it all in detail there. So what's up with Analog Horror's obsession with counties? Analog Horror series love counties, and that's a fact. My guess is that an area often referred to as a county is seen as rural, out in the sticks, foresty, houses out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by land that could have anything in it. You just don't know. Maybe even giant spiders. But I also think it's one of those self-propagating genre cliches. Leave a like if you live in a county, or don't. And comment below what horrifying things haunt the area you live in. We've got deer that stand up on two legs, like in that one episode of Adventure Time where I live. They're mostly chill. Mostly. Speaking of counties, Basswood County is an analog horror series made by the creator Darkmind, which details the horrific things going on in the titular Basswood County. Darkmind has been making YouTube videos for a few years now, getting his start in 2019. But like the previous person we covered, Dr. Nowhere, he also does a lot of horror art over on Instagram and Twitter. And while his most prolific work on YouTube is Basswood County, he's also made other horror shorts on YouTube as well. I decided to give this series a watch after seeing a handful of comments recommending it, and actually found this series kind of hard to cover in my usual style. This has to do with the way that Darkmind makes his videos and the way I do. Most of Darkmind's videos seem to primarily be a way to deliver scares or are very vibe-based. I describe his style at times as avant-garde with very little to no structure, and I mean this even compared to other analog horror series that I've covered before. Darkmind seems to have an obsession with nightmares, and his videos often feel like you're experiencing a nightmare or a bad dream. This can be pretty cool when it works, but I'll admit I had trouble writing up this script because of the very nature of this. So with that in mind, we're going to do our thing and go over the overall story of the series as best we can, and critique it as well. But, as I always want to be fair, I do recommend you watch the series first and make your own judgments. In my previous analog horror video, I talked about not saying a piece of art is valueless because you don't get it, and while I am going to be a lot more critical in this video than I have before, I want you to keep that in mind. In fact, I'd love to hear your opinion on the series if you're a fan, especially if you disagree with me, or if you agree with me. You know, I want to just kind of gauge what's going on here. And remember, these are just my thoughts and theories, and I'm only one ghost haunting your electronic devices. There's plenty more, with plenty of other thoughts out there. Having said all of that, there's something going on in Basswood County, and we've got to figure out exactly what it is. Basswood County is a place that is being haunted and terrorized by a group of entities called humanoids. They can look exactly like you or me, but they can also look like this. Long limbs, tree-like roots or branches growing from their backs, and they're always cheesing it up for the camera, and by that I mean they have a big fat grin most of the time. Sometimes they also look like this. The people of Basswood County seem broadly aware of them. Throughout this series, it is implied that people know that they exist, and it's pretty open that these things hunt and kill people. I wonder how much housing costs in Basswood County. You'd think it'd be pretty cheap considering that, right? The first video features an analog horror staple, an emergency alert, and is aptly titled Basswood County Humanoid Alert. Of course, something is off about the tape for multiple reasons. Not only does it feature changes that make it seem haunted, it also has a lot of unnecessarily violent details about the killings these monsters are committing, as well as footage of the creature actually attacking, but there's also a couple of errors of syntax at the beginning of the tape. One is a pretty obvious error, but the other could be alluding to the video knowing you're currently in danger, which is an idea that the tapes seem to play around with, and is another staple of analog horror. But besides that, there are a couple of moments that I think are meant to be taken as serious and scary that just made me laugh and are kind of silly. Like this progression of creepy sketches that ends with this face. And then at the end, just the monster kind of like hanging out and standing around is kind of funny to me. Having said all that, this first video is alright. There are a solid couple of scares that I won't spoil, and I think Darkmind's art is pretty solid, but it's a pretty inconsistent start, and it also feels pretty derivative of other analog horror works right out of the gate. Important things to note about the episode are the time disparities between the tapes and this older piece of art that all seems to imply that the creatures have been around for a long time, including as far back as a few hundred years. Personally, I think if Darkmind had cut out the last 50 seconds and ended the video right here, it would have been stronger for it. There's already a lot of dead air in this first video, and I think it kind of ends on a low note when you had this scare and then it goes into this part, and that would have just been a great ending, I think. Now, on to the second video, which is titled Detective Jeff Alberson's Tapes 1998. There isn't really much I felt needed to be covered in this besides the second mention of Jeff Alberson, this detective. I do also enjoy this specific sketch. It reminds me of The Thing, and I just think it's pretty creepy. And I also do like this moment here because it almost makes it seem like the monster is the photographer's roommate who just happened to surprise him by taking a picture with a flash on late at night, and the monster's just like, whoa, dude, what are you doing? But yeah, nothing really happens in this video. A police officer views a tape of someone driving around, and then the monster just kind of hanging out at someone's house. The third tape is titled Identity Test, and is the most viewed video in the series, and also one of the most interesting to me. It encapsulates a lot of what I wanted to talk about with this series, both good and bad. We start with a segment that seems unrelated to the rest of the video. A scene from an old black and white movie in which one of the two characters morphs and becomes rather monstrous looking towards the end of the scene. If you've paid attention though, they are having a conversation about the person who transforms pretending to be someone he's not.
Weeks of masquerade as a French nobleman, and now it is time for you to change back and return to your provincial university. And if
which does fit the overall themes of the series. We then cut to a screen where it warns us that viewing of this tape is prohibited by law. This is important to my theories later on in the video. What follows is a test to see if you can identify these humanoid monsters versus regular people. Before that, we get some words on screen that says, "We can hear you," and I guess that's the monsters talking to us, right? Now, I'll admit that I think this identity test is kind of funny, because the fake humans are incredibly obvious, and at times the regular people look just as scary, if not more so to me. I mean, look at this dude, what the hell? This goes back and forth from being kind of silly to me actually being rather scared of it. An example of it being silly is this moment, where a character turns around having the exact same face as the one shown on the test, and then the words, "I will tell you what your mind cannot comprehend," appear on the screen over and over again. I think this moment is really cliche to analog horror. Not only that, but the other face, in my opinion, was kind of scarier. But what follows does actually kind of creep me out. The art used is really reminiscent of the Scream painting or the character King Ramsey from Courage the Cowardly Dog, both of which scared me pretty bad as a kid. Also mix that with a little bit of Richard Simmons and perfectly hits this uncanny valley level of discomfort, especially when it transforms. I actually left this up on my screen while working on this video and left the house and came back home to it and was a little perturbed that it was still up on my monitor. Like, why did I do that? The second half of the video is where it kind of takes a turn. We see a section called The Failure of Jeff Alberson, the detective from the first two parts. This segment features someone seemingly looking at evidence or notes of Alberson or something. It's kind of hard to tell, it's kind of vague, whatever they are. It's just like kind of a random assortment of stuff. This person then turns around and a creature wearing a hat similar to Alberson's appears and goes at them. Was this Jeff filming? Or was that the already taken over Jeff in the doorway? Was that Jeff's former body or something impersonating Jeff standing there going? We don't really know, we don't have enough context. Then we transition into a series of seemingly unrelated scenes to the test or the prior Jeff Alberson scene. While we are given information on where the creatures come from, what surrounds it is a rather random assortment of scenes with the monsters, which don't really connect in any way. Are they scary? Yes, some of them are, but then some of them aren't. We have about 15 seconds of someone filming a window before knocking on it, and then about 5 seconds of the monster at the window. Someone watching TV when they suddenly realize they're watching themselves, and someone drops the camera and we see a face of a creature. Someone walking around a house with creepy music in the background, and then a face appears and whispers to them. And last but not least, a statue-like monster that turns suddenly towards the person holding the camera. Now, I only caught this in editing, so I wanted to point it out, but this statue monster is supposed to be this same monster from earlier, I believe, based on this little flash that we see here and also here earlier, which is a pretty cool internal callback within the same episode. Now, I still don't know why we're seeing it. It's cool, though. I've always thought statue monsters are rad, but again, I don't know why we're seeing it. Another little gripe that I have is that sometimes the monsters are represented as really scary, but then other times, like in this identity test, they have faces like this, and honestly, it's not very scary at all. It's funny, if anything. And if you're wondering why I bring up that these scenes all feel so random and disparate, it's because it feels like we're supposed to be grasping that something is going on, but when you see all of these scenes together, it just makes you wonder, like, what is going on? What did that whole Jeff Alberson scene have to do? What is going on here at the end? Are these just random people being attacked by the monsters? Why did this guy see himself being filmed? Was the monster filming him? It just all doesn't really add up, especially if this is a series and there's supposed to be some type of story going on. And you could argue like, oh yes, this is Jeff Alberson becoming a monster. This statue monster is important, but why should we care about Jeff Alberson? Why does he matter to the story that is trying to be told? What is the story that's trying to be told? It's obviously about Basswood County, but besides trying to be scary, what about what we are being shown is important to the story being told? Next is another video without much context. Titled Peaceful Life, what we watch is an informational tape on how to live a peaceful life, but instead seems to be meant to instill a sense of dread and horror in the viewer, and really that's about it. We have like a scary face here at the end, but not much else happens in this. The fifth video in the series is by far the longest and probably tied for my favorite along with Identity Test. Simply titled The Chamber, we learn about, well, the chamber. We first heard about this in Identity Test. This is where the creatures come from. It was some text that popped up along with those random scenes at the end. We learn about Calvin Basswood, who found the chamber where these creatures come from, and then promptly got the fuck out of there. After this, we as the viewers are threatened by this nice disfigured gentleman, and then we see Andy Stevens, who went missing but was found immediately after we saw this, only he was different. Then we find out about a group of researchers in 1996 who went to the chamber after seeing the high disappearance rates of people in Basswood County in only 1 month. So this basically does tell us that yes, there are probably regular people who live there, despite the fact that that just seems absolutely insane. This part has a really cool moment in the middle of it that almost feels like an old point-and-click adventure game where they're using a map and like marking these sections to see what's in the room as the researchers explore, which does have some important lore bits, but again, they're also kind of vague and other stuff that's just completely random. The important lore bits is things like this window is where they seemingly come from, so that means it probably connects to a different dimension. We also see a bunch of dead people who are disfigured in ways that we find out at the end of the video are important because apparently it means that the monsters were inside of them possibly, and also this dude is like crucified. Alright, let's actually go over the entire list of the different things that they see in the chamber. We see a TV with a frozen image of one of the monsters on it seemingly, and a tape that is actually the identity test tape there, as well as this weird looking doll that looks like one of the messed up face people from a previous episode. There's a table with a clock on it, and also a dead woman who apparently looks as if she's melting and she's missing her eyes and teeth. There's a man right under the window who is missing the top half of his head, and he's seemingly crucified. There's also what seems to be the body of Andy Stevens, or at least the top half of it. His bottom half seemed to have walked away. At the end of this tape, after seeing all of these random things, we have a doctor played by Darkmind himself, in universe seemingly, explain the anatomy of these different creatures. They seemingly take over you by getting into a large cavity in your chest and then slowly going into your brain, and then eventually this causes your eyes and teeth to melt, or maybe that's how they leave out of you. It's kind of vague. Again, like I said, a lot of the stuff in this is kind of vague, and this goes back to why some of the bodies that were shown in the previous part are the way they are. I guess when they take you over, you lose your eyes, and the roots will eventually grow out of your back, but it is also a little confusing. Does this mean that they have to take over people to transform into them? Can they transform into them the entire time? Do they stay in the body, or do they eventually leave it like we see here? There's just not much information to go on. We then see a final transformation at the end, and part of me is like, is this after they have left a person's body? Did they like absorb how they can look through their DNA or something like that? It's here that you could probably tell one of my biggest problems with the whole series. To keep it simple, it's really random. There are a lot of things that are introduced to try and be scary that don't really go anywhere, and sometimes it does try to tie them together, but I don't feel like it always works. A great example is Andy Stevens, who looks like or is in fact the monster from the first 2 tapes. But is it important that he's the monster from the earliest tapes? We also have more text meant for us as the viewers, which implies that the tapes are haunted or made by these monsters or something like that, like something is reaching out to us. But does that mean that the monsters are making and disseminating the tapes? At times they seem like unintelligent animalistic predators, but if they're smart enough to make a VHS tape to spread it around, that kind of mixes things up, doesn't it? And also, again, what is up with this damn doll? I know not everything needs to be explained, but it just feels like really random, especially if these creatures are not like human and intelligent. It hasn't said that they aren't, but we really don't know what's actually going on with them. Like, what is their purpose besides killing and taking over people? What is the world that they come from like? I know a lot of this is just me saying all these mysteries, but there's so much mystery and there's not really much to go off of to even begin to figure out what's really going on. Is Jeff Alberson dead? Why are these monsters here? Like, who is watching these tapes? Why are these tapes existing? Is it the monsters? I don't know. And this is all the while, some of the scares are also kind of hit and miss. I think I could overlook the randomness a little bit more if it was actually effectively being scary all the time, but it's not. Sometimes it's a little bit funny, and sometimes it's just you know? The next tape is called Basswood County Killer, and I actually have a couple of things to say about this, so we're gonna go on for a minute. For such a short tape, you'd think I wouldn't have much to say, but I do. So originally in this section, I talked about how it doesn't make sense that the killer is called a killer when it's one of the monsters, but it's possible, since this is one of the earliest points in the modern timeline of the series, that this was before they knew the monsters existed, but that feels like it goes against other information we've been given. Were the monsters hibernating for however long until the 90s? Like I said, it's just confusing. And to illustrate my point, I'll try to make like a timeline at the end to just show that I am doing my best to pay attention and like figure this out. I'm sure no matter what I do, there's going to be people who are saying I'm complaining too much, but that's just going to happen when you critique a series, especially when you're going over it as much as I am. Now, I actually think the second half of this video has something that is effectively creepy and scary, but it's kind of ruined by something that happens kind of early on. Let me tell you about it. You see, after the beginning of the tape, which is done in a television news broadcast style, we are shown what is supposed to be a radio broadcast talking about the killer. Not only does it mention that the killer sometimes just likes to tie people up, which is bizarre on its own and pretty creepy, he then mentions showing CCTV footage of the killer as if they're going to show it somehow over the radio, before doing this growl.
Criminal at the moment of a stop. Captured by our affiliated advanced CCTV programs.
So not only does it not make sense that in-world a radio show would talk about showing footage, even if it was just going to be audio, that wouldn't make sense, especially when the footage is actually shown after this, and it's just the guy standing there. Not only is it supposed to be a radio broadcast, which is just audio, which means anyone listening in-world would not be able to see what they're going to show, but what's that growl? Is it supposed to be scary? Does the guy have indigestion? This could be just a me problem, but this throws off a lot of what I do think is pretty creepy in the second half of this video. The killer apparently begins chasing someone after they see him and does eventually get them. These visuals are pretty creepy, and you can even see that the person in the trash bag isn't seemingly dead. It looks like the trash bag's actually moving a little bit. It's spooky, but then all I can think about is the fact that a radio host said they're going to show footage and then growled. It just doesn't make sense. And last but not least, the last video is another helpful informational tape on how to sleep that again does anything but what it says it will. Again, a lot of things happen in this, and some of them are genuinely pretty creepy looking and sudden, but I just have no idea what's really going on. There is an implication that maybe the creatures are like making it hard for you to sleep or can mess with you mentally, and maybe they're also trying to keep you awake. It's really hard to tell. It seems to be maybe if you're kept awake too long or if you go to sleep, but it's all just kind of random. There are some scary faces that are popped up on screen. There's a person who transforms, and then we also see this monster here at the end, but I'm also just kind of like, what is all of this having to do with each other? My biggest guess for this tape is that while I thought that maybe the monsters have to get you physically to like get into your body, that could be wrong. Maybe they just have to like wear you down mentally or can get into your mind and then somehow can establish themselves within your body? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, the tapes have implied that they're messing with the viewers and probably messing with the minds of people in Basswood County, but again, it's just so vague, I feel like. So, yes, as you can tell, one of my biggest complaints in this series is that it's all very random, kind of a shotgun spray of analog horror. But before I really get into the critique of the rest of it, including that, I want to give my theory on what's going on in this series to the best of my ability, to try to make sense of all of it, even if it does feel difficult and pretty random to me. From the very beginning, the videos don't seem right. Of course, this is a cliche and a trope in analog horror, but I did mention that they all have this nightmare-like quality, and I do think that's intentional. While the videos are titled as informational, it seems that all of them are anything but, and the person who's making them, or whatever's making them, actually does not have the viewer's best interest at heart at all, and I know that's shocking. Whoever's making these tapes doesn't actually want me to get good sleep? What? That's blasphemy, I say. That's absolute blasphemy. From the horrifying images that are flashed on screen during what are meant to be peaceful or helpful moments, to unrelated and unnecessarily violent information that is provided to the viewers, and even things that directly threaten us. Despite constantly implying that they are being made for the residents of Basswood County, I don't think they're being made to help them. Not only do we have a warning sign in one of the tapes saying, hey, it's illegal to watch this, but we also see the identity test one sitting on the floor of the chamber where they come from, which kind of implies that the monsters actually have something to do with these different videotapes that these people are watching, and even if they're marked for Basswood County, I don't think they're being made by the government of Basswood County to help our citizens or whatever. Not to mention, as I've kind of joked about a couple of times already, why would you stay living in this place unless you had to? Like, honestly, if there was a place like Basswood County in real life and it was known, it would probably be a no-go zone. Like, hey, don't go here. There are monsters that will kill you and scoop out your insides and make you watch their weird artsy VHS tapes that have, like, scary faces interpolated over them. Obviously, what we have is an unreliable narrator situation, which there isn't really a narrator. More what I'm getting at is whoever is making these tapes or videos is obviously not out to help the people of Basswood County. Could be the monsters or some greater force that also has to do with the monsters. Could even be whatever is going on is propagated by these videos, like you watch them and then you slowly transform or something, which then makes the whole parasite thing a little confusing, but maybe the tapes are even being made for the monsters by the monsters as they slowly replace the residents of the county, and the people there are slowly just becoming a county full of monsters who all just live together and pretend that they're humans, which is really bizarre, but yeah. Joking aside, the most obvious thing is that there is something wrong with these tapes or videos. It's implied throughout the series that the monsters are possibly already affecting us, or the tapes themselves are haunted, or made by the monsters. It's not exact at any point throughout the series. There's just too many unanswered questions. I'll use these as some examples. In the episode The Chamber, the researchers come to Basswood County because of the disappearances, as if it's a mystery, but then immediately go to the chamber as if they know about the monsters. In the chamber, they're confused about the identity test tape on the ground, which implies that they've never heard of it, meaning that the county itself made it and it didn't leave the county, or that the monsters possibly made it, or that something outside of like human knowledge made it. The monsters seem to be almost like organic entities sometimes, almost being implied to be like parasites, but also spiritual, psychic, paranormal parasites that can like get into your mind. Smart enough to make these tapes, but also kind of animalistic. It seems kind of all over the place, that every time a new tape is coming out, there's some type of new idea. I would say that Basswood County is a no-go zone where no one actually lives there, but then there are parts that imply that people do live there, but also parts that imply that people don't know what's really going on there. Again, why is the identity tape on the ground? Are these being made for people and changed by things? We just don't know. It's just a bunch of random things that happen that imply things, but then they contradict other pieces of information. But yeah, my biggest guess is that the videos are implying that us as viewers, or whoever is watching it, are already infected or being taken over by the monsters or whatever is going on, which explains all of the strangeness, the appearing faces, the words on screen, the nightmare-like qualities of the videos. Everything that seems kind of random makes sense when you think about it like that. That's my core theory anyway. The videos are implying that we as viewers, or whoever we're looking at these videos through the eyes of, are becoming one of the creatures. We have been taken over, we're slowly losing our sanity and becoming a monster, and that's what's happening, at least from what I think. That's the only theory to me that really makes sense considering everything, if you take everything into account. Now, this could all just be me, maybe I'm just not looking at it from the right angle, maybe there's just something I'm not getting or I overlooked, but I can't really piece this together in a way that makes sense to me. Also, to add to that, here's the timeline I said I'd make earlier in the video. I did this in hopes of maybe something clicking for me and like making more sense, but in all honesty, when I looked at this and I thought more about it, it just made things even more confusing. And that is still one of my biggest complaints of the series. To me, Basswood County looks as if Darkmind wanted to make a series as a way to string together some of his horror creations and ideas, and usually an analog horror series on YouTube do better than individual analog horror shorts like he was making. So there is nothing wrong with wanting to make a series that's connected like this. It's just that the story itself is loose and all over the place, and at times feels like it barely connects. The series does end up feeling very disjointed because of this. Things that are introduced at points contradict other stuff. And even when you think of the videos themselves being made by an unreliable narrator or the monsters or someone who doesn't care to give reliable information to the viewer, it can kind of work, but it can still feel frustrating for a viewer if you think about it too much, especially if the scares aren't doing it for you. And I did find the scares to be very hit or miss. The pacing also to be very hit or miss. There are long stretches of characters just walking around with nothing happening before cutting to something completely different. Long stretches of just black screens, segments that I feel could be cut and would actually make the video better or more impactful, like the last 50 seconds of the first video that I mentioned at the start. There's also a handful of errors throughout the series and parts that are funny enough that they almost made me laugh and feel like it was a purposeful parody, and maybe they are. There's nothing wrong with the series having elements of parody in it, it's just that I couldn't tell if it was intentional or not because some parts of it felt like they were meant to be taken very seriously, and these funny parts can throw off the tone of the whole video, especially in the aspect of like the impact that scares or other parts can have. The killer tape is another great example of that. In the middle, you have this radio host who growls after saying he's going to show you footage, despite the fact that it's been stated it's a radio show, and then the ending has this moment where there is a body wrapped up in a trash bag and duct tape, and it seems to even be moving a little bit. That's pretty creepy, but it's kind of thrown off by this part in the middle, in my opinion. A lot of my core complaints about the randomness and the disjointed nature of this story and series comes back to the nightmare-like nature of videos that Darkmind makes. I did watch a lot of his other videos, the little shorts, and they're all made in a similarly structured way, but they're not trying to connect in some type of overall story. Again, I'll use the last moments of Identity Test as an example of this. I like the way that these last scenes play out. I think the statue monster is cool. I like the idea of someone watching themselves on TV and then seeing that they're being watched by something, but what does this have to do with anything else? Like, is the monster actually filming this guy? Why are we being shown this statue monster? What does it have to do with the Identity Test? What does it have to do with the failure of Jeff Alberson? I mean, where did the Jeff Alberson thing even come from? Again, if you focus on this as thinking that these are haunted videotapes, and so there's going to be an element of randomness there to scare you, it can still work, but I still question it. I still think, like, what was the intent behind this? And it doesn't always stick when I think with that in mind. If it seems like I'm being harsh, I'm definitely not trying to be. I genuinely do think Darkmind has a lot of creative energy and potential. While watching his videos, I did watch a few of his older shorts and happened upon one that I really liked. And in a lot of ways, it's similar to Basswood County. It's called 4 AM I'm in a Nightmare, and while having some of the elements I complain about in this series, I think it stands on its own because it is its own thing. It is a singular video that isn't trying to connect to other things. It's just a very fun, nightmare-like video with some awesome visuals to match it. Darkmind uses lots of different little bits of stop motion, of real-life video. He's made little masks and different costumes and things like that. Some of the effects he uses play off very well and are just fun little visuals to me. This video by itself reminds me of one of the nightmare sequences from like a David Lynch movie. Darkmind is obviously a creator who is using what he has to make something, and I always commend that. He's a small YouTuber and possibly making these videos on a small to no budget, and when you keep that in mind, it can help give you perspective on a series like this. That doesn't mean you can't dislike it, of course. I obviously have a lot of critiques. I think he could work out a story for all of this that connects better. I think he could make a bit more consistency, maybe have a bit more linearity to it. I mean, that's just a complaint I have. I've looked at his comments, and there are a lot of people who genuinely really like these videos, even with the confusing nature of them. I think that's part of what draws them in, and so maybe he shouldn't change anything at all. So to summarize, I didn't really like Basswood County very much. I think it has pretty bad pacing issues, moments that are more silly than scary, and a plot that is pretty nonsensical, and I mostly think that last one's on purpose, but it didn't really work for me. I also think some of the scares don't land, even the ones that aren't funny. They're just not scary, or they're kind of annoying. But I also want to admit that I don't watch these series like normal people would. To explain, when I make these videos, I watch these series over and over and over while making them. I probably, before even editing this, watched this series front to back 3 or 4 times, not to mention the amount of times I had to watch these videos while editing. Most normal people wouldn't even watch this series twice. They would watch it once and then move on, and then some people watch it like twice. I watched it once and enjoyed it okay enough, but knew that I needed to watch it again to really cement my opinion. And so I rewatched it to cement my opinion, to pick through the finer details. And over time, I made the realizations I did, that I didn't really like it. And I want to say that Basswood County isn't special. I do that with almost anything on this channel. Sometimes I only have to watch something twice. Sometimes I have to watch it 3 or 4 times. That's just kind of the way it is to make these videos the way I do. Despite having a lot of problems with the series, I do hope that Darkmind continues it, and I want to see him grow as a creator. I like seeing people who do things different even if they don't click with me. I like seeing people who experiment. Going back to being a bit more positive, as I said earlier, my 2 favorite parts of the series were definitely Identity Test and The Chamber. These feel like they had the most effort put into them and tried to summon something up to connect them to the overall story. And while still having a lot of parts that I found disjointed and random, I did like certain parts of them a lot. The end sequence of Identity Test, while random, did have some pretty cool art and interesting stuff going on. The beginning of The Chamber with the original founder, as well as the exploration of it, represented through this map with these different sound effects, almost feeling like a point-and-click or a text adventure game, I found that really neat. And I will add that as the series goes on, it does improve. The latter videos definitely don't suffer from some of the problems that the earlier videos do, like the fact that there are segments that just go on for a long time for no reason, people just walking around, the driving thing and the Jeff Alberson tape. The later videos don't suffer from that, but they still do suffer from the confusing plot that doesn't seem to know what it wants to do. I may not love Basswood County, but I can see the passion in it and the other works that Darkmind has made, and I hope he does keep improving his works and experimenting with them. You can see more of his hand-drawn art and digital art over on his Instagram or his Twitter, which I do recommend you go and check out, of course. And also go watch some of his shorts or the whole series for yourself. Besides Basswood County, he's made a lot of stuff, and I genuinely think some of it is pretty cool to look at. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday. Thanks for letting me haunt you for just a little bit, and remember, so that was the Basswood County video. So next up, we have my video on an indie game called Soulcatcher, another work that was kind of derivative from what I understand, but it got the benefit of me not having played the games it borrowed ideas from. And I liked it for what it was, even knowing that. It wasn't perfect, but I paid like $2 for it and had a genuinely good time. And I want more people to play games like this and give them a chance. Also, the developers tweeted at me and seemed to enjoy the video and took my criticisms well, so shout out to them. Anyway, let's get right into it and explore the world of Soulcatcher. You're going on vacation, a well-rated resort in the mountains that you've never heard of, despite living in this area for most of your life. With you, you're taking your grandma, or your dog, or wife, or husband, who knows, you're taking someone. As you drive down the winding mountain roads, you get a sense of deja vu. You pull up to the resort. You get out of your car and head inside. It's nice, but a bit smaller than you thought. There's only one employee. He's creepy looking, blue, and speaks few words to you. He gives you your room key. You go to your room. You look over at the picture you always bring with you, that is, of course, of the person that is already in the room with you, okay? You go to the bed, and while you sleep, a blue person approaches and gyrates at the sliding glass door of your room. Then a crash awakens you. Your companion is gone. Blood trails out the broken glass door. The photo is cracked for some reason. You follow the trail of blood into the wilderness behind the resort. This is how the 8-bit horror game Soulcatcher begins. Creepy, atmospheric, but also kind of goofy. Soulcatcher had been on my wish list for a while because I thought the art for it looked interesting and it only had like 5 reviews, and at this time it still does. It reminded me of the game Faith, but maybe a little bit more on the cartoony side. I do own Faith on Steam, but I still have not played it, so the only way I can compare the two games are visually. They both use that 8-bit art style, though it's pretty obvious that Faith's rendition of it is a lot more complex, with a lot more animation and movement, especially in the cutscenes. Having said that, their main comparison is that they're both horror games in that 8-bit Atari style. And while I think they're very different in scope, I do think it's interesting to compare them, at least in this cursory way. So I'm going to be analyzing Soulcatcher as its own thing without comparison to Faith, but I wanted to bring that up front because I know some people will probably notice it. I wouldn't be surprised if this game was in some way inspired by the success of the Faith series, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think getting more games of this style would be pretty cool. And if you enjoy this video, maybe I'll even play Faith and do a video on it too. I spent a lot of hours combing through the halls of this game's setting, trying to see every nook and cranny of it that I could and get every single ending. While this video won't be a complete guide to the game, I am going to more or less take you throughout the game, explain the story as well as what I think it means, and give you a few of the endings. And if you stick around till near the end, I'm going to talk about my favorite and the funniest ending in the game, which is not the joke ending actually, so look forward to that. Having said all that, I do encourage you to actually go out and pick up the game yourself. It's only $3.99 at full price on Steam and frequently goes on sale for around $2. It's a great little experience, and if you like the video and want more, I'll make a full guide on how to get every ending, in writing and in video. And if you like, comment and subscribe, I'll also be very happy because that would be rad of you. Now with all of that and a little bit of self-shilling out of the way, let's turn ourselves orange and stalk the halls of the Hayes Manor in Soulcatcher. After stepping through the broken glass door, we take a trek through the woods, being watched by a strange blue figure similar to whatever took our partner. We arrive at a house, which we will learn is the house of the Hayes family. There's a barn that's locked, a little side shed, and then the main foyer, and oh, there's a ghost. Or an albino, a full-body albino. After seeing the ghost, we get a little scared and try to leave, only to see that we can't. There's a note left by a ranger who is trapped here too that explains that there is no way out. Poor old Ranger Tabs. So we head back inside and follow the path of that ghost, or albino. In the kitchen, we see a scenic rotting pig's head, and then turn into the room at the top to see the ghost go in through a locked door. This is when the real meat and potatoes of the game starts. Soulcatcher is basically a puzzle chaser horror game like Clock Tower or Resident Evil, but you can't kill enemies. If you get caught, that's it. Game over. I do have to say, it is worth it to die at least once because the main baddies are incredibly silly. I mean, look at this guy, or whatever it is. This motherfucker is not scary. This motherfucker is silly. So we explore, doing many strange tasks, from opening doors to getting chased by the Blue Man Group. If you've played a survival horror game before, you kind of know what's going on. If you see an item, it's probably best to pick it up even if it doesn't look useful, because it'll probably be useful somewhere, like this jar of honey. There's a few fun little moments throughout the game that I really enjoyed. Some mandatory and others just optional little things that you can find. One of my favorite moments is this one, where a dude just turns and his head falls off. And then you read a note next to him, and it's from his perspective, and it's like, oh man, it's so inconvenient that my head keeps falling off. I wish it wouldn't do that. And it's like, man, I'm sure you wish it wouldn't. I wouldn't want my head to fall off either. I'd probably get dizzy. As we do our little tasks in this haunted place, we slowly unravel the story through a series of notes. Some are from random people who were trapped here like we are, and others are like journal entries from the people who lived here before it was haunted, or while it was becoming haunted, I guess. Through the journal-like notes, we learn that the Hayes family owned the house. They mined for gold underneath it and built a hotel as a way to get a more sustainable income than farming or mining. Now, this is where things get a little confusing. It seems that the Hayes family had another family working and living with them. Whether this is by marriage or they were just hired help and close to the family, it's hard to tell. The problem isn't that, it's that the notes don't tell you who's writing them. So you just have to assume through context who's writing it. It could be someone's husband, but then other times it's like, oh, sister is upset that father died, and it just becomes kind of confusing. Like, is it someone's husband? Is it one of the sons? You don't really know. Of course, it doesn't make sense to write your name on every page of a journal, but it also doesn't make sense to scatter your journal pages all around your haunted mansion. So it'd be nice to just have the context of who is writing what. While we're at it, another one of my big gripes is in the save system, which is a checkpoint type situation that only happens when you hit major goals. It's fine, but you have to play a big chunk of the game in the first half before you hit any first checkpoint. Anyway, back to the story. The Hayes family eventually finds some tunnels under the house, and then 2 shrines in these tunnels. The first shrine is for a being called Noxanesh or Nyanesh, I don't really know how to pronounce it, which was apparently the first living being on the planet, and another to a bird deity called Alwet or Alwet. The Noxanesh shrine was covered in dream catchers, and the Alwet shrine it was covered in like a lot of statues of birds and stuff. After finding these shrines, all hell breaks loose in these notes. The head of the Hayes family, Mr. Hayes, falls sick. Then they find a necklace with some black opals on it that they decide to give to Miss Hayes. Then, the writer of the note's sister, who is pregnant, has a stillbirth, the baby being dead with a strange ring around its neck. And Mrs. Hayes begins walking around at night wearing the necklace up to the balcony and just disappearing. This seems to imply that the ghost that we're seeing is Mrs. Hayes, as she is the ghost that we see early on in the game, and also the ghost that jumps off the balcony. She leaves a note when you go down to where she landed, which basically implies that the necklace is evil, and also gives you a code to a puzzle. This is one of the only puzzles I'll spoil a little bit in the video, but the edges of these different shapes are the solution to the puzzle. I'm not going to tell you where you put them in, I'm just telling you it's the edges. It took me forever to figure that out. I even had to like Google some stuff, and it took a lot of Googling because not many people have played this game. Anyway, after that last note, another says Mr. Hayes then turns blue and mysteriously dies with another strange ring around his neck. A strange stone raven is found down in the shrines, which seems to be helping us in the main game in some way throughout the game, and is placed in a bird cage in the house just because. This all culminates in one of the letter writer's brothers ending their own life. The writer then tries to leave after seeing the former Mr. Hayes walking the halls of the manor at night, despite the fact that he's dead. Not to spoil anything, but my guess is the bones that we find out in the barnyard belong to the writer. That would just make the most sense, as that's where he says that he's leaving from, and those bones are also apparently pretty old. After finding all of these notes, digging up the necklace and returning to the cellar, as well as solving a bunch of other puzzles, the game has 2 main endings. There are actually like 6 endings, but these are the 2 important ones to the story overall. First, when returning to the cellar, the ghost of who I presume is Miss Hayes tells you that the necklace will save you and her family, or implies it, which is contrary to the note from earlier, which means she's lying. She's a lying ghost. You're a ghost and a liar. Liar! If you pick up the necklace, it locks you into one of the endings, which I guess is considered the bad ending, or the ritual ending. You have to go in and face the being that's doing all of this with the cursed necklace. The game freezes you in place and makes you wait there for a really long time while it slowly edges across the screen until it decides to just run at you really fast for some reason. If there are ever speedruns of this game, figuring out how to make this motherfucker move fast would be one of the biggest parts. Once it finally gets you, it mocks you and tells you that you're going to relive the same day again until you're pure. Then the necklace transforms into a noose, hangs you, you become the blue gyrating figure from the beginning of the game, and the loop continues as it turns out that you're the one who took your companion at the start. Whoa.
I'm afraid I just blew myself.
The second ending in the cellar, in what would be considered a good ending but still seems kind of bad, you get these items by doing certain tasks in the game in certain ways, and ravens will appear and give them to you, and also solving a bonus puzzle. Once you have all the items, you craft them together and make the soul catcher, which is different from a dream catcher because it needs to be. Remember, don't pick up the necklace or it locks you into the worse ending. Once in the tunnels, you use the soul catcher like a magic Pokeball to trap the entity inside. Literally, the soul catcher flies up into the air and sucks it inside, and the thing screams because of course it does, that sounds terrifying, and then it lands and makes a little like ding chime sound like a Pokeball does when it catches a Pokemon. I'm not kidding. Then you cry over the body of your companion as a bunch of blue-bodied, multi-eyed beings that sound like children crowd around you and speak backwards, and then you fade away. So, what's going on here? In that better ending, I don't know. But I think I've got most of this figured out, at least why this is happening. There's some books in the library that tell a story of creation that involve a raven and a man. At the start, a divine being called Inyan creates the earth and then basically becomes it. And then another divine being called Skan then creates the raven and man. It turns out that Skan and Inyan are real-world deities based on the creation myth of the Lakota Native American tribes. The rest of the story told in the library seems to be original to the game, at least from what I can find. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the Lakota myth besides the use of Skan and Inyan. After Inyan created Earth and basically became it, Skan made Raven and Man. Man had a daughter, so Skan gave him light so he could see his daughter, but Man, scared that his daughter would be ugly, hid the light away from everyone. What the fuck? Raven wanted the light, so it tried to trick the man unsuccessfully by using a blue jay. Until finally, the raven got the man's daughter to swallow him as he transformed into a hemlock needle, which then got the girl pregnant, what the fuck, and she gave birth to the raven as a human boy. Man, believing this boy to be his grandson, showed the boy raven the light, who then turned back into a regular raven and not a boy raven, and then took the light. He accidentally dropped it after an eagle gave chase, and it became the sun. Then Man swore revenge on the raven, and what the fuck. At first I had no idea what the rest of this had to do with anything, until after doing a bit more research, I found that the word Alwet and Noxanish are words in a Native American language that was spoken by the Cahuilla people. In that language, Alwet means raven and Noxanish means man. Having found that, while the story is still pretty confusing to me, I can get the basic gist of it. I think the blue creature in the basement is probably the man from the creation myth, who is seemingly taking revenge on the raven and us in some capacity, I guess because we're supposed to all be his children, and maybe he sees his daughter raising the raven up as his own as like a betrayal, so he's punishing all of mankind. And also he turned the raven into stone because you can turn the raven back into a regular raven and not a stone raven. Yeah, it doesn't all fully add up with what's going on, but that seemed to make the most sense and it all connected everything in a way. The game's plot through action seems to imply that some type of ritual is going on. The creature, which I think is the first man based on the line, is trapping people here and making them commit some kind of ritual that has them reliving the same night over and over again. This apparently traps your spirit there in the house in a loop, and then eventually you become like him, I guess. There are a lot of scattered themes throughout the game that tie into this, being a sort of punishment for your character, like he chose you because of your sins. Every character you pick has some sort of troubled background that is revealed to you. For the character that I've been doing in this playthrough in the video, it turns out that our character hit a kid with their car and forced their husband to help hide the body, which is pretty dark. Like I said, every character has some type of darkness to them, whether it be something they did in the past or something recently or whatever. And I guess this plays into the elements of this story as well. Possibly this ancient man wants to punish the bird for stealing the light, and he wants to punish humans for their transgressions as well, which is why he's covered in eyes, I guess, and I don't know what the necklace has to do with all of that, besides maybe greed. I don't know. Of course, not everything in a horror game needs to be explained, it gives some mystery, but I feel like a lot of these elements are kind of disparate. They work enough that I can like string something together and go, okay, this kind of makes sense, but nothing is definite. Now, having told you all that, there is still a lot more to this game. Like each character having their own dark and mysterious background, the mansion also changes in subtle ways for each character that you pick, and almost implies a timeline of each character showing up at different times. There's even a joke playthrough that has some pretty funny parts in it. It definitely got a few chuckles out of me, and a joke ending. And it's pretty obvious that the developers have a lot of love for horror and horror games. There's the carpet from The Shining, a reference to the itchy hungry note from Resident Evil 1. I think the game is overall pretty charming because of all of this. There are 4 other endings besides the main 2, and they're not all necessary. One of them, like I said, is a joke ending, and so that's fun. The others just seem kind of miscellaneous, like they're not really a big deal. And, as I mentioned near the start, here's the ending that I consider to be the funniest. There's a chapel in the mansion for some reason. It never really gets explained, it's just kind of there. I'm guessing it's because it's a scary location, so they just thought, hey, let's throw it in. And you can sit inside of the confession booth, and then one of the blue creatures will appear and talk about your sins and then chase you. And it's really easy. You can just leave the room and you get away from it. But if it catches you, it gives you this ending where it literally hits you with a shovel, like a thunk, and then just is like, I'm gonna save you, and then just buries you alive, and then that's the ending. And it says the ritual has ended, and that's literally it. You get buried alive, and the ritual has ended, and it's just so funny because it just catches you, and then it has this one big eye compared to all the other eyes, and he just hits you in the head with a shovel. It's just all over the place. I guess they just wanted to have another ending, but it's just so funny when it just runs up and hits you with the shovel. It just does not fully fit with the rest of it, so yeah. That's basically all I have to say about the story and everything, and so now I want to move into a little bit of friendly critique of the game because, of course, it's not perfect. The sound effects and the music, while solid, do get a little repetitive. It's obvious they had a somewhat limited sound library, either by choice or otherwise, and while this isn't a huge detriment to the game, it does become noticeable, especially as someone who played it through like over and over again to 100% it. The story is, of course, as you can tell, a little bit all over the place. It's not necessarily bad, it's just kind of like, not everything connects. And the same thing with the tone. It goes really dark sometimes, but then also goes really silly, which isn't a bad thing. Like Silent Hill 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. It just doesn't do it as effectively. Like, there are times it seems to lean into the schlocky horror atmosphere purposefully, and then other times it feels like the game is trying to be scary, but then it's just accidentally funny. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I don't know if that's what the developers were going for. And also, some of the puzzles could have used a bit more work. I got stuck in ways that I would argue were not fun being stuck. Like, I was just like, what the fuck? And then I realized, oh, I've had the solution all along, I just wasn't putting it in right, or something like that. And also, like I mentioned earlier, there could be a better checkpoint or save system in this game. I do know that the save system in the game is probably a throwback of sorts to those Atari 8-bit style games, but I think the checkpoints could have at least been a bit more frequent. I think Soul Catcher really does capture that 8-bit era in both the good and the bad. It is almost like a true homage in a sense. It doesn't really elevate it, but it doesn't really make it any worse. While the story is kind of all over the place, I love the references to Native American cultures, the simple art style and the sound design, and the overall cozy horror vibe of the game. I can't often describe many games as cozy horror, but I think this would do it. Sort of like the perfect Halloween vibe. Spooky, but not overly scary, if you get what I mean. Just kind of creepy, but cozy. The game is really flawed, but I feel like the flaws add to its charm and also make it feel more like one of those classic games. Like, yes, I'm talking about how the story is kind of a mess, but a lot of those older games on the Atari and those earlier systems had threadbare stories like this, just enough to like bring in the audience. There's different ways that you can soft lock yourself. The game is relatively short and pretty easy to figure out in some ways, and then needlessly obtuse in some other ways, but overall I think for what it is, it's a great little experience for a few bucks, and there's probably worse things that you could buy on Steam, and you can feel like there's genuine heart in this game, or at least I feel it. So, that's Soul Catcher. I appreciate you guys watching the video and also being so patient. It's amazing that the channel is still growing off just the Rolling Giant videos alone, but also my Resident Evil videos. Really, it's nice to see the views roll in on almost everything, even the low-performing ones. I'm still figuring out how to do this whole YouTube thing successfully. I'm almost 30, and I've literally been doing YouTube on and off for half of my life, and I still haven't figured it out, but I've gotten a lot further than I ever have, so that's really encouraging if I'm trying to be really positive about all this kind of stuff. My goal for this year is to try and release a video on my main channel once a month, in this style or others. I want to experiment a little bit, but it seems that people really do like my analysis style of videos, and I do enjoy making them. On this one, I barely scraped getting it out before the end of February, but I did manage with some hard work and time crunching. And, as one more thing before we go, if I hit 10,000 subscribers sometime soon, I want to do something special on the channel, and also open up a Patreon. I feel like Patreon would help make the channel more sustainable. I might also consider YouTube memberships. These would just be ways to support me and the creation of my content. I do work a real job alongside YouTube, as a lot of YouTubers do nowadays, so the extra income would help make life easier and hopefully help me make more consistent content, and maybe one day make this a full-time thing. As for the special video at 10K, I don't know. Maybe something related to Silent Hill or Resident Evil. I love both of those series, but I'll start thinking on ideas soon. If I keep getting subscribers at this rate, which, you know, fingers crossed, knock on wood, it might happen before half the year is over, so that would be great. And remember, like and subscribe so you can help add to that goal. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember.
I'm afraid I just blew myself.
There's gotta be a better way to say that.
It's funny that at the end of this video, I talk about hitting 10K, and here we are. Too bad I couldn't think of anything really cool to do with Resident Evil or Silent Hill for 10K, but I will spoil that I do have some plans for those series in the future. I mean, the Silent Hill 2 remake is just around the corner, and I am very excited. But this next video is actually one of the reasons I didn't have anything planned for 10K, because I wanted to focus on just getting videos out that I thought people would enjoy. And I mean, this whole marathon is kind of for that. It's 10K. It's awesome. This is my Boiled One Phenomenon video, which I ended up covering more than I originally intended because I had the idea to make it a bit more of a longer and diverse video. It covers not only the Boiled One, but also some of Dr. Nowhere's other works and Cognito-Hazards, and while frustrating at the time, I did end up really liking this video. And like a lot of my videos that end up successful, I actually wasn't feeling very confident when I hit the upload button. I thought this video wasn't going to do very well because I was experimenting a little bit with it. I did the whole, like, oh, this is a tape of a tape type thing. I don't know why overall I didn't feel super good about it. I think maybe I just started to, like, have been working on it for so long, so it started to wear on me, and I started to feel some self-doubt, but look where it is now. Anyway, let's get boiling, or, you know, let's watch the video is what I mean. One dark, late night during the making of my Greylock video, I happened upon an account by someone known as Dr. Nowhere. He created art of various monstrosities, usually overlaid onto various photographs of real locations. I enjoyed this art and would find out through a recommendation that he also had a YouTube channel. He just recently released a big video with this terrifying entity in the thumbnail, and people began to react to it. So, being the next hot analog horror on the proverbial YouTube streets, you know I had to check it out. The Boiled One, as you might call this creature, is itself a cognito-hazard, or a cognition hazard, with it possibly having some of the qualities of an info-hazard as well. We won't get too into what these ideas are at the moment, but after we look at the Boiled One phenomenon, we are going to get into the meaning and history of info hazards and cognito hazards, as well as discuss them. Hey everyone, this is Editing Ghosts here, and I just wanted to drop in really quick to say that Dr. Nowhere actually made a community post detailing some of his inspirations for the Boiled One, and I'll be adding in a section discussing that towards the end. But for the most part, this video is staying as it is, just with that section added in later. So some of this is going to be conjecture. Anyway, thanks. I hope you have a Bible nearby or some other various religious text, because we're about to dive into the horrific 10-minute short known as the Boiled One phenomenon. Welcome to the GhostsOnHoliday video entertainment system. Hi, and thank you for joining us. Today on the GhostsOnHoliday channel, we're going to explore some creepy topics. What else is new? This video is made to help keep you safe and informed. Have you ever heard the slogan, "Knowledge is power"? Well, that's not always true. Some knowledge can seriously endanger your physical health and mental well-being. Such dangerous information is usually categorized as an info hazard or a cognito hazard / cognition hazard. Info hazards and cognito hazards are things that, if learned about or perceived with one's senses, can harm you in many different ways. This tape has been created in such a way to show you these harms and hazards without actually letting any of them befall you. Having said that, anomalous events, entities, and happenings are still incredibly volatile in nature. So if you feel any of the following: nauseous, dizzy, dry mouth, tingling pain in the feet or hands, the presence of something behind you, an encroaching sense of doom, or shadows at the corner of your vision that seem to move away when you look towards them, please take a break and view the rest of this video later. If some anomalous event or being does happen to establish itself within your perceived reality through an info hazard or cognito hazard, you should also follow the GhostsVes system known as FART, or FART, which we will later detail in this video. Yes, it is funny, haha fart, but anomalous beings are no laughing matter. So remember, if all else fails, fart.
And now, our feature presentation.
At the very start of the Boiled One phenomenon, for just a moment, we see this large black squiggly line. Hate to say it, but this is probably important. We of course get told that some details have been changed to keep people anonymous, and the name drop of some type of organization known as Ephrata 228. And then, right out of the gate, we get another warning that, basically, watching this could allow anomalous things to happen to you. As stated probably twice now, a cognitohazard is a thing that once you become aware of it, you perceive it in some way. It's basically haunting you or can cause you harm. Something older that could be used as a reference would be like a chain letter, or even removed from horror, something like The Game, if you know what The Game is. Haha, you just lost it. But it was popularized online by the SCP Foundation, which there's a few things that feel like they are inspired by that in this video, which I really dig. I like that it seems like online horror creators are taking from other online horror creators. I do think this list of things is funny. Earplugs so you can't hear whatever this thing is, some things to write, and also Psalm 91:10. This psalm, of course, has a bunch of different translations, but essentially is, no evil or harm shall happen to you, no plague or disaster shall come upon your home, or tent, or dwelling. You get the idea. Next, we get some instructions. If we hear something unusual, we should immediately put the earplugs in, and turn to our paper to write. The words that we write on the paper are, I can see this paper, I can see my hand, I can't hear the screaming of thousands, I can't hear the feast, I am a moving, breathing human being on the planet Earth. But of course, right before we actually get this helpful thing to write down, there is a flash of something else. This shows the anomalous faculties of this tape. That something that flashes on the screen is, I can't see this paper, I have no hand. I can hear the laughter of thousands. I can hear the feast. I cannot move, nor do I want to. Eerie. What is the feast? Then we are to recite the psalm. I like the illustration because it's like if something unholy persists, pray, and the representation of whatever is unholy is just like an upside down cross in your head. If that's the unholiest thing that you're like thinking of, I think you're probably in luck, but considering what we'll see in this video, most of the people are not so lucky. Then if any of this happens to you, you'll be asked to contact the authorities, who will give you amnestics. It says, most appear to lead a normal life after, which is not very hopeful because, of course, that's not certain. It's like most appear to. Yeah, you might lead a normal life after. Amnestics, by the way, are a form of fictional medicine that give you amnesia. Basically like a mind erasing type situation. There's a movie called Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind with Jim Carrey that features a similar thing. Or in horror, again, the SCP Foundation uses amnestics a lot to clear people of things like this that could harm them just by knowing about it. That's probably what popularized the term amnestics as far as I understand. We then hit our title sequence, the Boiled One phenomenon. We follow this up with the introduction of the Tree of Heaven, apparently taking place in 2003 on August 13th. A documentary-style children's program in Pennsylvania ran from the 90s to 2001 about the fauna and foliage of the state, and how to live alongside it. It ended because the host died. This was all fine until on August 13th, 2003, a rerun of the 13th episode began to play out of nowhere. This rerun started out normally, explaining that they're going to seek out poison oak to explore its origins and function in nature. By the way, the version of poison oak that they're seeking out is actually different than the one that I understand and am used to. Where I live, poison oak is usually like kind of a vine or a weed down on the ground. This version of poison oak is actually a tree. It's why it's called the Tree of Heaven. If you actually look it up, the Tree of Heaven is a large tree that grows very quickly and is actually an invasive species, and I'm going to talk more on that later. We then learn that during one of these reruns, a red melting face appeared, known as Thin 228, which I'm guessing is Phenomena 228. This face spoke to people in a disturbing voice, overlaid with clips of hospitals and people's bedrooms. Of course, anyone who saw it could seemingly understand what it was saying, even if they spoke different languages. We then get another warning that the clip has been edited, basically to help us because of its cognito-hazardous properties. So, in essence, some of the clip has been taken out and the audio is backwards. So to keep you guys from a terrible fate, and because I am technically classed as an anomalous being myself and can't be affected by this broadcast, at least not the same way you can, I'll tell you what it says after watching it. The full phrase is cut off slightly, as I said, but I'm going to tell you the full thing and what you actually hear in the video. The full phrase is, "The very memory of my face will cause a manifestation of my being in the future. You will be asleep in bed. I will be there and watch over you. When you wake, you will not be able to move any part of you. When the doctors eventually find you, they will not see me, but you will, and I'll see you too. Forever, I'll see you." How sweet. The version in the video starts from the word cause. The broadcast would be known as Broadcast 813 and would be seen by approximately 530 residents of South Pennsylvania who were obviously scared by what they'd seen. Apparently, besides the fear this caused, the broadcast had other side effects. Which, yes, there probably wouldn't be so much precaution if it was just a normal, weird, and creepy broadcast, and yeah, I'm pretty sure even the phenomena itself says that there would be things happening like that, so. The image of the creature that they saw would not leave their mind. Some even heard its voice. One person heard trumpets before going to bed. We'll hear more on that later. Like, I wonder if they're pretty ones or ominous ones. I imagine ominous trumpets, because, you know, this is very ominous looking. The day after the broadcast, August 14th, Ephrata ordered the power to be shut off for most of the region to stop the spread of the anomaly and the possible incognito-hazardous facets of it. Of course, this ties into a real-life event known as the Northeast Blackout of 2003. This was a pretty severe blackout that lasted 2 days for some areas, but up to 4 for others.
It took 29 hours for the power to be turned back on in most major cities, but the brief outage contributed to at least 11 deaths and caused an estimated $6 billion in economic losses.
It resulted in approximately 100 deaths, and troubles with local infrastructure during the period, affecting the availability of water and food, obviously, and of course, emergency services. The idea that the blackout was done to stop a paranormal entity is pretty cool, but the real-life story is even more interesting, which is just a catastrophic line of human failures that started with a single downed power line in Ohio. Which is crazy to think about, but not what this video is about. During this blackout, the recordings of Broadcast 813 and any knowledge of it were collected by Ephrata, and what they couldn't collect, they did their best to destroy. But for some people, it was already too late. 96% of the people who'd seen the broadcast were seemingly affected by what is known as a pseudocoma. As it says on screen, a pseudocoma is basically a waking coma. You can't move, you can't speak, but you can feel, see, and breathe, which is pretty terrifying even without the monster involved. Ephrata, of course, went out to interview people, but most of them were seemingly unusable or nonsensical, until they encountered one Job Zamperini. I'm going to say Job because Job as a name is dumb. Of course, this is a fake name to protect his anonymity. Job was fluent in Morse code as he was a veteran, so it made interviewing him far more accessible than any of the other people. Not only that, but his grandson captured a picture of what seems to be Phenomena 228 in his own backyard, next to a playhouse, which yeah, I imagine as a kid this would have been incredibly disturbing. We then get a clip from the interview by an Agent Gomez of Ephrata. By the way, during this section, I will refer to agents as agents of Ephrata or Ephrata. The agency within this little universe that Dr. Nowhere has created is not actually called Ephrata. The branch of whatever this unnamed agency is based out of Ephrata, which is actually an area within Pennsylvania. So, just wanted to clear that up. During the interview, Job states that he fell into this condition after seeing Fen 228 on the television, and that it watches him through the window and is not of Christ.
When did you begin seeing this face? Interesting.
Not only does he see the face, but he hears the screaming of many voices, as well as trumpets before he goes to sleep. The agent, of course, communicates with Job through Morse code that is flashed on the screen.
Sorry to hear that. Are these screams constant? Thank you. You shedding light on this is helping more than you know.
At this point before Job's response, there is a red sequence of Morse code that is flashed on screen. This Morse translates to nobody but me and you, though when it flashes back to what Job said, he is saying, but Lord Christ is with me. The interviewer tries to thank him, but the footage cuts. The being, the boiled one, then rises up in the window of the image. We see some fun text on the screen. This text says, "Wonderful day, the miracle of birth, and fetal fanfare." There's also some Japanese text which roughly translates to "fear of the one and only Watanabe bird." A commenter on the video noted that this is a reference to Mutsuhiro Watanabe, who was a Japanese war criminal who specifically tortured POWs. One of the men he tortured was known as Louis Zamperini, a former American Olympian. Watanabe died the same year as the broadcast, and while the commenter posits the theory that the entity Fen228, aka the Flesh Sumac, could be the spirit of Watanabe, I personally don't think that's likely. The creator, Dr. Nowhere, did confirm that this was partially the inspiration for aspects of the tape, and he wanted it to take place in Torrance, which was Zamperini's childhood home, but the blackout never reached that far. The being, Fen228, then speaks.
Listen closely. Do you hear it? You will hear the laughter of thousands as the sky opens up.
We see blood rain from a hole in the sky. It develops a little arm which begins to just go absolutely wild. Just look at that thing, it's freaking out. We learn that this line from the start is probably it extending into the sky or in the tape. Here is what it says this second time. Listen closely. Do you hear it? You will hear the laughter of thousands as the sky opens up. You will hear the trumpets play their happy sounds. The scalding blood of life will pour down onto us all. Together we will be still. Together a feast for a king. Together melded by love and the purest connection. Be still. Be... We then see a couple more flashes, and it cuts to a warning screen, which basically is like, hey, it's probably best that you do the instructions we told you at the beginning. Here is the psalm, and we also get one little last bit of Morse code that says, I still see you. Yeah, very cleverly, the little beeps that are meant to sound like an alarm are actually in Morse code, and that's what they say. Pretty cool. But hey, what is going on? Right out the gate, of course, there's a lot of biblical themes and mentionings within this video. There's, of course, the very upfront ones like the Bible verse, Job Zamperini, and his constant reminding that Christ is with him and things like that. Not only that, but the unnamed agency in this video is from the Ephrata branch in Pennsylvania. If you didn't know, Ephrata is a variation of the former name of Bethlehem as well, and Ephrata itself was apparently established by a religious community that practiced a broken-off variation of Christianity, known as the Seventh-day Dunkers because of their belief that the seventh day was the true Sabbath. These individuals were celibate, slept on wooden benches, and would wake up in the middle of the night to watch for the second coming of Christ, and they also didn't eat meat. This group practiced a variation of Christianity that practiced two things that I particularly find interesting for this video, which is love feasts, where they would eat the meals that they believed that Jesus ate, and non-resistance, which is the idea of giving in to authority no matter what, even if they're doing you wrong. Another fun fact that fits into our boiled one theory here is that the only glass trumpet of its kind in North America was found in the original location of their habitation. The hearing of trumpets is often heralded as something that will happen when angels arrive. A hole opening up in the sky to rain down blood seems very biblical as well. The themes of birth, the idea of a fetal fanfare, and a feast. This might be a long shot theory, but it seems to me like whatever this is, Phenomena 228, or the Tree of Hell, or whatever you want to call it, is preparing people to be a meal for some horrifically divine entity. Fun fact, but in an Instagram post made by Dr. Nowhere of the photograph of the boiled one next to the playhouse, he refers to it as the flesh sumac, among other things, like the Tree of Hell. If we go off of the Instagram post, there's a real possibility that it even chose the people who saw it specifically, because you only see it if it wants you to. Going off that post, a sumac is a plant that is also in Pennsylvania, which is used to tenderize meat and itself can be eaten. Phenomena 228, this thing, refers to not only itself, but those it affects as a feast fit for a king. Interestingly, the Tree of Heaven, which is another parallel name given to this being, in the Instagram post it's called the Tree of Hell, is an invasive species of Pennsylvania. This is double interesting when apparently the Tree of Heaven kill off actual sumac trees and other plants that are local to Pennsylvania because they secrete toxins into the ground that are dangerous to other plants. They also look like sumacs, so you could argue that this thing, Phenomena 228, is an invasive species because it doesn't belong in our dimension. With all that in mind, the idea of birth, the trumpets, the constant biblical themes, the fact that the invasive tree of heaven is called what it is, I think this thing is a parallel of that. An invasive species that is coming in and possibly preparing people to be a meal or doing terrible things to them in preparation for some type of entity. The horns are a herald of that being, as is the rain of blood. These are all things of biblical proportions. I mean, hell, maybe it does this to people to cause them mental anguish, and that's whatever the thing it serves feeds on. I think there's probably something greater at play, and if Dr. Nowhere has greater plans for this little short into the future, and whatever world he's cooked up, we might even get to see this greater horror too, or things that it sends as well. Of course, again, this is all my own theory. This is just one short that is kind of disconnected from everything else Dr. Nowhere's made, so we don't really know yet. Whatever's going on, we do know that the boiled one, or Phenomena 228, or the Flesh Sumac, whatever you want to call it, has cognito or info-hazardous properties, so let's touch on that now. So, you've just watched a piece of media with possibly hazardous information. The things seem not right. Are you hearing voices? Maybe you feel an unending sense of dread, or even worse, a visual manifestation has appeared within your field of vision. A disturbing, unwanted being that is not of our world, at least that you thought. Well, don't worry. Here at the Ghost on Holiday video entertainment system, we've got you covered. As we mentioned at the start of this tape, we're just going to follow the FART protocol and everything will be okay. Do you remember FART? We mentioned it at the start, and we're going to tell you more about it now. Maybe you're laughing because it sounds funny. Well, my dear viewer, it's anything but. It could save your life, so let's jog that memory of yours. FART is comprised of the letter F, A, R, and T, and each letter has a very important meaning. The first letter is F, which stands for feign ignorance. Some anomalous beings are essentially energy narcissists and thrive off of your attention and negative emotions. If you simply ignore them, pretending that they aren't there, they might go away, or even better, simply disappear. A. Assert your understood reality. If step 1 doesn't work, simply move on to step 2. Firmly and angrily affirm your understood reality. Tell this entity that it is not real, that it doesn't belong here, and that our reality is not fit for such bizarre and horrific things. We do taxes and go to Starbucks. Horrific paranormal monsters do not fit into our boring day-to-day. Hopefully this will cause it to want to leave, or maybe even knock it out of that head of yours, but if it doesn't, it's time to move to step 3. R. Reassure yourself. Let yourself know through vocalizations and positive internal messaging that everything is going to be okay. These entities thrive off of your negative feelings. Unless they don't, maybe you got lucky and have some type of spirit dog that is simply a nuisance, or maybe some type of trickster fairy. But let's not hedge our bets on that. So simply tell yourself that everything is going to be okay and move on to step 4. T. Step 4. Talk to an authority figure. If all else fails, seek out an authority figure. The shadow agencies that deal with this kind of thing are on your side. Remember that. Phone numbers are hidden in various places around your home, including the bottoms of cereal boxes and graffitied onto billboards and the sides of trains. But if you can't find the emergency phone number, please leave a comment on this video to tell us the form of your emergency and the entity that you're seeing, and leave a like to enter the anomalous help queue. Below is the number of people ahead of you in the digital queue line. Thank you for tuning in. So, info hazards and cognito hazards. Most people online, especially if you've been into horror, have heard of the SCP Foundation. And if you've heard of info hazards and cognito hazards before, you probably first heard about them through the SCP Foundation, or a SCP Foundation related source, whether that be an article directly from the website, or a video covering one of those articles, or hell, even a game.
What's all this muck on the ground?
Save moment, save.
For the unlikely few who haven't heard of it, the SCP Foundation is a semi-fictional foundation that deals with the anomalous beings, items, and events in our world. SCP itself stands for Secure, Contain, and Protect. That's what they do. They acquire these things or beings and try to keep them away from the general populace to keep us safe, essentially, and for the most part. But sadly, some of the things within the SCP universe can cause harm without ever actually touching you. All you have to do is know about them, or perceive them. That's what the idea of an info hazard or cognitohazard is. There's also a class known as a memetic hazard, which kind of falls in line between those other two. We'll start off with an info hazard. An info hazard is information that you might learn that can damage your physical body or mental well-being. Like I said before, you've probably heard of this before from the SCP Foundation, but it's an idea that has been around for a very long time. As with many things horror today, the person who popularized the basic idea of info hazards would be one H.P. Lovecraft. While this term was never used in Lovecraft's writings, Lovecraft, throughout his many stories, featured information that one could learn that would literally drive you insane. To simplify, this would usually be something like the knowledge that we're all actually in a dream of some sleeping god. I'm sure there's also something at play in religious theologies as well, and though I couldn't find anything concrete to represent in my research, you will hear things, especially in media, of like thinking the name of God or what God looks like in your head and that causing harm to you. Some SCP examples of info hazards would be SCP-1128, which is an aquatic being that when you describe its appearance or basically learn about its appearance in any way, it teleports you to this like other dimension and the thing hunts you apparently. And then, of course, the classic and ever terrifying SCP-2316. Remember, I do not recognize the bodies in the water. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. A real-life example of an info hazard would be anything that might cause you psychic damage, as the memes online refer to, like learning that your girlfriend put period blood in your spaghetti without asking you first. Huh? Anyway, a cognitohazard is basically a cognitionary hazard, which means an anomalous hazard you'd have to perceive with one of your senses. Technically, an info hazard is kind of the same thing because you have to perceive something with your senses, but like, you get what I mean, I think. This extends to all of your senses. It could be touching something, it could be seeing it could be hearing it could be tasting it. Again, H.P. Lovecraft is one of the ones who popularized this in our modern era. You know, you're not supposed to look upon the face of an elder god or a painting or a depiction of it or even some ancient artifacts that you look at and they'll like cause your brain to melt or whatever. I was actually playing the recent reimagining of Alone in the Dark, and it features an item which, when you look at it, it literally teleports you to a dream world. The idea of a cognitohazard goes back a long time, actually. There are mythical creatures such as Medusa or the Basilisk which have cognitohazardous properties, like looking in their eyes will turn you to stone or kill you. You could also count like the burning city of Sodom as a cognitohazard, since looking back at it will have the Christian God turn you into salt, you know, R.I.P. Lot's wife. An example of an SCP cognitohazard would be SCP-2, which is known as the living room, and it's literally a room that is made out of human flesh that when you see it, it kind of calls to you if you are around it, and you go inside and it closes up, and then it absorbs you into itself and you become human furniture. Rad, and also a terrible fate. A real-life example of a cognition hazard would be like staring at the sun, because it'll make you go blind. A more recent, but still older than the SCP Foundation example of a cognitive hazard would come from the author David Langford in his story Blit, B-L-I-T, a series of images known as basilisks make the rounds, which when looked at, kill the viewer because of a certain pattern within the images. This is a simplification, but you get the idea. Finally, a memetic hazard is basically a subclass of the other two, which is basically some type of info or cognitory hazard spread specifically by people. A memetic hazard that is non-anomalous, aka a real-life example, would be a really convincing misinformation meme that people spread. Again, this was something established by the SCP Foundation, but of course memes have been around forever. I'm not going to get into the idea of a meme and the history of a meme, but funny enough, they do predate the internet. Look it up. It's a pretty interesting topic if you want to learn about it. I think cognition hazards and info hazards are really cool because they are a topic that is in horror, especially online horror, but there's something that when you really think about them, you can apply them to so many things. Like one of the things that my brain instantly goes to is in the first Indiana Jones movie when the Nazis open up the Lost Ark and it like melts their faces. My brain was like, oh, that's a cognition hazard. Whatever is in there literally will melt your face off. That's a cognitionary hazard. Or if you want to count like real life information, you could say that the knowledge of how to create nukes would be an info hazard because of how dangerous it is to humanity and things like that. Of course, that kind of waters down the anomalous properties of it. As is the original point of this video, the boiled one, aka Phenomena 228, is in fact a cognitory hazard. Seeing him seems to establish him within your mind, within your world, and it will cause the effects that he says or wishes upon you to happen to you. Apparently that means anything that captures him, whether it be a picture or a videotape. Even though I think it says that the picture is safe, it always seems to be a case where I wouldn't really trust that. So yeah, I think cognito hazards and info hazards are really interesting. The idea of learning information that can just harm you from perceiving it or learning it. You see a tiger off in the distance, it's physical, it can come and attack you, but you can avoid it, you can fight it back. But what if you just saw the tiger and seeing the tiger harmed you? You know, you wouldn't even be able to know until it was already happening.
Bonus stage!
Originally I was going to make a second video, but I decided to keep everything in one place. So here's a little extra, a little bonus. I'm going to go over the other art that Dr. Nowhere has created. Dr. Nowhere seemingly started their content creation journey on Instagram by creating these mixed media works combining their terrifying drawings with real-life photos. These drawings mix well with the low resolution of the photos and look as if these otherworldly and uncanny creatures are actually in the space with the photographer. Like someone just happens to live in a town with all these funky, freaky little creatures and stuff like that. I really like that. Apparently, the first of these were posted in 2020, and Dr. Nowhere has said that he is 17 now, so that would mean he was 13 when he started making these, which is just insane. Like, I was not making anything of this quality at that age. He is just built different. This was the first picture uploaded, or at least that you can find on the Instagram, and it's basically just like a little dude with some really long pencil limbs, just kind of staring at you. That face when your friend wakes you up in the middle of the night and wants a glass of milk. We've got this floating top hat guy, a flesh creature called the entrail, because it's made of human organs, and that's fucking cool and metal as fuck. Does it steal them, or like, does it just happen to be made of human organs, like, coincidentally? Some of these entities just seem to be, like, not doing much. They're just kind of hanging out, and they're just scary looking, you know? Like this little monkey fella, he's just vibing there, and also happens to be monstrous and scary looking. This isn't always the case, of course. There's a lot of these creations that Dr. Nowhere has made that are very dangerous. Like this thing, which is called a flesh bed. It's a monster that hides under a mattress and then kills you and leaves your bones inside of the mattress after consuming you. Or this, which has a little story of a dad and son seeing this guy, and that's apparently a criminal, and I really do hope they get away. Or this laughing guy, which I just think is kind of funny, but apparently he killed the two people that are in the description's story. Yeesh. We gotta cancel this guy. You can't just get away with that. But yeah, some of these entities are dangerous, like really dangerous. But then there's this dude. It's just a deer with long legs. Doesn't really seem like it has any ill intent, just some long gangly ass legs. Or this, bedtime friend. Aw, friend. If any of this looks cool to you, please go check out Dr. Nowhere's Instagram. Honestly, a lot of his art is just really fucking cool and scary. You can see some of my favorites on screen right now. Some are just little pieces of art, some have stories attached to them, little vignettes written by Dr. Nowhere. It's all really interesting. It's the kind of stuff that you can just thumb through on your phone, give you that twinge of like little bit of fear and fun. Some of it's even cute, like, look at this little dude, I wonder what he's thinking about. And some of it isn't even really scary, it's just cool. This piece up near the top, that's really recent, it's called Sunworld. It evokes, like, I wanted to say Dark Souls, but then you see that the town below is really modern. It gives me like an indie horror vibe, and I kind of love it. Reminds me of like Wicker Man. There's this giant oppressive statue of the sun on top of this town, over this mountain, that's looking down on the city. So ominous and foreboding, even though it seems like everything is fine. It's just cool stuff. Again, I really recommend you go check it out. Give it a look, give it a thumb through, give them a follow. You can also get some insight into like future projects. Dr. Nowhere actually posted about the Boiled One character weeks before the short was ever posted on YouTube, and also gave the extra information that I used in this video. So yeah, check him out. And now that we've covered one of the few off pieces of art on Instagram, I also wanted to cover one of the little stories that Dr. Nowhere made on his story, funny enough. And that is called Dave. Don't take Dave too seriously. It's just a spooky little story that Dr. Nowhere created with people sending him messages and him like writing them into this story. And I think it's cool, and I just wanted to show and share it with you guys to give you more incentive to go check out Dr. Nowhere. Dave is this rather normal-looking fellow, very round-headed. Dave also has a bunch of corpses in his house that he makes into dolls and just kind of hangs out with them. Or at least they might be corpses. Some of the text implies that they're actually still alive. Dave apparently lives on a floating island and is possibly a figment of Eddie's imagination. Who's Eddie? The one dreaming all of this. Boom! Eddie wakes up. Eddie keeps hearing the voice of Jim, who is one of the corpses hanging out with Dave, who is apparently his long-lost son. Plot twist. In part 2, we get Ted, a terrifying mutant stick man who begins hunting Eddie. Eddie goes and talks to his friend, the one-eyed fungus, an old friend of his, a little mushroom guy. Ted kills the fungus because Ted is a nasty bastard. Eddie kills Ted, and then he wakes up and he goes out of his bedroom into the living room and hugs his son, realizing he'd been a neglectful father. Boom, we got the good ending. Pretty sweet and creepy, but mostly sweet there at the end. That's all I'm going to show you on Dr. Nowhere's Instagram. Like I said earlier, and I'm just repeating myself over and over again, if you enjoyed it, go check it out, please. He's very creative. And now on to the rest of his YouTube horror. The first thing we've got is t.o.e starving.help. This is a really short video of this terrifying thing just banging on some glass as if it's trying to get out. Apparently this thing is called the Locust. I learned that from a comment somewhere, I don't remember where. Short, sweet, and scary. There's not really much to it, just an unsettling creature that wants out of your computer and into your home. It's cold outside, let them in. But soon we actually figure out there's more to this than we thought. Next we've got, has this ever happened to you? All the lights.
We have a brilliant solution.
This is another horror short, and I really dig this one because I actually have this exact fear sometimes being alone in the dark at the house at night, especially because I'm a night owl. So it kind of made me smile to know, hey, other people get that same weird feeling too. I get one like that when I drive my car late at night, I always imagine there's like a creature flying behind my car, like some type of horrifying wraith-like monster. And if I look in my rearview mirror, I'll just see it like ducking under my car or whatever. And if I slow down, it's gonna get me. And sometimes this makes me speed up and look over my shoulder. I'm fine mentally, don't worry, nothing's haunting me. Anyway, next we've got Toe Love.Thumper.
Hello? What do you want?
Seemingly the same creature from the other short is back. I was right the first time, but instead of it being in someone's computer, it's in their TV screen. It gets out seemingly as they try to tell it to like stop, and eventually it gets them. The ending has this text saying that the body appeared to be untouched, which, you know, implies that they found whoever it was that it killed, but there were no signs as to how it killed them. I like that there's a mix of different horror vignettes with these different little series. You've got this Toe series, you've got these other little shorts, then you've got the boiled one. They're all very different. It's just seeming like Dr. Nowhere has these ideas, and he's just kind of throwing them out there, and I dig that. Also, I wanted to add this just randomly, but like I keep getting shivers because it's late at night while I'm editing this, and it's just, these are scary, genuinely just scary to look at even without the audio. Part 3 of the Toe saga is called Making Friends. I like immediately that the resolution is different. It's like the video is like a perfect square, like an old YouTube video or an old analog TV, which of course is what a lot of analog horror tries to replicate, is that older visual aesthetic. Now we're getting somewhere. This one adds a bit more intrigue. I know I was talking about how they weren't really connected, but this one kind of does connect all of them. But I do like where it's going. Apparently this thing is like in our technology. It can even communicate through it. Apparently sort of taking over the account of one of the kids that it ate. It seemingly ate all of his organs, at least that's where it seems to be going. I do really like the inhuman designs of the locust creature. It's basically just a bunch of black wires and a face, and it seems to prey on people and eat them. In the final video, titled A Boy in a Bath, the description reads a short film about guilt, and is seemingly about someone being haunted by some type of entity representing the guilt of their actions. The entity is terrifying, the way it barely moves, half of its head is missing, it's twitching. There seems to be an implication of like a lost child or a child drowning in the bath with this character we see, even though we don't really know what's going on. We do know this entity is haunting their bathroom, that they haven't taken a shower in a while.
Why did you leave me here?
And while the entity is terrifying, it never does harm our protagonist. It eventually does follow them back to the room and get in this crib that we see at the beginning. So yeah, it's probably something about like guilt and the death of a child or something like that. I mean, the description literally does say it's a short film about guilt. So we're just gonna take that at face value. Our main character probably let their child die or someone die, and it's just haunting them, and that is both sad and incredibly disturbing. And lastly on the boiled one, we have a recent community post that Dr. Nowhere made talking about the inspirations behind the piece. Funny enough, some of these have actually been discussed in this very video a little bit without me even knowing it. One such inspiration is Unbroken, which is the biographical story of Louis Zamperini and his real tribulations being a war prisoner. This was a book that apparently Dr. Nowhere was reading, and this inspired some of the themes of like post-traumatic stress disorder and dealing with things through faith and things like that, or at least like a strong sense of knowing what you believe. That's kind of where the religious themes in the video seem to have come from. The rest of actually the video is just inspired by little bits that Dr. Nowhere took from other pieces of mostly horror media, such as the voice being inspired by a video called Dining Room or There Is Nothing, which I'd never seen before until seeing this community post. Not much to talk about, it's just a very short and creepy video.
She ran.
Another inspiration is Tomino's Hell poem, which is a reasonably long poem that has the idea that if you like read it out loud that you are marked by a curse of death or something along those lines. Basically, reading it out loud is bad. Even reading it seems to possibly be bad, mattering on the variation of the story that you find. And that's where he got the idea of perception being harmful. I've talked about already a couple of times SCP probably being part of the inspiration, and I still think that that's the case, but I'll always love to get the inspirations directly from the horse's mouth so I can check out these sources myself and possibly find something else that I really like. And another piece of creepy short media that inspired this short was WPKEPKW, which is just kind of a blurry face making creepy movements with weird noises. I like the fact that Dr. Nowhere said that he just wanted to make a creepy video that would be something that would have scared him in the late 2000s. I really appreciate art that just comes from like a simple place of trying to instill some type of emotion or feeling that something else made you feel. I think some great pieces of work come from that, and I want to give him credit and say he did a great job, honestly. Alright, so we've covered all of Dr. Nowhere's work, and now I'm going to climb up on a soapbox really quick since this section is extra. Something that bothers me with a lot of analog horror and really anything put online is people who just instantly call out in comments whether or not it is valid for existing on some type of strange metric like, oh, this wasn't scary, oh, it didn't have like a cohesive plot, so it shouldn't exist. I get comments like that wherein I'm covering these different series that don't make sense, or the stories aren't like super cohesive, or people will just say they're senseless and dumb and not scary, and all these other comments, and it bugs me. I'm going to use Dr. Nowhere as an example. Dr. Nowhere is a horror creator, but he is also an artist. The creator of Greylock is also an artist. The creator of the Walton Files is also an artist. All of these people are artists, and yes, they're making series that have stories that are meant to be scary, but they are also art. And it seems to me that a lot of people online remove, especially like YouTube content, from this idea that it is art because it is on YouTube. Yes, analog horror does have story. It is on YouTube, it is free, but it's also just generally a piece of media, an artistic creation that is meant to elicit emotion. That last story with that white being, the boy in the bath, is terrifying. It could have no story. It could be about anything. It could be about a missing child. It could just be straight up what the description says, but it is a short film, as the description says, about guilt, and that's all fine because it's art. It's meant to make you feel something. It's meant to scare you or make you sad or disturbed. It can be 10 seconds. It could be 50 minutes. It's just someone's creation. That's what it is. If it does that, if it makes you feel something, in a sense, it succeeded in my opinion. And if it doesn't, that's also fine. Not every piece of art, not every piece of media, not every YouTube video is made specifically for you and your tastes. You don't even have to like something, but just because it isn't for you doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist or it's useless or it's nothing. That's not me saying you can't criticize anything, that you can't criticize art or YouTube videos. Art and YouTube videos, basically anything made by people is meant to be interacted with, and part of interacting with something is criticizing it. But, like, most of this stuff is free and online and is made out of a person's passion, and yes, even if they do want to make money, it's still, like, being made for you and you just get to have it. It's out there for you to just have, so keep that in mind, or don't. I can't really tell you what to do, but I'll try to tell you, just my opinion and stuff like that. Online art is cool, and just remember, there are people behind these things that are making them, and they make them because they care about them, because they have these cool ideas, and they want to share them with you, and even if it doesn't resonate with you, it's still a thing that might resonate with someone. It's a piece of art, it's a piece of thing made from a human idea, and that is beautiful. Anyway, I'm going to get off my soapbox now. I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and good night. And remember, that which your eyes perceives, the sound which touches your ears. Hail, hail, death to Caesar. The great play begins. The curtains open and close. You are an actor. You are the star. When your scene ends, close your eyes. The director is watching. Sweet dreams, dear listener. This next video is complicated, not only in the approach that I took to it, but also in how I feel about it. I really enjoyed making it. In fact, I made it twice because Lethal Company got an update, and I just went ahead and redid it with additional content covering that update and uploaded it a second time. But I'll tell you more about why I say it's complicated after the video itself is over. I'm going to give you my thoughts on it and everything, so here it is, my video on the world and lore of Lethal Company. When compared to some things on Earth, we are small. But when compared to the observable universe, we are like a fraction of a speck of sand in the ocean. Above us, an endless void of mystery and possibilities. Infinite potential for horrors beyond our imagination. But also, comedy. Hey.
Hi. Can we have Philip open this door?
Lethal Company is a cooperative horror game made by the developer known as Zeekers, who originally made games in Roblox years ago. My first exposure to Zeekers was watching people like Astral Spiff play It Steals. And until playing Lethal Company, I didn't know Zeekers had made any other games until looking at their Steam dev page. Unless you've been living under a rock, or you're not online much, which is good and healthy, you've probably heard of Lethal Company. It's a fantastic game that has earned every single bit of the popularity it's gained. It has excellent proximity voice chat, it's simple and fun to look at, and it's a well-designed game overall. But we'll get to all of that in time. This video is primarily covering the lore of Lethal Company, but I've also sprinkled in some skits, some information that you might not know, and my own takes on the Lethal Company world at large. Most of this video was originally released on November 29th of last year. I wanted to re-release it and redo it because of the new content that had been added to the game, but also to change things around and add even more. Towards the end of the video this time, I'm actually going to fully summarize the lore and say what I think about it and where it's going, and what it means for us as players. But I'm also going to discuss how this game works so well as a comedy horror game, which I was originally going to do as its own video. We've got more lore, we've got the weather, we've got comedy and horror. Everything you could want in life, baby. And remember, if you enjoy this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. It helps a lot and tells me what I should focus on and what I shouldn't. Chapters for this video will be in the description, so you can jump around between sections as you like. The format is lore, then usually a skit and probably some type of informational bit, all based around the world and lore of Lethal Company. So, let's pull on our jumpsuits and go scrapping in the dark and comedic world of Lethal Company. Welcome to the company. We're so glad you've decided to join our team. We offer a competitive and fast-paced work environment, but don't you worry, because we play just as hard as we work. Today is your first day, and we're so excited to see your career growth. You've been supplied with all you need for your future job success. An autopilot ship, a bed, a manual, and the terminal to access travel, the company store, and anything else you might need on your travels.
They're lying to you.
Your quota is listed above the employee monitoring station. Do your best to meet it, or else. And remember, happy scrapping.
You're in deep. Access file Sigurd.
You wake up on a small ship wearing an orange jumpsuit. It doesn't fit well. You don't know how you got there, and the helmet that you're wearing is oddly shaped. What's up with these earmuffs? A strange but cheery robotic voice introduces you to your first day.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship.
It tells you to read the manual, and also plays a fantastic little bop.
You will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company.
You read the manual. Okay, you skim the manual. You just got this job. You work for the company, a shady organization based out of the Thistle Nebula. Your job is to collect scrap and salvage to sell to the company, or give, or feed. Why? Well, we don't really know. Yet. On our ship, we find a note. It says we're in deep. The file name is Sigurd. If we type it into the console, it pulls up a series of logs from a previous crew. As we explore and do our jobs, we'll slowly find a series of tape decks which add entries to the page. The writer's name is Sigurd, and he's accompanied by his brother Desmond, a woman named Jess, and a very stinky man named Richard. So, we continue to explore, we sell scrap, and we find logs. We do our best to avoid our inevitable death at the hands of the entities. Oh, I'm fucked. Hello. We wonder why we're here, and what all of these terrors mean, and we just hope that we can survive. Before we continue, know that some of this content may not be in-game yet. I believe it was found by looking at the game's files by a user known as YeffyYKS on the Steam forums. You begin to read the logs. The most interesting thing on these early logs are the dates. The first log is titled just that, and is dated August 22nd, 1968? Sigurd is writing the log because Desmond asked him to, as a historical record. Sigurd even seems to know that people constantly die on the job. He says he's writing this in a professional manner, but it reads more like a teenager's Tumblr blog than a professional work diary. He signs off with their names. In the next log, titled Smells Here, and dated August 24th, we learn they've begun scavenging. We also learn that Sigurd doesn't really like Richard, to the point of threatening to push him into a lake, which we know would probably be murder in this game because our characters can't seem to swim in these awful suits. Sigurd really likes to do camera duty and questions what the company is using all of the scrap they're collecting for. The team slowly gets into the swing of things, or so Sigurd says. They routinely keep someone on camera duty. Sigurd becomes scared after hearing noises from behind the company wall. Not only that, but he pointed his flashlight into the opening slide that takes items, and it wouldn't even pierce the darkness within. We need to probably go. Oh! We apologize for interrupting your feature presentation, but we'd like to walk you through some of the amenities and more that you can find on your ship and in the company store. 4 bunk beds can be found in the corner, with padded mattresses for optimum space and comforting sleep. An employee monitoring station is also included in your autopilot ship, so someone can keep watch for on-the-job accidents. Isn't that swell? A cabinet, not only to store your on-the-job tools, but also the salvage and scrap that you find along the way. Did you know that there are optional amenities for your autopilot ship in the company store? These cozy lights are only 140 credits and really change the mood in the cabin. Relaxing. The CRTV set is available for
insert here
credits and has a variety of shows for your viewing pleasure. Our personal favorite is Greasy Cat. What a cute little greasy guy. Oh, I hope he gets a season 2. This jack-o'-lantern is sure to get you in the fall spirit, and for the low price of only 50 credits. Give him a whack and hear him laugh. Indeed. Are you getting tired of shitting in the woods? Or maybe showering in a lake? Through the company store, you can buy an optional toilet and shower for your capsule ship. Isn't that wonderful? But that's just what we can teleport onto your capsule ship. You can also order shovels, flashlights, zap guns, and more to be delivered by our state-of-the-art delivery ship. Hear the fantastic tunage and know that your package has arrived. But be careful.
If you miss a delivery, there are no refunds.
Well, would you look at that? New items are in stock in the company store. First up, we have the Pajama Man. This cute little sad guy is just the type of companion that you want on your ship. Not only does he squeak, but he brings an aura of cute depression that really matches how you feel. And this goldfish is another companion that you can have on your ship, and it's a goldfish. Isn't that great? You can also get a welcome mat, so every time you come back, you feel a little more at home on the ship, even if you're being chased by a bloodthirsty monster. And let's not forget the spray paint cans. You can spray your friends, you can spray buildings, you can even spray monsters, but we wouldn't recommend doing that. And now, back to our feature present.
Signal received.
Are you hearing this? Is someone out there? They say the moons are desolate, but they aren't. There are aliens, yes, but there are other things too. Things we can't explain. Monsters, ghosts, abominations beyond my comprehension. I don't remember how I got here. I want to go home. Not even the ship is completely safe.
Signal terminated.
Need to probably go. Oh! We need to probably go. In the next diary entry, dated only August, entitled Golden Planet, Sigurd heard screams over the walkie on the company planet. In the screams, a voice speaks to him of a golden planet, some kind of legend in the Thistle Nebula that truly exists. It wasn't destroyed, as the stories and legends say. He says the planet was swallowed by the beast, and that the golden planet is now in the beast's belly, being digested. When asked what the beast is, the voice says that it doesn't know. The voice says once the beast ate the planet, They, and I am assuming meaning the people from the planet, and probably the voice itself, forgot everything. Once Sigurd tells the voice he's inside the company building, the voice freaks out. He begins to say nonsense, but Sigurd makes out him saying, spitting out the rinds before turning the walkie off from panic. Jess later insists that the planet is just a story. She thinks of quitting, but only if Sigurd does. So they stay. He's no quitter. The next entry is titled Shady and dated August 31st, 1968. Sigurd has camera duty again on a moon that's raining. While doing so, he thinks about how shady the job is, how the contract only lasts a season, getting an assessment from a strange voice over the phone. The ship is autopiloted. Sigurd thinks that the voice on the phone was fake. He speaks of terrible dreams and wanting to go home, but doesn't want to shame himself to his father. The next entry is called Sound Behind the Wall and is dated September 4th. They decide to go to the company store because the rate is 120%, which, fuck, that's fucking crazy luck, and I've never seen that in the game yet. Sigurd complains and then says something absolutely terrifying. He describes a sound he heard from behind the wall as crying red faces all churned up and swept away by concrete, like the pestle and bowl his mom crushed her seeds and spices up in. That is absolutely horrific imagery, and just, it sounds like it must have been the most legitimately terrifying sound he's ever heard to conjure up that mental imagery. He says he can still hear it in his head, even after initially hearing it. The next log is titled Goodbye and is dated September 7th. Rich is dead. With one more room to check, Sigurd and Rich find a locked door, and when Sigurd isn't looking, a flower man, also known as a bracken, breaks Rich's neck and drags his body away into the facility. Sigurd is angry. He says the job isn't worth it, and calls Jess and Desmond cowards and idiots because they didn't want to retrieve Rich's body. They leave with a box of stamps, a bundle of cords, and a pair of scissors. Sigurd questions what the company even wants this random assortment of junk for.
Signal received.
They say the moons are desolate, but they aren't, and we all know it. From the local alien life to other things that are far from lifeless. The quiet is just there to disarm you, fair listener. Hearing the friendly moan of an air horn just there to deceive you. Because there are things hiding in the hallways of these facilities, and you best keep your head on a swivel. The bracken, which killed Stinky Rich, looks like, well, a Christmas tree, but most often all you see are its piercing white eyes. They stalk you, often trying to sneak up on crewmates. If they catch you unaware, crack, you are dead. And they drag you away to do God knows what with your body. Collect you? Remember, dear listener, stare at them, but not for too long. They will go away, but don't let your guard down, or else. They're considered dangerous. Threat level, homicidal greenery. The manticoils. They may look like dinosaurs, but they're basically crusty birds. Harmless, more scared of you than you should be of them. Threat level, cute. These things are monstrous. Coil heads. They don't move if you're looking at them, mostly. It's almost like they're designed to intimidate you, because even if they've stopped moving, their bobble head bounces around loudly to let you know how fast they were until you caught sight of them. And if they do catch you, they replace your head with a coil, almost as if they're trying to make you just like them. Apparently they give off a lot of radiation, and it's theorized they might have been biological weapons. They seem too logical. Threat level, literal killing machine. Roaming locusts are basically like bigger gnats. If you've ever walked into a cloud of gnats, you know what it's like. They'll buzz and fly near your ear, but they're basically harmless. Threat level, annoying at worst. The eyeless dogs. They're called dogs, but they're basically incredibly aggressive Venus flytraps made of meat. As their name assumes, they cannot see, but they can hear. No, they do not have ears that you can see. So how they hear, who knows, but they will kill you. They're fast. You can dodge them, as they are clumsy, but do not let that embolden you too much. They might just trip you right into their mouth. Threat level, I have no eyes and I must kill.
Signal terminated.
Remember to always report on-the-job incidents. Safety is incredibly important to the company. Dead coworkers will be replaced promptly. No, we cannot tell you whether the replacement is a new employee or a clone of the previous employee. You must figure that out yourself. Next of kin will be informed of your demise in any other circumstances. Neck broken, legs broken, left behind, electrocuted by bees, eaten alive, melted by slime, bitten to death, head removal, drowning in quicksand, killed by chip, etc. Have a pleasant day, and remember, do your best to stay alive. You can't make money if you're dead. The next log is called Screams. It's dated September 13th, 1968. Sigurd called in Rich's death. Jess and Desmond were too scared to. The same fake voice picks up and apparently responded to Sigurd, saying it would contact the family as well as find a replacement. Sigurd continues to hear screams through the walkie near the wall, and apparently so do the others now. Jess and Desmond want to quit, but Sigurd does not. Idea is the next log, dated September 19th. Sigurd says that it feels like the other two have woken up, probably meaning they realize the real danger and mystery of the situation they're in. They no longer take risks, and while they don't get as much scrap, Sigurd feels far safer. He says he's sleeping better, but he can seemingly still smell Rich, which might just be psychosomatic. I think he's scarred. The entry is capped off with Desmond hatching a plan. After Sigurd speaks about the company's fake phone voice again, Desmond believes that he might be able to track where the calls are coming from. Sigurd notes that Desmond is on the terminal a lot as well. The next log is called Nonsense. Desmond instructs Sigurd to write down what they figured out with minimal nonsense. Sigurd does not like being told what to do, so he puts nonsense in it, basically. A new member called Lucas joins the crew and is apparently incredibly scared and confused. Desmond traces the call and they find out that the calls are actually coming from across the solar system. Sigurd believes the story the voice in the walkie told him might be true, of the monster in the company building and the golden planet inside of it.
This footage was found in a chasm on the moon known as Dine. To this day, no evidence of the two individuals in the footage has been found, besides the footage itself, which has not been altered from its original version, besides small edits made for time.
2, 1, action. Are you recording?
Yeah.
Alright. Hey everyone, this is, me. You know me. And my friend, we're recording, we've been working for the company for a little bit, and we're going to a new planet today. Can you believe that? A new planet. It's very exciting. And yeah, it's called Dine.
This is Frozen Rocky.
Unlikely for complex light. Alright, do you have, hold on. We need to land. Let me... Alright, we're gonna follow the lights to the facility. I think that's what we're supposed to do. It's really foggy and windy, huh?
Yeah.
If you farted, no one would even know.
Well, I don't think anyone would know because we're in these suits anyway.
That's true. You're like hotboxing yourself. But not in the fun way, right?
Yeah, not in the fun way. Yeah.
Oh wait.
Don't let anyone hear you say that. Alright.
Okay. This is crazy. Look at this is different. Whoa. So, I'm a little taken aback, honestly. Most of the facilities we're in look like business places. This is like a house.
Like a library. I feel like we need to be quiet in here.
Maybe we do. Weird. There's nothing in here. We're not finding anything. Okay, there's gotta be another door. Oh, hey! Another door! Oh, wait. I hear a landmine. Hey, a mug!
Mug?
Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
Mug?
Something is running around. Maybe it's just a hoarding bug. Just keep your ears peeled. You know, this is fucking weird. I'm probably downplaying it a little bit, but I'm actually incredibly nervous. Because this is very different. This is a mansion. Like, this is abnormal. And the outside just looks like a regular facility.
I know.
Okay, open vent.
What does that mean?
That's not good. You know, that could mean a lot of things. Oh, did you hear that?
Here's something.
Whoa. Alright, I'm gonna take the stairs.
Whoa, there's a spider!
Oh, run!
See me.
I got downstairs.
Ah!
Found a hairdryer. I'm running!
Hey, the exit's over here. Fire.
Go! Go! Oh. We gotta go back in. There's more stuff.
Yeah. Company won't be happy with just this.
I wanna... Okay, it's gone. Alright. Hey, check this out. Right?
Pretty good.
I'm gonna avoid picking up the toy. Oh my god, I just almost stepped on a fucking landmine. New creature. Ah!
Oh! What's this guy?
That.
Dude, it looks so cool. What? Shit, flashlight. Spider? Hey, Jack in the Box guy's following me. It's a cool guy.
This is not. I don't think.
Should we be around here?
There's a blob too. Oh my god! What is happening? South? Ah! Okay. I'm gonna get you back to the ship. It's so dark. This is fucked. I see light. This the way? I feel bad. I feel nervous. I don't think. Ah! Hiding is the next entry. Sigurd dreams of the monster in the company store breaking out of the building and chasing them. He wants to go to the coordinates where the calls come from, but Desmond believes they need to get a separate flight to do so. Sigurd seems emotional about everything. He doesn't remember how they really got there or even saying goodbye to his own father. Ominously, he says, "In my dreams, the company isn't trapped in the building at all, just hiding there." He writes that he doesn't know if he'll get to go home ever. A new log has been recently discovered, titled Real Job. It's dated October 1st, 1968, which would be 14 days before the chronological final log titled Desmond. In this log, it seems that Sigurd is beginning to become a little bit upset. Desmond is prioritizing stun grenades over his snack packets, and he threatens to take a dump on the control lever if he doesn't order his things. It seems that he's also become kind of frightened from all the things that have happened throughout the story. He goes on vow and gets pale, and apparently he saw Richard on a hill, which we all know could mean that there's a mimic around. This is probably the most emotional entry because he admits to missing his father. He talks about the fact that human beings are staying on Titan and hopes that his father isn't one of them. They even mention that there's possibly going to be a war and say that it could be very different looking in just 2 years. Everyone else is afraid to quit, and they can barely sleep to meet quota, as the quota gets worse every time. Sigurd admits that he feels as if he's being squeezed through a needle. He reminisces about what it was like working with his dad and spending time with them. The last entry is simply titled Desmond. I believe it is Desmond writing this entry, or possibly Sigurd writing to Desmond. The writing style is very different from Sigurd's, so take that either way. This entry is dated October 15th, but also the 3rd. The final entry comes to the conclusion that there is a monster within the company, that the scrap being given is actually feeding it, that it is possibly a great danger to the entire system. Maybe even the desolate moons have something to do with the monster. The reason I believe it's Desmond is the outro, which is incredibly polite in comparison to Sigurd's rather sultry manner. These are all of the logs that were left. This is what most of the lore of Lethal Company is comprised of, besides the creatures that skulk around the moons themselves, the things on the TV, etc. I thought at first that the bestiary might have been written by Sigurd, but that could have also been written by Desmond or Jess as well, considering Sigurd's rather unhinged writing style, such as, "They took my pickles!" But of course I could be wrong, these are just my thoughts, as I am also out here. I'm trying to give you this information so you don't end up like us, like me. If you're here, you're already too far gone. Just try and survive if you can. But if you're hearing this somewhere else, remember that the company isn't what it's made out to be. I don't know what it is or who runs it. I don't know where they are. I don't know if Sigurd and his crew are still alive. What I do know is there's a drill at the company building that's waiting to be fixed. That there's a ghost girl that haunts those of us who work for the company, and she wants to play hide and seek. If she catches you, you lose, and when I say lose, I mean everything. The Thistle Nebula, at least I assume that's where we were, is basically haunted. I don't know how an entire solar system is haunted, but I guess it is. There are things I can't explain, things we can't explain. I think there's something terrible out there, whether it be at the company store or somewhere else amongst the stars. If you think that there's more to this, let me know. I'm willing to do some digging. But we have to meet quota, or you know what's gonna happen. We do not want to get fired. Comedy and tragedy. Two of the key parts of life. This world is simultaneously hilarious and terrifying to exist in. So having two physical masks to represent these ideas is fantastic, right? Especially because you can sell them. But no, that would be too easy. They're worth a bit of money, yes, but they have another more devious purpose. These masks are haunted. By what? Well, like so many other things in this universe, we don't know. If you pick them up, don't dare wear them. Not only would you be wearing a mask on top of a mask, which would make you look stupid and dumb, but they'll possess you. The comedy mask, from what I understand, doesn't do it immediately. So you can play around and scare people. The tragedy mask, though, bam, that shit is instant. Like gas station sushi, it will change you. You become a lifeless zombie possessed by the mask. Your only goal now is to hunt your former crewmates, and like gas station sushi, the mask will make you project bloody vomit directly into their faces. Unlike gas station sushi, however, this will cause a new mask to form on them and also possess them. I'm guessing that the vomit that the mask makes is like cherry slushy colored ectoplasm. Ectoplasm, by the way, is basically ghost goo. Look it up. These guys can also just be somewhere on the moon, probably former crewmates from other ships. No! Merry Christmas! Or so I'd say if it was still Christmas and what we were talking about was in any way merry. Roaming the halls of the buildings are the new guardians of the place. The bestiary reads, "The guardians of the house. They watch it with one tireless eye, which only senses movement. It remembers the last creature it saw, so don't try to trick it twice." I haven't countered them many times, but others have, and the results may vary. And by vary, I mean you usually end up in various positions after being shot to death with their shotgun. But if you're lucky and skillful with a spade or sign, you can dash these villains away and snag yourself a nifty little boomstick. And, like Ash Williams, you can show the monsters of these moons just how groovy a firearm can really be. You'll know these mechanized Christmas villains by their creaky march, the occasional fondling of their shotgun, and, if they see you, the fun little aggressive song that plays as they hunt you down and try to shoot you to death. I don't know if these monsters are only seasonal, which is a strange thing to say, but I mean, look at them. So, we've gone over all of the logs of Sigurd, and we've explored some of the monsters of the Lethal Company universe. What can we make of all of this that we've seen today? Of all these tantalizing hauntings and mesmerizing mysteries? Right now, I'm going to try to piece it all together and get an idea of what's going on, and where the future of Lethal Company's story may go. The story of Sigurd is scattered with things we ourselves experience in gameplay, as well as details that are only hinted at by the world around us. The story of people talking on the radio or the phone to Sigurd is just that, a story, but the latest log does throw a wrench into our understanding of the world of Lethal Company. It's implied that some people lived on the moons that we visit, as Sigurd hopes that his dad isn't staying on Titan. Now, of course, if you've played the game, you know that Titan is a premium moon and is completely lacking humans or whatever the player race is. This can mean a few things. One, that the story of Sigurd, taking place in the 1960s, means that these logs are from a long time ago, and when we're playing is even further in the future. Or that Sigurd's family and many others are dead, and that means that there is at least some credence to the idea that the hauntings we experience were once people who lived in these places. This is given credence as Sigurd mentions some kind of war going on, which only adds to the possibility of why all these hauntings are taking place. Not to mention the fact that in the Coilhead's logs it's theorized to have been some type of living weapon of war. Of course, this doesn't even mention the idea that the company is feeding the scrap to some giant monster within the walls of the company building, and why it's eating the scrap that we collect. My theory is that all of these places give off some type of radiation or spiritual residue that collects on the objects we find, and the monster within the walls of the company feeds less on the physical objects themselves and more on whatever is on them. Of course, there's no evidence of this besides the radiation that is given off by the apparatus, and that's not even really evidence, it's just me making a stringboard theory based on what we see within the game. Why are humans living on these moons? Well, in the log for the bunker spider, we see that something called the boat is mentioned, and though this isn't elaborated much on in the game, it seems to imply to me some kind of like saving ark that fled from Earth or wherever to where we are now. The reason we exist within this place is because the boat brought us here. The place that I'm talking about is the Thistle Nebula, as it is mentioned throughout the logs. That is where I think Lethal Company takes place, as you've heard me mention within this video. I'm pretty sure it says a few times monsters of the Thistle Nebula, so I just assume we're talking about monsters that inhabit the Thistle Nebula. That's where we are. If whatever it is talking to Sigurd is right, the thing that talked to him through the phone or the radio, then the monster within the company's store ate an entire planet, but not just any planet, the Golden Planet, which is either a utopia or an actual planet made of gold that is apparently some type of legend in the universe of Lethal Company. It seems the people who live there were at least still alive in the monster's stomach when Sigurd was around. Again, whether this was a long time ago or more recently, we don't know. So, what's with all the monsters in the Lethal Company universe then? As the logs explain, some of these creatures are just evolved aliens local to the Thistle Nebula. Beings that evolved here, though strangely and apparently quickly. This might be because of the strange and ghostly nature of the Thistle Nebula. There are so many different monsters that we can only wonder how such a conglomeration of horrifying freaks has gathered, like a murderous circus, housed within the concrete factories on the moons instead of under some drab tent somewhere. It could be something to do with the radiation the apparatus gives off, which does seem to draw out more monsters when you grab it. It could be that the entire nebula is haunted because of the possibly Lovecraftian thing that is housed within the walls of the company. Or it could be that these are the leftover monsters, weapons, and spirits of people who had to face some kind of space war that took many, many lives. Or it could be just for convenience to have a fun game but also be scary and have a sci-fi basis in space as well. Of course, that wouldn't fit my channel, so I want to think about the lore of it all. And there are many places that the story could go from here. With the machine under the company building, the target on the wall, and the spots for what look to be power nodes we know as the apparatuses, there very well could be an end game to Lethal Company sometime in the future that features us breaking into the company and peep the horror we've been helping, feeding. But of course, I imagine that's going to be a good bit into the future. The game is, after all, only in early access. Entities and you. Like most jobs, yours has obstacles that you must surpass. It's not like something as silly as forgetting to file Monday's report. There are many dangers and entities out to take away your life. Today, we'll discuss a few quick points on how to avoid these entities and how they relate to you. The baboon hawk, despite their name, doesn't really look like a baboon or a hawk. These lovable guys are strange, territorial, and very bouncy. We recommend avoiding them, but they are more scared of you than you are of them. That is unless they're in a group, in which case, they aren't scared of you and you should run away or stick with fellow crewmates. Or they might just kill you, and you don't want that. That'll mean a deduction from your crew's pay. The snare flea is an interesting little guy. Think of them as like a living bear trap, but for a human's head instead of a bear's feet. These little guys like to crawl through vents and then find a nice comfortable spot on a damp ceiling. And then, if you walk beneath them, they drop down onto your head and wrap around it just like a scarf. Except instead of a scarf, they're a bug that's boring into your skull to eat your brain. You'll need to whack them off with a shovel, otherwise they will eat your brain. Haven't they heard just how high in cholesterol brain is? The Hygrodare aren't incredibly lethal, but they can kill ya. Think of them like a pool of living acid. Fine to look at, but keep your distance. Apparently they like music. I wonder if we could make them a playlist. If you get near them, they'll follow you. It's best to jump over them. If you land in them, well, we hope you have insurance. We're not providing it. The hoarding bugs. These cute little guys are a lot like you. Except they don't work for the company. They just work for their instincts. They keep territory in the many abandoned facilities and like to have a hoard of items there. They might want something you have, so you can choose to give it up, fight, or run. They aren't the most dangerous. In fact, we find them a little cuddly. But just be careful, because they do have a temper, and yes, they can kill. The moons of the Thistle Nebula are mysterious. Each different, but in one way they are the same. They house the facilities. These facilities are where we go to collect scrap. But why? Where did these buildings come from? And why do they seem to go on unnaturally, stretching past the limitations of their housing to spaces they should not be? It's hard to tell the purpose of these buildings. While some areas seem to be storage or even factory space, there isn't enough identifiable anything to generate an idea of what these buildings used to be used for. Yes, we use them now for scrapping, but they had to have a purpose before that, right? Not to mention that the designs of the buildings don't facilitate what we'd think of as an efficient workflow, with long, twisting, nonsensical hallways, pits that lead to death and seem to serve absolutely no purpose besides that, and just complete dead ends, rooms that mean nothing, that lead to nowhere, full of junk. Yes, they're powered by these apparatuses, but why power these buildings? Maybe these apparatuses have been left, but what were they being used for anyway when they were being powered and people were here, if they were? We know from the latest log discovered that people at some point lived on Titan. Did they live in these facilities? Again, this wouldn't make sense. Hell, even in the mansions on the paid moons, we never really find bedrooms. We find endless bookshelves and the occasional kitchen with just a lot of lamps for some reason. And the random assortment of objects don't make sense either. A rubber ducky, a basket of bottles, engines, paintings, just stuff everywhere. Some of it does make sense and then others don't. So, what we've got so far is that the buildings don't make sense. Like, it's really hard to tell what they used to be used for. Even the manors, because they don't seem like they were actually used as homes, but more facades of homes. Like I said, you can never find a bedroom, you can never find a bed, you can never find a bathroom. Oh, and I did mention this at the start, but I will try to elaborate on it more now. These buildings don't make sense spatially. Some people like to call this non-Euclidean geometry, but basically it's the idea that, oh, this hallway goes back behind where the entrance is, but that doesn't make sense because that means I should be outside. It's not possible. So basically, you go in the building and it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, which, you know, it's not Doctor Who, it shouldn't do that. So what does this all mean? It's my theory that the buildings we enter are more like portals. Now, do I have anything to back that up? No, besides the evidence of what we experience. We're really going someplace else when we enter into them. A vast network of hallways and rooms that are really one place but can be accessed by many different doors. Possibly a different dimension of some sort, and all of the facilities just lead to it. It's difficult to say because it just doesn't make sense any other way. Besides the fact that maybe this is all a video game and we're not real, but whatever. What about the objects that we pick up to collect money? Well, my crackpot theory is that maybe they were people once, transformed into objects. That's just one theory. I have a few others. Like earlier in this video, I mentioned the idea that maybe they have radiation or some type of spiritual energy on them, like ectoplasm. And it's possible that the monetary values that the items have and why one item can be more expensive or less than another is because they have more of that energy or something like that. The truth is, we don't know what any of this means. We're just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. And we just keep going anyway. One building after another. One more hallway, and another hallway, and another hallway, and another room, and another factory floor, and another hallway, and another hallway, and another hallway. Sorry about that. Forest Keepers. These lovable guys are gigantic, probably 7 times bigger than the average crewmate. These guys mean well, but are just a little too curious for their own good. If they grab you, they will stick you into their mouth and bite down. They only mean to see what it feels like to have you in their mouth, but their curiosity is deadly to the average crewmate. A curious forest keeper has been known to cause severe lacerations, which nearly always result in death. Avoid if you can. Earth Leviathan. Not much is known about these wormy guys, besides the fact that they love to stay underground. If you hear one, you best try retracing your steps, or run. We'll admit we don't really know what's best, but in a life or death situation, you do what you can. Oh, bunker spiders, we don't like these. Not much needs to be said. These big guys are dangerous and should be avoided. Do not step into their webs. If you have a shovel, try squishing them. Note, it may take multiple whacks to squish them. You best believe we weren't going to skip talking about circuit bees. These creatures are easily avoidable. They'll usually stick to their hive and only attack if you go near it. The hives are worth a pretty penny though, so you may find it worth your time and skin to risk it. But be warned, once taken, these bees don't muck about. Spore lizards, though not often encountered, are more of a nuisance than anything. In fact, you might even find yourself endeared to them. Once encountered, they defensively shoot out a purple gas that does nothing more than block out one's vision. Besides this, they are mostly harmless. What you do when encountering them is up to you.
Note, the company does not condone pets aboard the capsule ship.
Thank you for watching The Entities and You. We hope you've learned something swell today. A cube is a great item to turn in. Who doesn't love a toy robot? A giant axle? We could use a few of those. Paintings? How tasteful. A magnifying glass? Elementary, dear crewmate. Alright, and that concludes today's presentation. We hope you've enjoyed the program. The company is a great place to work thanks to people like you. And now that you've watched your mandatory introduction video, get back out there and meet the quota. Or else. Oh, you better do it. Here's some quick scrapping tips that you might not know. Did you know that you can actually whisper without alerting the dogs? Now, you do have to actually whisper and mind your volume, but it does work. If you get the apparatus, it's probably best to leave the facility. That warning about radiation is a draw to monsters. Really, it just raises the chance of having some more monsters spawn in the facility. There are two masks that can possess you, the tragedy and the comedy mask. If you put the tragedy mask on, it will immediately possess you. If you put the comedy mask on, there is a much lower chance. It can still possess you, but it takes longer and it won't happen immediately. That's why it's comedy, so you can put it on and mess with your teammates. It's all in good fun until you get blood vomited in your face. The gift box is almost always just better to open and get the item inside because more often than not, it will be worth more than the gift box itself. Anyway, that's some random tips to improve your Lethal Company game. We've got one more stop before we end this video. Why is Lethal Company a great game? Well, first, because it's a comedy horror game. There are a lot of comedy horror movies, but comedy horror in games is rare. They're becoming more popular in recent years thanks to the continuously fantastic indie scene, specifically on sites like itch.io and Steam. Look at games like Squirrel Stapler or Night at the Gates of Hell, or even Zeeker's other game before Lethal Company, The Upturned. Now, of course, there are a lot of horror games with comedic aspects. Think about Resident Evil or even Silent Hill. Both of those have parts in it that are obviously meant to be kind of funny or silly, but I'm talking about games that have a equal parts horror and equal parts comedy mixture, and I think Lethal Company is definitely one of those. From the outset, Lethal Company doesn't take itself overly seriously. The goofy character designs, the silly but amazingly catchy tune that introduces you when you first load into the game, the running animation, I mean, look at this. This legit made me giggle the first time we played, and it was only like 10 minutes in, and just from my character running around. I want to start off by talking about how important and fantastic the sound design in this game is. The sound effects in Lethal Company are incredibly punchy, but they aren't overly loud. They're just very noticeable. Defined thunks and clunks, such as the hiss and the ka-chunk of the door opening of the ship, or the ding of a day passed during the quota period. Not to mention that almost every single item has a unique sound used to represent picking it up or setting it down. And I find these item pickups and drop sounds strangely calming. Sometimes when I go to sleep, I'll literally listen to people playing Lethal Company, and the sound of them picking up and dropping items is actually relaxing to me. And to me, it's a big deal that something so subtle is there in this game, because yes, the sounds are noticeable and calming, but that sets them against everything else. The silly movements and bright sounds of the game are set at ends with the other half of the game. Continuing the theme of sound design, when you step out onto one of the moons when you first arrive, it gets eerily quiet right after the ship doors open. Maybe there's just the wind, and then occasionally an ambient piano track will kick in. I don't know how to perfectly describe these tracks that play, but I'll do my best. They kind of remind me of Minecraft's ambient music, but they're somehow more unsettling. Like, they are calming and relaxing and nice to listen to, but they have a dissonant tone to them in a way. The melody is nice, but the sound of them is just off enough that it makes you uneasy. You'll see birds, the manticoils flying around, hear them flap off, and the buzzing of the locusts nearby, and not to mention the loud whir that the facilities give off themselves, indicating that something is going on inside. And then you make your way into the door. The sound of the door is loud, creaky, and pronounced, and you know when you're inside. It gets deathly still, the new ambience being the distant whir of machines, as well as your footsteps on the metal grating below or even the concrete. Unless, of course, there's a turret that spawns in the first room, in which case there's the loud sound of gunfire, and suddenly, not only are you shocked, but you're dead. Jacob? I have a bad feeling that he did not. Oh my god. Oh man. Fuck. If you aren't immediately killed upon entering a facility, this is when the real gameplay loop of the game begins. You start by walking around these desolate buildings on these abandoned moons, looking for random junk. A magnifying glass, or a puzzle cube, a rubber ducky, or a car engine for some reason, a basket of bottles, etc., etc. All of them make noise when you pick them up, as I mentioned earlier. Some make even more noise, like the toy robot, which for some reason sounds like clanking machinery, but also the distant laughter of children. Or the clacking teeth, which, like an old-fashioned toy, continue to clack away in your pocket, cartoonishly. While collecting junk, we begin to hear more things. The hiss of steam, the scary cry of a baby for some reason, the random creak of metal as we walk around the facility, or any number of the entities that scuttle around and hunt us down.
Also death.
This is the real wrench in the game's gameplay loop. The entities. Some of them are just straight up monsters, alien beings that inhabit these moons, like the hoarding bug, my personal favorite. These little guys scuttle around and steal your loot, or, well, steal loot that would be yours but is now theirs. They aren't aggressive unless you take things in front of them, typically, because sometimes they will just randomly get angry. Here's an example of one that was just an asshole for basically no reason. But they're cute and they're silly. I kind of dig them. They do this little arm thing where if you look at them, they like raise their arms at you. I think that's pretty funny. And now that I've told you about the hoarding bug, I can tell you that there are a bunch of other entities that will give you problems that aren't even as nice as they are. Like the coil head, which is only supposed to move when you aren't looking at it, and very quickly replaces your head with a spring if you look away for too long. The coil head's sound design is fantastic, by the way. You can hear their footsteps like trudging around, and they will stop when you look at them and their head will spring forward, making this loud sploing sound that kind of informs you to just how close you were to death before catching them. And also, the sound it makes when they get you is almost like your head being popped off by the spring, and your head just flies off. Or the Bracken, who's kind of a variation of that game. You want to look at him, but not for too long. You just want to take a peek. If you look for too long, he gets angry and then runs after you and will kill you. And if you don't look for too long, he will sneak up behind you and kill you. He will literally just come up and break your neck. The way that you know the Bracken has been seen and is going to run away is he will bristle, his parts of his body will move, and you'll also hear this bristling sound and like a hiss and a low roar sound. So you know, hey, I saw him and he's gonna go away. And if you don't look at him long enough, well, you'll hear another great piece of sound design, which is your neck being broken by him. His movement is incredibly loud and sounds like nothing else in the game. So if you hear them, you best get going. And so I think I've made my point. Sound design is really important in this game, but every one of these entities has a different way of interacting with not only their environment, but also you as the player. And when you mix them all together, you get this big bowl of horror gaming anxiety, but also all of these different possibilities of things that can happen that can cause humorous moments. And the more people that you add to that bowl adds to more of the tension and hilarity. Not to mention the traps that you have to look out for, like the mines and the steam that can block your vision.
There's a switch over here.
Or the gaps that you can accidentally fall into. Oh no! Oh, and not only are there monsters in the facilities waiting for you, but there are ones outside that appear as well, like the tree giant or the eyeless dogs. No! Alright, bye everyone.
Oh, I got David.
Or the little girl that can go inside or outside.
Uh-oh.
dead if we don't trust him.
Oh, I see it. I see. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Or the mask that can go inside or outside.
Do you have one? Can't. Ah! Oh my god! Charlie!
It's the way all of these different systems interact with each other. The different traps, the monsters, the randomly generated pathing of the facilities, as well as your need to get loot or you lose the game. So imagine you're minding your business with an armful of loot, looking at a coil head, when a bracken comes up behind you and breaks your neck. The possibilities in this game are endless, and as Zeekers adds to them, they're only going to grow. Not to mention the little things, like the bridge collapsing that you can have happen, or the fact that you can whisper and the eyeless dogs won't detect you, or the fact that there is a secret insanity system at play that only affects the ambient noise and the little girl's chance of haunting you. It's these little things like this that the average player probably won't notice that make this game great and show Zeeker's prowess as a developer. These little things add up. The fact that there are really valuable collectibles like gold bars, or how the little ghost girl works, or that the shotgun from the nutcrackers can actually be taken from them when they are killed and can be used to kill other enemies. And it's these intricate little details that show how much care was put into this game, but also the want for the players to just have fun. When I found out that you could actually whisper and not be heard by the dogs, I was like in shock for a moment. I thought that was so fucking cool, and I still do. So, why is Lethal Company a great game? Why is it a great comedy horror game? It takes itself seriously enough to be a good game and have scary moments, but not too seriously that it doesn't want to have fun with itself and you. I can exemplify this just by saying that you can mask up with those masks, become possessed, and fuck over your teammates. Or have your neck broken while going around with the air horn that plays the Alexis Texas moan. Don't look that up. The horror in this game is paid attention to. The atmosphere is great. It's dark. It's scary. There are these fantastic creepy ambient tracks and noises, and the monsters are also well designed. But there's also the silly air horn and the boombox that plays these funky tracks. And you can kill your teammates by dropping a ladder on them, or get mad at a loot bug for being a dickhead and it raises its arms at you like, come on! There's a serious threat that you have to deal with and a goal that you have to accomplish. The proximity voice chat in Lethal Company is absolutely fantastic. That's another part of the sound design that is just nailed. The distance of the voice and the fading that happens is perfect. The echoes, it's perfect for scares, it's perfect for comedy. Zeekers has done a phenomenal job, and I want more proximity voice chat in horror games that is just like this. So to wrap it all up, Lethal Company is a simple game. You go and collect loot, but the complications that are added on top of it can be complex. The horror is there in these situations, but so is the comedy. Lethal Company is just a great game all around because of that. At its core, it's simple, but it blooms from that simplicity. But as I've said when talking about games, I'm not a game designer or a programmer, so I just tried to discuss what I can tangibly experience as a player, and I hope I was able to explain that well to you. Lethal Company is a fantastic game. It is worth the money that you will spend on it. If you have friends to play it with, or even just randoms, I bet you'll have a great time. So, that's it. That's the video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something, or just had fun watching it, even if you just had it on the background while you were making lunch or washing dishes. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember, it wants my pickles! Hey everyone, I really hope you enjoyed the video. I wanted to experiment and try doing a bit of lore and game discussion in a video while writing some of my own little skits and segments, and felt Lethal Company was a great game or thing to test that out with. I really enjoy Lethal Company. I think it's a fantastic game, and the developer, Zeekers, has done a great job creating it. All the enemy designs are awesome, and the way they work, and the game has a really simple but satisfying core gameplay loop with so much fantastic design built around it. I want to thank my friends Daniel and Flipsy for helping me by filming their gameplay, as well as my brother, his partner, and a host of other friends who played along with me. I also used footage from streamer Charborg and some random clips from other various sources. This video took quite a long time to make, so if you enjoyed it, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe to let me know if you want more like it. I am also planning, if I hit 10,000 subscribers in the near future, to possibly open a Patreon to help me try to transition into doing YouTube full-time. I look forward to future updates on Lethal Company, as well as my future here on YouTube, and I'm just really excited to keep doing videos, especially ones like this, and I hope you guys like it. Anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember, it wants my pickles! So I mentioned that this video is complicated to me. The problem is that even though I liked it, the video didn't do very well. And I can only make guesses because YouTube itself doesn't tell you why a video doesn't do well. I think it's because I did experiment with this Lethal Company video, but maybe a little too much, and it didn't click with people. As you can tell, since you just watched it, or at least I assume you did, that I did some theatrical stuff in it, I roleplayed, I did in-character, in-world things in Lethal Company, and acted as if you were being showed these as a viewer, as if the thing was talking to you, and I think it just didn't really work with people. And I know there's going to be people in my audience, because they care about what I make and they want to see me make things I care about. They're going to say, hey, you should still make things like this if you care about them, and I will, I promise you, but I also want to balance making things that I like with actually growing my channel. And I will say it really is a balancing act when you want to do it. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to make videos I like in the future. If I'm putting something out, I would argue I like it enough to consider making a video about it. Having said all of that, I'm going to stop yapping and we're going to move on into the next and final video of this marathon, which is my video on Greylock, which is itself a really long, practically marathon video. Most of these videos are actually really long. I'm really surprised that I got into making much longer form content. I just figured out, I guess I have a lot to say. I enjoy talking, but having a YouTube channel is very nice because I'm someone who talks a lot in real life, and my family and friends sometimes, they get like bored of me talking. They're like, oh my god, you're talking too much, or maybe they don't care what I'm talking about. And with YouTube, you as an audience, you can choose like, hey, I'm interested in this topic, I want to listen to this guy talk about it, and that's nice. It's nice that I can talk about something I care about, and people will care enough about it to choose to listen to me talk about it, and I appreciate that. Anyway, here's the Greylock video.
Do you think there is something worse than death? I do. Let me show you.
In Massachusetts sits Mount Greylock. Its peak is the highest point in the state, giving you a view as far as 90 miles away from the top. It's part of the larger body known as the Taconic Mountains, and features various hiking paths as well as the Mount Greylock State Reservation. It's incredibly beautiful, breathtaking even. But in today's video, beauty won't be what takes your breath away in Greylock. In fact, quite the opposite. Greylock is an analog horror series based in the Mount Greylock region, taking place on the mountain itself as well as the surrounding counties and communities. This series has captured the analog horror community for a number of reasons. Not only does it have a little bit of everything, from monstrous entities and cults to government and corporate conspiracies, all wrapped up in the nostalgic but creepy VHS aesthetic. There's even a possibility that we're dealing with aliens, but we'll get to that later. Greylock hasn't been around very long. In fact, as of writing this video, the first episode came out only a year ago. I began watching it myself at the start of this year, though I planned to last year. It's funny because right around the time I actually did manage to finish it up, a brand new episode dropped, which is perfect timing if you ask me. Having watched through the series multiple times now, I can say that Greylock is an incredibly dense and mysterious series. With every answer that it gives you, at least 2 more questions spring up out of the woodworks. And with every new question, 3 new scares come with them. You can watch the entire series in under 2 hours, and I do recommend doing so before watching this video. If you prefer to watch someone like me talk about the series, I recommend watching the original episodes along with watching my video. Remember to always support the original creators. Without them, people like me wouldn't be able to dissect their amazing creations. The full Greylock playlist will be linked in my description. With all that out of the way, today I'm going to look at the story of Greylock, walking you through the entire terrifying tale and piecing it together along the way to try to figure out just what's haunting this mountain in Massachusetts and terrorizing the poor people who call this place home. We're going to gather evidence, craft theories, and try to get a bigger picture as to what's really going on. And then, after all that, we're going to do an analysis of the structure, the narrative, and the way that the series is put together in an audio and visual sense. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? So grab a drink and a snack, strap in your neurovisor, and get ready for some neuroplasticity realignment, because today, we're manifesting the truth of the horrors behind Greylock.
Tape 001. Backrooms.
The first episode, which are called Tapes, released on March 13th, 2023. As I said in the intro, this introductory tape leaves us with far more questions than answers. I can imagine watching this first tape when it came out and just having no clue what the series is even about. All we see is a series of images of dilapidated labs in various states of disrepair, some places far worse off than others. Some rooms look burned, or covered in some type of disgusting substance, whatever the hell this is. What we do learn is someone is accessing a computer system for some type of company or entity known as Semiodyne.
Welcome to Semiodyne USA Enhanced Access Operations. Clearance credential requirement overridden. Administrator privileges granted.
They bypass the security system, and just before they access anything, the tape ends. There's also something flickering here. Looks as if it says something about a morgue? Wonder if that'll be important later. Not much happens in this episode, but it does give us a framing for the entire series. Someone accessing computers and files in some kind of dilapidated lab, hence the title Back Online. At least, for now, we can assume that the entire series is us, through the eyes of someone else, or their recording equipment, watching all of these tapes in this lab. We don't know where this place is, we don't know who's watching it, but later we'll have some ideas. Now it's time for us to go
Tape 002. Timeloops.
A car drives down a snowy country road late at night. Whoever's driving has a camera on their dashboard. The driver is listening to a fire and brimstone preacher. The preacher's sermon is about avoiding temptation and not seeking out the devil, to put it simply.
Avoid temptation, seeking to walk in the path of obedience, so that we may never be guilty of tempting the devil to tempt us.
The driver sees police lights off in the distance, just before we cut to them arriving at some kind of site. To the left, you'll notice, very quickly, a large piece of red construction equipment before the camera moves it out of frame. Possibly some type of red excavator. The person filming begins to walk through the mountains, and as they do, the camera seems to flash between what I think are two different points in time. The person who drove up here and someone else also recording the same area. The other perspective, not the driver, sees a trail of blood in the snow, or is possibly even the cause of the trail of blood in the snow. We cut back to the driver, who sees something strange out in the woods. Some type of figure, or maybe just a log that's being obscured by the darkness, but it looks creepy. As we keep cutting back and forth between the driver and the person who sees the blood trail, a distorted voice begins to play, an old newscast over the footage. The voice says, "Two men were shocked and horrified when they came across what they at first believed to be a mangled carcass of an animal, but when the hikers witnessed a human skull, they hurried to contact the authorities." The word "a human skull" repeats 2 more times. It then continues. The 2 men, who wish to remain anonymous, say that they've hiked the Mount Greylock trails for over a decade, and while they've certainly seen their fair share of bizarre things over the years, they couldn't have possibly been prepared for what they witnessed that day. The man, who I assume to be the driver, approaches a tree, with a sign of some sort behind it. But before he sees whatever it is, we cut back to him in the car, seemingly having left. The fire and brimstone preacher continues. speaking that the devil will at times find us whether we want him to or not.
Come face to face with the devil himself, whether we intended to or not, dear believer. We are drawn to him by our own hearts.
As he speaks, the driver moves forward a bit and then stops, flashing their lights 3 times. Locally, where I live, there are a lot of rumors and urban legends about places where you can park your car and flash your lights 3 times. These places are usually a bridge or abandoned and considered haunted, and flashing your lights 3 times will cause something paranormal to happen, like seeing a ghost, or, in this case, what happens to the driver. As he flashes his lights 3 times, the fire and brimstone preacher says,
You should make it easier on yourself and accept what it is that he bestows upon you.
We then cut to the driver, speeding down the road as the preacher, who is distorted and horrific now, ominously says that the devil There are a few things in this episode that are important but won't make sense until later on in the series. The police lights, the construction equipment, and the knocks on the car are all rather important things. This also establishes the early idea of people seeking out bad things that they should not mess with, and the horrible reality that sometimes bad things will seek you out whether you want them to or not, as well as a very vague mention of the shadow, or the darker part of the self.
There is a shadow nested deep within our hearts, within our minds, in a place most people don't even know exists within themselves.
And also, who is driving the car?
Tape 003. Orientation protocols.
This is part 1 of an instructional video series from hell. This tape has a lot of small important details, but for now we're going to try to hit all of the major points that it shows us. The tape in question was made by Unit 13, which is possibly the name of the lab that we saw in episode 1. The project that this lab is conducting was part of a fictionalized version of Project Stargate.
Part of the United States Army and Project Stargate, created in partnership with Semiodyne USA.
Project Stargate was a real-life military unit and project conducted by the US military to study the possible existence and military use of psychic abilities and the paranormal. Stargate is being worked on by both Semiodyne and the US military in conjunction. The tape was made for a specific person, one Alexander Michael Marsh, and is primarily introducing us to the idea of tulpas or thought forms that Semiodyne and the US military want to create. These are beings that are manifested of one's mental will, either purposefully or accidentally. They begin as an extension of a person's mental will, but as this tape says, they will eventually take on a sentience and physical being of their own, fully developing control of themselves. The tape offers us a lot of information, such as the fact that they can become full physical beings, that early thought forms are opaque and often confused as ghosts, and that all ghosts might be thought forms manifested by individuals' grief. We learned that Unit 13 is using a machine called the Thought Form Manifester to help create thought forms without years of mental training, as it usually takes people honing their mind and consciousness to be able to manifest them. The tape mentions that thought forms are kept in special chambers that they cannot escape from, and that the side effects of the Thought Form Manifester are incredibly mild, including such things as this list here. A second tape in the series is then mentioned at the end, called Waking Your Subconscious.
Please enter the video cassette labeled TF2, Waking Your Subconscious, now.
Which is coincidentally what tape 12 is called, which just came out recently. Now that we've finished the contents of the tapes, I want to talk about something that I think is interesting. Greylock as a series uses visual and audio corruption for emphasis. A lot of the times to emphasize something paranormal is happening, such as here in tape 3. This is very interesting to me because it establishes that in this world, the paranormal can affect technology, even things such as a tape where it is just mentioned. But it's also my little crackpot theory that sometimes the tapes do mess up when people lie as well, such as here at the end where it's used to emphasize the fact that the side effects are not as mild as they are said to be. This tape establishes a lot of ideas, characters, and themes that are central to Greylock as a series from this point on. Semiodyne is now established to be some sort of corporate entity that is working with the United States military to, in essence, create beings using people's deep, untapped mental power. The beings mentioned, known as tulpas, aka thought forms, are based on real-life religious beliefs and paranormal thinking. The origins of tulpas come from an interpretation of a Tibetan Buddhist idea by a Western religious philosophy known as theosophy. In Buddhism, there is a Sanskrit term known as Nirmanakaya. It's my understanding that they were meant to be a manifestation of an enlightened Buddha who would appear to the non-enlightened to guide them towards nirvana, aka enlightenment. These manifestations of the Buddhas were incredibly varied, from real physical people to boats and mountains to visions that would appear to people. Every variation had a different name, but along with the umbrella term Nirmanakaya, they were also called Spirulpa in Tibetan. The Tulpa idea in Greylock is much closer to the popularized version that was created in the 20th century by a Western religious philosophy known as Theosophy. Thought forms in Theosophy could take on the form of those who create them, an object or person, or something a bit less tangible such as an emotion or an aspect of the astral plane. Like here in Greylock, they were manifestation and extensions of people's consciousness. There is also an idea in Theosophy that a maintained thought form manifestation could be possessed by a spirit of nature or a dead person, which I find incredibly interesting. It also wasn't mentioned but once, and really won't be mentioned from this point on, but Project Stargate, again, was a real government thing where they were studying psychics. It's what Stranger Things is kind of based on, and essentially what Greylock is also based on, so you know that it's not good, especially when they're able to find something that actually does connect to us psychically. Having discussed all of that, just keep in mind that not everything is as it seems. And no, I don't purely mean that Semiodyne doesn't have good intentions. I think it's pretty obvious that they're bad. I just think Semiodyne has no clue what they're really dealing with, like most companies do in horror things. Just like the homeowners in this next tape.
Tape 004. Unexpected visitors.
Right off the bat, tape 4 is unsettling. We are watching someone film outside of someone else's house, late at night. We can see that there are people in the house, moving about, unaware of this person waiting outside. Also, there's this creepy looking cardboard cutout, which a comment said in the video is probably the creator as an Easter egg, but only time will tell. Who knows, maybe this is the main antagonist of Greylock, truly. Anyway, it's easy to guess that whoever is filming the outside of this house is not a friend of those who live inside, nor do they live here, or they would be inside, obviously. They break into the house with relative ease, finding a window unlocked. I'm guessing that people in this neighborhood are very trusting of their neighbors and unused to crime. They look up a dark staircase at a door. Suddenly the camera goes black, and we hear the horrific screams of what sounds like a man and a woman being brutally attacked. After this, it seems that the same person is out wandering in the woods, before turning the camera that they're holding up towards the moon. They zoom in, and then we immediately cut to an ad for the Max Headroom show.
I'd like to thank my producer, my writers.
Before this is interrupted by an emergency broadcast. Many counties in Massachusetts, including North Adams, Cheshire County, Northern Berkshire County, as well as Sequoia and Windsor, have experienced attacks on people's homes. 49 different residences have been broken into and attacked.
Massachusetts State Police confirmed the presence of a potential group of active and unidentified home invaders who have targeted 49 residences since approximately 11:15 p.m. last night. The attacks appear to be random, spanning across the towns of North Adams, Cheshire.
After this, we cut back to footage of someone in their house. They're filming out the window, which is open, as they hear screams in the distance of people probably being attacked. They move to close their window, but just before they do, a hand grabs it and stops them. We see a flash of a monstrous skeletal face on the screen just before a plain white mask also flashes on the screen. A horrific sound plays as we also see a flash of what looks to be a woman with half of her head missing. The video fades on these images. Another tape that just seems completely disconnected to everything else so far. What is happening? Something to note that will be very important for later, but does not seem so at this moment. The advertisement for the Max Headroom show is playing on ABC and says that the show will premiere tomorrow. The Max Headroom show in America premiered on March 31st, 1987. This is a very important tidbit for later.
Tape 005. Not here. Not now. Not anymore. Do you know what they did up there? These are the consequences.
Tape 5 is centered on a woman visiting her obstetrician's office for an ultrasound imaging appointment of her unborn baby. She has a typical back and forth with the nurse, but in the middle of the imaging, something strange and horrific happens.
Let's get some measurements to see exactly how much he's grown.
For us, we see a flash of a newspaper article which details the events of the previous tape, and then, again, that same expressionless, white mask-like face is flashed on the screen. During all of this, we see a strange pattern on the screen as well as hear a baby crying, and then...
What was that?
I don't know. I've never seen that before. Maybe something to do with the power.
When whatever is happening stops, the baby in her womb has just vanished. Like, it's just gone. The screen is black. Just gone. The woman, of course, begins to panic, and the nurse tries to calm her. Tries to go get another machine, saying that this one might be malfunctioning.
Has this ever happened before?
Well, sometimes babies can move into certain positions that are hard to see.
But you can't see my baby at all?
But the doctor outside seems to stop and inform her of something grievous. The nurse can be heard even getting upset outside of the door. The woman begins to sob, and an article then appears on the screen, slowly zooming in.
What are you talking about? No. This can't be happening. No. Your baby doesn't know your body? That makes no sense. Is it happening? What happened? Right now.
Besides that date, March 31st, there isn't any actual information to tell us the year that this tape takes place. That actually comes in later tapes. And I've done my best not to spoil information we learn later, but I felt this was important. This event happened near or around the same time of the previous episode, based on the advertisement for the Max Headroom show. And based on information that we'll get soon, it all but confirms that this event took place on March 31st, 1987, and that a lot of important events happen in this series in the year of 1987. Going back to the actual events of Tape 5, I wanted to bring up a theory that I saw in the comment section of the video, which is that the baby in her womb is actually a thought form and not a real child. I don't know if I agree with this at all. It's definitely a possibility consider what we're dealing with in this series, but later evidence will give credence to why I think this baby is not a tulpa. One reason I believe it isn't a tulpa is because the same white masked creature from Tape 4 appears again when the child disappears, and that it seems that she carried the baby to term normally until this point, which is why I think it probably isn't a tulpa, but more than likely a child that was legitimately stolen from her by some paranormal horrific event. But that is just theory, we don't know for sure. What we do know is that Tiffany Crisaldi has taken her own life based on the obituary at the end of the tape. That her baby miraculously and horrifically disappeared from inside of her, and it was near the same day when the break-ins happened on Tape 4. God, that's a lot of bad stuff. Hopefully the next tape has some good news in it.
Tape 006. Sleeping Dogs. There came a red flash as it pitched from heaven. Corruption wrought truth 0707.
Tape 6 begins with a man named Dr. Bernard T. Hayes giving a speech at the North American Council of Thought in New York, 1981. You'll recognize Bernard's name as he is mentioned in Tape 3 as one of the overseers of Unit 13's Project Stargate.
Named Dr. Bernard Hayes to oversee a number of the operations related to Unit 13's work.
His speech is coincidentally on the manifestation of consciousness, which is essentially what a thought form is. Though of course his words take a dark turn as he speaks on standing eye to eye with that of God, as equals, which if you're a religious man is basically hubris. But also, most normal people don't love the idea of playing God, that usually has terrible results. The tape distorts, and we get what could be seen as the first attempt at an applause jump scare. More on that later. Then cut to someone once again accessing the computer system of Semiodyne. They bypass the system's security and access the message logs of one Frank Porter, apparently a project director for, well, we really don't know what.
Welcome to Semiodyne USA's virtual message assistant for user. Project Director, Frank Porter. Establishing custom telephone message setting.
The message logs are specifically between Frank Porter and Paul Morelli. Frank hired Paul and his construction company to build the Redacted facility. This facility could possibly be Unit 13, but we don't solidly know. The messages take place between March 24th and March 30th of 1987. Interesting. 1987 again. The first message comes on the morning of March 24th. Paul and his crew find deep tunnels in the mountains. There are carvings in these tunnels and signs that people have once been there. Both the tunnels and the carvings are very, very old.
This shit looks ancient, like real old. I took a crew in to look through it, but since part of the tunnels caved in some time ago, we're gonna just have to bust through it regardless. But I still wanted to make you aware of it. Anyways, I'll keep you in the loop.
The message ends here. The next message is the morning of March 25th. Some of Paul's crew have mysteriously fallen with an illness.
Unfortunately, a number of the crew are sick as dogs. Not really sure what kind of stomach bugs going around or what, but...
He decides to call in some men who'd usually have the day off. Even more mysteriously is that the caved-in tunnel was cleared and outfitted with lights, and no one knows how it happened.
Wired up with a few lights, too. Wanted to see if maybe you sent someone in while we were off shift.
The construction crew also report seeing something out in the woods, like a strange, tall man skulking about.
Something like a real tall man. Might just be some environmentalist moron trying to cause some shit, but...
Him and his men are going to avoid the tunnels from that point on. Let's see how long he sticks to that. Message 3 is later the same day, around 5 p.m. Frank Porter sent a man to take photos of the tunnels, who was fine when he arrived, but became so sick that Paul's men had to carry him back to his car when he was done.
Also, we found some really old shit down there, Frank. Now, I ain't no historian, but we got a guy on the crew who used to do archaeology work or whatever, and I don't know. But I guess there's some old artifacts down there, like weapons and trinkets and whatever.
He says that he'll have Arnold Rivers, a former archaeologist that's on his team, write a report up for Frank to look over. Message 4 is the next day, on March 26th in the afternoon. The crew has just gotten sicker. Paul sees what his crew saw on the second day.
I saw that thing the guys have been talking about last night, stalking around in the tree line. I swear it had a face.
It's frightening because he feels the need to say that he swore that it had a face, which means that it either moved in a way or was shaped in such a way that having a face would be a spectacular detail, one important enough to mention, which is frightening. Message 5 is on the 27th, 10 minutes past noon. Paul and his crew find that all of their food has rotted, despite being fine the day before and stored properly.
Our food looks like it's been left out in the heat for weeks. No idea what's going on. Please call me back.
Message 6 is 4 hours later on the same day. They all see the thing again, Paul included. He says it was watching them, and they know that it's definitely not an animal now.
It's watching us, goddammit.
They put up trail cameras to try to catch sight of it. We see footage from one such trail camera, which detects motion, but we don't see anything on the camera. Message 7 has no real message, time or date. Just more trail cam footage. Footage of some type of fog or smoke passing by the camera in a very strange way. You can see that there's not much else there, no other fog or smoke, so what is that? Message 8, the 29th of March, 2 hours before midnight.
A lot of the crew here are sick now, and they're sort of like unresponsive.
None of their phones will call out to civilization, but for some reason Paul's phone keeps reaching Frank's messaging machine. Paul begins to laugh hysterically. He says that his skin feels tight.
My skin, it feels tight. A lot of pressure behind my eyes. My teeth feel like they're humming.
He realizes that all of this started when they found that tunnel open, and for some reason believes he needs to go back into it. That doing so will help him and his crew, and that if he doesn't, something terrible is going to happen. Little does he know that doing this is the terrible thing. He coughs and says that going back into the tunnel is the only way, and then begins to ramble incoherently. We then cut to footage from another hunting cam, this time at exactly midnight on March 30th. Something, seemingly camouflaged, moves from in front of the camera. The footage cuts. The final message is received on March 30th, but has no marked time. I assume it's sometime after midnight, though, and I'll explain why in a moment. We hear... Suddenly, Paul's deformed face comes into view of the camera as these sounds continue to play. The messaging system then cuts off. We cut to one more clip of that same trail camera. No date or time. A strange, white, mask-like face appears in the camera, one that we've seen glimpses of before, and then the tape ends. This tape not only answers many questions, but is also a payoff to everything that has come before it so far. In tape 4, the break-ins are implied by the Max Headroom commercial to be happening early in the morning on March 30th. This is because the Max Headroom show on ABC premiered on March 31st after the show Moonlighting, and the commercial explicitly says, tomorrow. This would line up perfectly with what seems to be the horrific transformation of the construction crew working up on the Greylock Mountains. I firmly believe that the men attacking people in tape 4 are these horrifically mutated construction workers. There also seems to be some type of connection to Tiffany Crisaldi and possibly other people's babies disappearing, but in what way we don't know, besides the fact that the same white mask-like being appeared in tape 4 and 5 and was finally revealed fully in this tape. We also know that some type of construction-like vehicle featured early on in tape 2, which implies that whoever was filming in that episode went near to a construction site, which could have been this one. So, tape 6, in my mind, is the inciting incident of the series so far, and establishes that there is something incredibly powerful up in the Greylock Mountain. The construction crew were affected by this power after traveling into the ancient tunnels, seemingly freeing whatever this white mask thing is in the process. After this, they were driven insane and transformed over a number of days, eventually attacking the towns around the mountain. This attack, as well as the disappearance of Tiffany Crisaldi's baby, are all connected by this white masked being. That is how everything connects so far. Tape 3 only loosely connects to things, but more will fall into place soon.
Tape 007. Back to normal.
We tune into a news show, specifically News 13, a live broadcast by anchor Don Wright.
Swept across northern Berkshire County, left many of its residents in a state of anxiety and panic. It was 2 weeks ago when the emergency broadcast system was engaged to warn residents to secure their homes due to the activity of a group of individuals who had been targeting and breaking into people's homes.
Analog horror series sure do love using counties. The police say that the attacks were done by an anti-American militia group operating out of western Massachusetts. The name of said group cuts out on the tape due to corruption. This is, of course, more than likely a cover-up. The police say the investigation is ongoing. The tape suddenly becomes more and more corrupted as the newscaster says that things are going to go back to normal.
Back to normal. Back to normal. To normal. To normal. To normal.
We hear some type of monstrous groan as the footage cuts to what seems to be videos of conjoined twins crying. I find this very coincidental since this series has already established disappearing babies, but we don't have enough information to connect the two things right now, so this is just really creepy. Before the tape ends, we get a flash of 2 images appearing on the screen, for 2 single frames. One is an interview with a former police officer turned private investigator named Jim Melgren, who believes that something horrific and strange is happening in Greylock. He details reports of people becoming deformed, developing strange and sudden severe mental illnesses, as well as getting mysteriously sick in ways that doctors have never seen before. We then see a picture of Tiffany Crisaldi and Alexander Marsh, probably shown because of the strange and horrific event involving the disappearance of their unborn child. The 2 articles are obviously linked, probably from the same story. Just before the tape ends, we see the newscaster's face zoomed in and horrifically distorted, with damage to his mouth and eyes bloodied and sunken, with the word liar superimposed on screen near his face. Remember this face, it's going to be prophetic. This tape shows us that there is an attempted cover-up of the events happening in Greylock, the police purposefully covering up the attacks and attributing them to some random group that may or may not even exist. We also have the first mention of Jim Melgren, who will turn out to be a major player in the series going forward. We also get a shot of Tiffany and Alexander Marsh. The name of her fiancé looks familiar, doesn't it? It's because it is. Remember in tape 003? That tape was meant for Alexander Michael Marsh, who is, coincidentally, Tiffany Crisaldi's fiancé. Tape 3 was made in 1993, and tape 5's events take place on March 31st, 1987, 6 years earlier. So with tape 7, we officially know a lot of these important events happened in late March of 1987, around or at the same time of the Morelli-Greylock incident. The news report itself is 2 weeks later, so about mid-April. We also got the tidbit that the man, Alex Marsh, mentioned in tape 3, is engaged to Tiffany Crisaldi. Let's just hope that things are really going to go
back to normal for residents of Berkshire County.
And there's no loose ends to tie up.
Tape 008. Old contents.
This tape starts with the ending of tape 7. We then cut to a conversation between a GBS executive and 2 of the producers on the Don Wright show. We quickly learned from their conversation that what we saw was broadcasted on live television. It also confirms to us that the television network is in on the cover-up.
By an asshole CIA liaison for the past 2 hours. What the fuck happened?
So our engineers believe that the signal was hijacked before even reaching the transmitter, but...
We also learned that the anchor, Don Wright, has been impossible to contact since he left after the broadcast, which I assume was just the previous night.
Well, we've been trying to reach him. We've called him multiple times. We've tried his pager. We've asked around to see if anyone's heard from him.
There's some real powerful people depending on us right now. They need us to manage the response to these events, to let the public know what's going on, and the last thing we need is it going wider than it already fucking has.
The executive tells the male producer to go check on Don whether he likes it or not. We then cut back to the Semiodyne computer system again. Interestingly, the file that was being accessed, the recording between the executive and the 2 producers, was deleted while the person was watching it.
Sorry, the file you are trying to access has been destroyed and can no longer be executed or retrieved.
And then a new file appears out of nowhere.
Warning, anomalous file detected. This file should not exist. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Opening file.
Which is pretty amazing, because it implies that the computer itself can recognize that the file is not right or is paranormal in some way. At least that's my interpretation. Whoever is using the computer decides to access the file. The computer reacts oddly to the file being accessed, the voice distorting before the file begins to play.
Arnold Rivers personal log. Final.
My name is Arnold Eugene Rivers. The date is April 8th, 1987, about 9:15 at night. I was involved in the Morelli construction project around Greylock.
This would be about a week and a day after the home invasion attacks and a week after the disappearance of Tiffany Crisaldi's unborn baby. We quickly learn that this log is from Arnold, who was the archaeologist present at the construction site from tape 006.
We got a guy on the crew who used to do archaeology work or whatever, and he can explain all this shit better than I could anyways. His name's Arnold Rivers. That's about it.
It seems that he was hired directly by Paul Morelli. Why? I don't know. I'm guessing they were instructed that they might need someone like an archaeologist for their expertise, which leads me to believe that Semiodyne knew that something like this was up there in that mountain. Arnold records this log because he believes his life is in danger, and considering this is his final log, he was right. He goes on to detail that on March 24th, the crew found the tunnels. The very next day, Arnold says that Paul had the tunnel cleared and sent him inside and a small crew to analyze the markings and any items within.
On March 25th, Paul cleared the interior of the mountain and asked me, accompanied by a small crew, to look through the tunnels and record notes on what I was able to recognize.
This statement is quite contrary to what Paul himself said in tape 6.
I don't know how the hell this happened, but the section of the tunnel here I caved in is clear. The tunnel's been wired up with a few lights, too. Wanted to see if maybe you sent someone in while we were off shift. My crew said you didn't, but, I didn't see anybody else either, so...
Now, this could mean one of 3 things. That Paul did indeed have the tunnel cleared, but him and the crew forgot that he did so, probably being affected by whatever sickness came from it. This would mean that he was being affected by the sickness much earlier than he thought, as early as the 2nd day. The second possibility is that something taking the shape and form of Paul came and had the tunnel cleared, telling his crew to do so. I think this is the least likely because none of his crew remember doing this either. The third option is that whatever was in the mountain itself, or whatever creature is in the mountain, did this. This, or the first, are the most likely explanations in my opinion. As Arnold states in his log that Paul did have the tunnels cleared, this leads me to believe that Paul either told them that he had it cleared just to not worry them, or he did have it cleared himself and forgot about it. Back to Arnold's logs. Arnold mentions that he was meant to directly report to Frank Porter, but at the time kept to himself what he found. He says that what they discovered was not normal. Not only because of the strange effect the tunnels was having on him and the crew, but also that what they found did not make historical sense. To keep it short, they found artifacts, writings, and more spanning all of written history and even before it. Some pre-Columbus, some ancient Chinese and Egyptian, and even earlier than that. This discovery would change human history as we know it. It was extraordinary enough to the point that Arnold believed it might have been a hoax set up for him, if not for the fact that as he checked the items, he could make out their authenticity himself. His excitement quickly turned to fear, though, as he realizes that something in that mountain must have been very powerful or important to be worshipped by so many different cultures across all of human history, even prehistory.
Our findings that day alone would change world history as we know it today. I figured it had to be a hoax, but I'm confident that it's all authentic. But my excitement was soon replaced with a looming fear and anxiety. How could such a place be so important to so many cultures for so long?
He at first questions the purpose of all of this as they go deeper into the tunnels, finding chambers full of baskets of spices, weapons, armor, religious artifacts, and more. It's when finding these that he comes to the conclusion
all of it was there purposely, as offerings.
We cut to a TV bumper on News 13. This is a rather classic analog horror trope, but it does serve a purpose here. The segment explains how our moon came to be, a planet crashing to our own, becoming our moon, but also leaving fragments of itself within the Earth. This of course hints at the possibility of what might be in Mount Greylock, some part of this rogue planet that left something that horrifically mutates people or connects us to some alternate dimension or something like that, something that opens up our consciousness or some super fucked up alien being, but we'll talk more on that later. We then cut back to a police call from one Liam Hollander, the producer on the Don Wright show who was sent to check on him. We very quickly learn that Don is dead. Not only that, but whoever killed him, or whatever killed him, left his face exactly like it was edited on the hijacked broadcast. We then return to Arnold's final log. He sees many altars in the chambers deep within the mountain, and evidence of mass animal and human sacrifice. These chambers are covered with strange symbols and writing.
Couldn't recognize a single familiar symbol, and it made me sick to even look at them.
He states that while he's not a religious man, something of incredible importance is in that mountain.
There's something in that mountain. Something people of countless cultures over the history of our planet have been worshipping, but I don't know why.
And whatever it is spoke to him, made him feel as if he were in a fever dream, and even called him to go deeper. Since leaving those tunnels, he has not felt right since, hearing a constant droning noise in his own head. The recording implies that after leaving the tunnels on the 25th, he wrote up the report to Frank Porter, left the project, and recommended that they end it immediately. Frank calls him back on the 28th, of course wanting him to return to the project, promising a full team, incredible pay, and the greatest historical finding in all of human history.
I refuse again. I won't put a price on my sanity or my health, especially after seeing what was happening to the crew.
This next section all but confirms the horrific things that we already knew about that construction crew. Whatever was in that mountain, whatever was in those tunnels, transformed them into horrific monsters. And Arnold's statements almost imply that this was happening as early as the day after the tunnel was opened, which was the 25th. Apparently, Paul's transformation was just the tip of the iceberg of the horrific mutations that these people faced. Arnold's log cuts to another Semiodyne internal file, logging the survivors of the Morelli Greylock event. It even says below that these are pre-classification, which I can only take to mean that Semiodyne and the US government are planning on giving these different mutations different classification types, which would be interesting to see. To sum this section up, the construction crew, even this small sample of them, have been changed drastically. They've been mutated, they've had their minds changed, they've all become these horrific, inhuman monsters, some of them so different that to call them human would be doing a disservice to humanity. Some of them are comatose but sit up and spit acid. Some are violent, monstrous, looking like werewolves. Others are literally just shells. Humans who seem dead, but when you get close to them just get you sick and even spread some type of infection. There's even one who apparently can just convince you to do whatever he wants just by talking to you, which is terrifying, and obviously they say that they should euthanize it, because yeah.
Patient possesses inhuman power of suggestion and influence over others. Do not interact.
That's scary. That's a look at that, look at that. So yes, considering that, I guess I'd consider Arnold lucky, even with what's to come. Frank Porter accepts Arnold's resignation a little too easily. Arnold then goes on to recount the horrific events that happened after the Morelli mining incident, from the home invasions to apparently raining bodies in one county to the disappearance of people's babies. Arnold mentions he's partnered with an investigator and that he feels paranoid, finding his home unlocked at random times, checking his house for listening devices. He begins to calm himself down, thinking that he's over-worrying when something suddenly happens. His basement door opens and someone comes inside.
She's talking about it. This can't be. Oh my god, that's the basement door.
Arnold hides in his bedroom closet and pleads for whoever finds this file and recordings to give it to Jim Melgren. We've heard that name before. This is the second time Jim's name comes up, and soon we'll learn just how important he really is. Arnold stays hiding in the closet as whatever is in his house begins looking for him, making a variety of different disturbing noises. Voice changing from that of a child to a grown woman to a man, changing pitch, becoming malformed sounding.
Come on out, it's the police.
Arnold, of course, begs for mercy, knowing that whatever this is not right, but finds none, as the closet door flings open and the white, masked creature comes in, and it sounds like he is being torn apart before we hear a sickening squelch sound, and Arnold stops making noises. The creature then seemingly gloats, saying, and then the tape ends. This was a long one, and from this point on, most of the tapes are going to be pretty long. This episode gave us a lot more to chew on, especially following tape 6 and 7. This confirms the transformation of the construction crew and their horrific massacre. Based on the dates of capture on each subject, they were picked up only a few days after their spree of violence, which means during their attacks, they might have still been somewhat human and just mutated more in captivity, but we don't know. Interestingly, Paul Morelli himself is not part of this captured group, but as it says at the start, this is only Group C of however many. We also have a confirmation that the tunnels, the shrines, the statues, and everything are in the mountains. The pictures basically confirm it. I thought there was a possibility of them just being hallucinations, but the fact that there are images that can be in the video tells me that it's probably true. The short television segment also gives us a sprinkling of an idea of what's in the mountain. We can run with the theory that whatever is in the mountain was part of this rogue planet that formed our moon, lodging some part of itself in the mountain, some alien or paranatural thing that changes human beings and mutates them, or allows them some deeper consciousness that creates these monstrosities. We also finally get to see the white masked creature in actual action. We know now that it can mimic people, and it is violent. But this episode also added more complexity to it. Why did it kill Arnold? For what purpose? More than likely it wasn't sent by Semiodyne. Whatever it is, it seems to have its own goals in mind. It seems intelligent enough to try to trick people by mimicking other people.
Come on out, it's the police.
And even making fun of Arnold after killing him. We also know that it's connected to the break-ins as well as Mount Greylock, as I said before. I don't think this thing is working with Semiodyne as some think. It seems way too much like a chaotic force in and of itself, but only time will tell. There is a possibility that this thing is the main antagonist of the series, or at least connected to the main antagonist. That is, unless you also consider Semiodyne one of the main antagonists, like I do. Because if you can't tell, this episode confirms that Semiodyne is evil. They basically sent that construction crew up into the mountain knowing that something bad was up there and it was going to do something to them. And even as it did, they continued not to tell them and let them transform so they could test them, experiment on them, and see what happened to them. We also get that little tidbit that Don Wright was murdered, and we don't know who by, but whoever it was vindictive. They made his face look exactly like it was edited to during the hijacked broadcast. Was it that white masked being? Was it something else? Was it Semiodyne? Probably not Semiodyne. Whew, that was a lot, but wait, there's more.
Tape 009. Trojan Technology.
While this tape is quite long, I think it can pretty easily be summed up. Semiodyne is pure evil. We start out with a broadcast from WRAV FM radio on December 13th, 1963, which tells us about the National Access Initiative, a program to put technology into everyone's homes. This ranges from phones, televisions, and radios to smoke alarms, security systems, and more. The announcer says that the program is the creation of Lyndon B. Johnson in partnership with, you guessed it, Semiodyne, who will be providing the technology. This is already suspicious considering everything we know, but we very quickly learn that yes, not only is it suspicious, but it is in fact bad, very bad. The tape heavily implies that Semiodyne played a part in the assassination of Kennedy in this universe, not only showing newspaper articles about his death, but also having the CEO directly state this.
Kennedy didn't go for it. He's gonna fucking expose our whole plan for the NII program. After rejecting Operation Northwoods, and then that executive order involving the Federal Reserve, there are a lot of snakes in the grass. And it's about time that Kennedy got bit.
We also see a lot of different shots within people's homes. I saw comments that thought that these were security cameras, but I do not think that's the case. A lot of these cameras are in really odd places, so I believe that the technology Semiodyne put in people's homes, from the phones, TVs, and cameras themselves to everything else, probably have cameras in them. It's all stuff that was put there by Semiodyne and the government just to spy on people. Apparently Kennedy was against it, but Lyndon B. Johnson was not. Asshole. So the CEO is as evil as he looks. I don't know if he's meant to look scary on purpose, or if it's just that the creator of Greylock used what looks to be a heavily edited AI image that just makes it look incredibly uncanny. I don't know, it just kind of looks that way. Semiodyne, within the universe of Greylock, seems to have created a lot of the modern technology that we use, and I'm wondering if we won't find out that their origins are also incredibly evil later down the line, like maybe they actually spawned from whatever is in the Greylock Mountains. Probably not, but who knows. I wouldn't be surprised if the CEO was actually like a 200-year-old vampire. I mean, look at this dude, he's terrifying. The CEO talks about how important technology is and how it will connect us all. How America is really about security, connectivity, and accessibility.
Only the beginning. We have so much more planned so that Americans can all truly be equal in our society. Security, connectivity, accessibility. It is our belief that it is these three factors that make America the best country in the world.
This is rich coming from a guy who runs a company that turned a bunch of construction workers into the most evil version of the X-Men. Amidst all of the random shots of what seem to be people's technology spying on them, we get a cut of someone aware that the NAI program was used to spy on people. Glad some people in the universe can pick up on what we can. Some of the imagery that we see from these different cameras is just incredibly disturbing. A lot of pictures of some very off-looking old people, and then this really disturbing scene of what looks to be someone who has ended their own life with rope and a closet door that slowly opens before we cut to the second applause jump scare in the entire series. And this one is actually something that got me, and probably a lot of other people. It is truly just a silly little jump scare. We then see a momentary clip of many people wearing white masks in the forest. This is the first time we're seeing what could be a cult at play, all adorning a white mask similar to that one monster that we've seen a bunch. This broadcast segment of the CEO ends, letting us know that basically everywhere and everyone is going to have semi-iodine technology in their homes that is spying on them, from workplaces, schools, probably even bathrooms, to police stations, fire departments. My guess? The Greylock region was one of the first that got this technology, but that's only a guess. Next, we see one of semi-iodine's hidden cameras in a little girl's room on December 29th, 1994 at 3 a.m. And if that wasn't horrifying enough already, what happens next is surely going to put a shiver down your spine. A horrific skeleton flesh monster rises out of the darkness of the girl's room and begins speaking to her in this slow, raspy, horrific drawl. It implies that whatever it is comes from the device that semi-iodine used on her, possibly the same device we saw in tape 003.
I'm your imaginary friend.
My imaginary friend? But I didn't imagine you.
You must have, because here I am. You probably just don't remember.
Are you from your doctor's office place that I had to go to?
I think you might be right, Katie.
It for some reason convinces this little girl that it is her imaginary friend, and when it draws her close, it kills her. Like, what is the purpose of that? Why kill her? But more importantly, I think the skeleton monster is a reoccurring villain in this series. We've seen a similar creature before, and we will continue to see a similar creature from this point on. I know I've kind of harped on the idea that these aren't tulpas or thought forms, and that just might be what semi-iodine thinks they are. It's still a possibility that they are thought forms. It's just interesting that so many of them take on this same horrific skeleton flesh monster type form. I just think that's a little bit too coincidental that so many of them look that way, but that could just be whatever these monsters are when they possess a thought form. Moving on from what it might actually be, I think it's very interesting that the monster basically toys with the girl before killing her. It literally tries to convince her that it's her imaginary friend and gets her to come closer because it takes her glasses and then just kills her, and it seems to really enjoy just drawing out this whole process. It's horrifying. We, of course, also have that cult-like group that showed up for a minute wearing those white masks similar to that white mask monster. This is the only time that we see a definite picture of a cult-like group, and we also see some cult-like symbology later, but it's really hard to say that there is a cult definitely, even with the 12th episode that's come out. Also, it's fun. Remember I mentioned that it seems that the paranormal messes with the electronics? You can see that anytime in this episode that the skeleton monster says a sentence that is longer than a few words, it starts to cause electrical interference with the hidden camera in the room. And I just think that's really neat.
They're over here.
Also, something a lot of people might not have noticed, but when the little girl is dying, we see a little flash on the screen of a woman with her head being pulled off, or like tentacles coming out of it or something. This could mean a number of things. Could be wires, could be a representation of like consciousness flowing out of someone's head. The video ends with a recording of the Marsh residence on May 18th, 1987. Tiffany and Alexander lost their child on March 31st, 1987, so this would be a few months later. May 18th was a Monday, so this may be the day she died. This is all but confirmed in the next tape.
Tape 010. Messages from the dead. The serpent's right eye was plucked from his head, and it was transformed, and engulfed in a great flame that was fashioned to provide light for all of creation. And lo, it was made to nourish the earth, so that life might thrive and flourish from it.
A man walks through the woods. He finds a dead rat. He picks it up and idly strokes it. We then cut to a recording from the previous tape. Alex Marsh calling Tiffany Crisaldi. She doesn't pick up. We then cut to him being interrogated by the police, talking about how she got worse and worse after the disappearance of their unborn child.
On that day, didn't pick up.
Alex called again, pleading for her to call him back. We then see candles, some kind of ceremony, a droning noise.
not sure what's going on, but I'm gonna head home. I'm sorry, I'm kind of freaking out.
We then cut to what seems to be a recording of the computer of Dr. Heinrich Albrecht, the medical examiner of Westfield. He is to be the conductor of Tiffany Crisaldi's autopsy. The date is May 19th, a day after her apparent death. The autopsy was requested by the Adams Police Department, and we very quickly learn why. She has a strange black tar-like substance leaking from most of the orifices in her head. There is no typical sign of violence or struggle to indicate what actually killed her. The most mysterious and unnerving thing is a carving that appears on the center of her body on her sternum.
A symbol of some sort has been carved into the flesh. Equally concerning is the absence of hemorrhaging in the surrounding tissues. I've been able to ascertain that this symbol was carved into the skin post-mortem. In regards to timing, based on my analysis, I would say the cuts were likely made several hours after death.
This would of course mean that someone waited around with her body or came several hours after she died to put the carving into her body. The symbol itself is a strange star-like pattern with the top point missing, instead replaced by a line that goes all the way through the bottom as well. They have symbologists studying the symbol to see what it means. We then cut to what is probably one of the more disturbing parts of this tape. An unnamed doctor, whose face is censored with black bars, interviews a young Tiffany Crisaldi. She is 6 years old. This whole interaction is just incredibly creepy. The therapist is just really off-putting. But what he asks her is even more so.
You're awfully quiet today. Are you seeing them again?
Yes.
Can you see them right now?
Yes.
Where are they? Where are they, Tiffany?
And her response is as well.
They're everywhere.
What are they? Well, we don't know. Whatever they are, he can't see them, and she sees a lot of them. We cut back to another log of the autopsist. Apparently, incredibly strange things happened after her body arrived.
Electrical flickers and inexplicable drops and spikes in room temperature.
The strangest, though, is that both the doctor and the nurse heard a woman crying.
After placing Miss Crisaldi in storage and moving on to cleaning up, my assistant Sarah mentioned that she'd heard what sounded like a woman crying, coming from the direction of the cooler. I didn't dare to tell her that I heard it as well.
We return from this scene to Tiffany's therapy session. The doctor, in a rather threatening manner, tells her that they're about to conduct an exercise. He then says,
I need you to follow my instructions, okay, Tiffany? As long as you do that, everything will be fine. Can you do that for me?
Okay.
Good.
Which, yeah, I don't know. That just doesn't sound great to me. He then puts on a rather disturbing and distorted music track.
Good. Now close your eyes and keep them closed until I tell you to open them.
What happens next is essentially the doctor putting Tiffany into some sort of trance. With her eyes closed, he instructs her through a very detailed mental walk through her home. This includes sensations such as physical touch, smells, and sounds. I imagine this is done to help connect with her subconscious, her home being a metaphorical place of safety within her own mind. Of course, this takes a twist when the doctor asks her,
You walk into a room, and that's when you can see something different that's never been there before. Tell me what you see.
It's a door next to my window.
That's right, it's a door. What does the door look like, Tiffany?
It looks black. It has weird marks on it. The wood looks weird.
On it are strange markings. Of course, this immediately takes my head to the symbol that was on her body during the autopsy. But this also recalls the strange markings that Arnold saw in the caverns of Mount Greylock. The doctor then insists that she open this black door.
walk to the door and open it.
I'm scared.
It doesn't matter if you're scared. You must open the door. Good job, Tiffany. Now tell me what's on the other side of the door.
As this happens, we have visual corruption on the tape. This is of course the sign that something paranormal is happening. He tries to ask what's behind the door. She says, a small room. She insists that she sees a man inside. The doctor tries to tell her that she is alone, insisting that she ignore the man and tell him what the room looks like. This is where things begin to go awry.
There's a TV. The screen is all fuzzy, and the tall man is watching it.
Tiffany, I want you to focus on removing the man from your mind. When I snap my fingers, he will be gone. You will be alone.
The man's shaking. His body is cracking.
He begins to
Tiffany,
react to this, shaking and cracking, and finally turning to look at her. It seems the doctor himself begins to become scared and tries to snap her out of this trance-like state. Whoever or whatever this man is turns to face her, and Tiffany asks,
1, full control of your body. 0, you're awake, Tiffany. You will return to reality now.
A quick flash of Tiffany's adult photo is shown, overlaid with the photo of her death. We then cut back to the man with the rat, who proceeds to cut it open. Inside the rat is a tape, which he then listens to. We see that same strange star symbol from before and hear a distorted voice. The person watching is Jim Melgren. The voice taunts him, insisting that everything will become apparent soon.
You must have questions regarding who I am, how I located you, and what reason I am contacting you. I won't be answering any of those questions, but I will be clear in due time.
The man seems to know a lot about Jim. This person contacting Jim only adds to my idea that there is a cult at play, but it could also be one of the monsters. It is funny to me, the idea that one of the monsters is making a tape for Jim to listen to. Before the tape ends, we see one final scene, the autopsy room. Tiffany's container shakes, a horrific noise coming from inside, followed by the echoed screams of a woman. The horrific version of Tiffany's face can be seen. It suddenly flashes over the screen. The tape ends. This tape has a few big revelations for us, the main one being the realization of the character we've been following this whole time. This could be proven wrong down the line, but I feel there's a strong case that we're following Jim Melgren from the very beginning of the series. This would make a lot of sense, as he is a private investigator. Apparently he's very crafty, as whoever contacted him notes that he has done a lot to stay alive before. There's even more evidence of this to come, but I believe that Jim has been the character whose perspective we've been following from the beginning, all the way back in tape 1. This is interesting to me because that means there's an implication that Jim himself is in his 50s or 60s, which means he's one badass older dude. We also have the realization that Tiffany has had some kind of connection to the events of the series since she was a child in the 60s, seemingly seeing entities and even having an encounter with something inside of her own mind in one of these deep consciousness, alternate world, black door spaces. We also know that she wasn't as dead as we thought she was, or at least she's more alive than she should be. Whatever she's become, it's monstrous. I had another realization while editing that I wanted to add in post. You would think that I would get things like this on the first run through, but sometimes it takes a while for things to click, even if they're really apparent. Basically, there's an implication that Tiffany had some type of ritual performed on her. Besides what was carved into her body alone, you also have the scene where Alex is calling her, and then it cuts to that ceremony with the candles. I feel like this almost implies that whatever cult might exist, if there is one, and I'm leaning towards there being one, I know I keep saying if, but we don't know, did something to her. That carving, the candlelit ceremony, the droning, which is just, I think Alex is crying, drawn out to make this horrifying noise. I think something paranormal was done to her, some type of ceremony. Of course, we know about the fact that she's basically psychic and had these experiments run. but I think something was done by like a cult or something. Anyway, to me this only adds to my theory that whatever these monsters are, they aren't true tulpas or thought forms. Of course, as I mentioned much earlier, in Theosophy it is believed that tulpas / thought forms could be possessed by spirits of the dead or even other types of spirits. But would a thought form still be purely a thought form if possessed by something malevolent? And also, even in Semiodyne's own tape, it says that thought forms are separate from the living entities that create them. So it wouldn't make sense that her body would become a thought form, which is why I think whatever this paranormal stuff is that's going on, it isn't purely tulpas or thought forms, as Semiodyne thinks they are, which is why I think Semiodyne is kind of misunderstanding what's going on here, but only time will tell. What we do know for now is that whatever creature Tiffany Crizaldi has become, it seems to still be connected to her body, or at least that's what it seems like at this point. But with that, we've got a boatload of other questions. What is the symbol? Who is contacting Jim? What brought Tiffany back to life? Is Tiffany a thought form, or is she something more or different? Who was the doctor conducting her trance? What is Semiodyne related to in any and all of this? Could this have been the moment that they found out about what's going on in Greylock, like when she was a kid, contacting this entity? We don't know, and honestly, the final 2 tapes we have so far still don't answer many of these questions, but they do set the stage for future events, and I'm very interested to see where they go.
Tape 011. Preparations for a guest. What you so fear? So I am.
This tape is short and sweet, and like the earliest tapes in the series, probably more of a setup that will make more sense with later information. We see someone setting up some type of trap in their basement. The video keeps cutting between this setup to a candlelit ceremony that we also saw a quick flash of in Trojan technology, though we still have no idea what that is. The person setting this strange trap places a tape player inside, with a tape playing what sounds like someone moaning despondently on it, crying out for help. I believe that the person in this tape is more than likely Jim Melgren. He might have some other ways to ensure his safety, because those boards don't look like they'd be nearly enough to trap any of the creatures we've seen in this series so far. If we remember back in tape 003, Semiodyne had some type of chamber that they believe could keep the thought forms in place, so maybe he figured that out. There's also my crackpot theory that this could be Alexander Marsh. I only guess that because the video kind of implies that they're trying to capture Tiffany Crizaldi with the overlay of the candles, and then also the tape sounding like something we'd heard in a tape with her before. We won't know until the future when we actually see this tape pay off. Which I will say, this does sound like Alexander Marsh. It sounds like the voice actor who plays him, and it sounds like he's begging for help, which is pretty worrisome. Speaking of Alexander Marsh,
Tape 012. Waking your subconscious. You are now prepared to see new shadows in your home.
So, our long journey finally brings us here. This is the final tape that we've gotten so far, at least as of me recording this video. Remember that this very tape was mentioned all the way back in tape 3.
Please enter the video cassette labeled TF2, Waking Your Subconscious, now. This is the end of this tape.
Which was released almost a year ago to date. So I immediately want to point out something about this tape. Notice that the opening screen is different than the original tape we saw all the way back in 3. Now I can't be sure, but I thought this tape was more than likely made for Alex Marsh, as he was the subject of the first instructional tape we saw, which was tape 3. And it's quite obvious that Charlotte Melgren's name has been superimposed over other text with these black boxes. This isn't a sure thing, of course, but evidence later in this tape gives it more credence. This tape was created on the exact same day as tape 3 as well, January 2nd. I know I said this at the start, but I am about to repeat myself. I recommend watching this series on your own besides watching this video, because my explanation and breakdown will not do this episode justice. But again, if you need to watch this along with it, that's fine. This tape is a doozy. It is a lot of things. It's meant to be watched with a device known as the TF System Neurovisor while also writing in a workbook. It seems that the overall point of this tape is to restructure and physically change a human being's brain chemistry, allowing for a deeper connection between the conscious and subconscious mind. The implications of this become incredibly dark later. To do this, they play varying degrees of odd and terrifying imagery, which is on purpose because it says multiple times that being scared and anxious is great for mental conditioning.
It aids tremendously in your brain's ability to focus, but it also can make you feel vulnerable or frightened, which are beneficial to this program achieving the desired results.
Section 1 is called Induction, which has a photosensitivity warning because it features a red flashing square on screen for a solid 30 seconds. I will now show that red square for a second so you can look away if you want to. And red square now! The second is priming. Before discussing priming, you'll probably notice the terrifying shadow in the background that is slowly growing closer, and continues to do so throughout the video, so that's just fun. The priming section features a series of 6 words and finding one that doesn't fit with the other 5. You can imagine that this goes wrong pretty quickly. The words chosen start out as mildly disturbing and then go from that to being just objectively horrifying. Eventually it becomes obvious that the tape is possessed or something is using it to directly contact Jim, who is obviously the one wearing the neurovisor. He's even on the damn poster for the episode. This is like one of the only tapes that has a poster. Flashing things like, "All you cherish will be remade," and "Love contorts her flesh and bone," as even the words that seem to be part of the tape progressively get scarier and worse. Eventually, it speaks directly to Jim, asking, "Where's your precious daughter, Jim?" followed by a momentary flash of a missing persons poster of Jim Melgren's daughter, Charlotte. Now, remember at the start where it said Charlotte Melgren? Yeah, that didn't feel right, right? Well, we're gonna get confirmation that that wasn't right. The words become very targeted, being about transformation and mutation, and then suddenly we see footage, just for a moment, of a camera being operated by Paul Morelli. This is another one of those things where I noticed this during editing, and it just changes my perspective on a lot of things about this whole series. This clip is so short, but if you actually look, it says that the date of recording on the camera is 1997, October 3rd. That is 10 years after the original Greylock incident, and if this is Paul Morelli, this would imply that him going in the tunnels, that he almost time traveled or something like that, or that he is still alive or something. Like, the camera pickup date is 10 years earlier after the initial Greylock incident. This does imply almost time travel or something, or maybe I'm misseeing, but that date just does not make sense. It does not look like 1987, it looks like 1997. Directly after this, we get a warning that the tape being watched has been altered. Again, like before with Arnold's message, it seems that the technology is somehow aware that it is being changed in some way, which is just incredibly interesting. It even warns that the alterations may permanently damage people's psychology, which is terrifying to say the least. Now we hit Section 3, Conditioning. This test is basically meant to overload one's perceptual senses. Emotions are flashed over faces, eventually incongruent with each other. This is a variation of a test called the Stroop test, which you've probably seen before. It's basically where, like, a color will be put over another color, or a shape will be put over another shape, and they'll be different. Like, it'll say circle, but it's a triangle. You get what I'm saying. This, of course, takes a turn for the horrific, as eventually every face just has the word scared overlaid it before the tape begins to corrupt. Then the face horrifically mutates. The word changed is shown as the face becomes like the meaty skull that we've seen before. We then cut to security camera footage. The date is 1992, just after midnight. Again, this is only more evidence that the tape was changed, because why would there be surveillance camera footage of some random address on this tape that was made in 1993? We see a house comprised of 2 separate buildings. The 2 flashes that we saw earlier showed that Charlotte Melgren ran a kennel for stray dogs out of her home, so we can only assume that this is her home. We see that very terrifying skull monster once again as it enters the kennels run by Charlotte. Her dogs begin to bark. Her security system is obviously tripped by this. What happens next is undoubtedly some of the most terrifying moments in this series to this point, in the entirety of the series, really. Charlotte is awoken by a call from Troy Erickson, who works for the security company that monitors her building. She pleads that this must be a false alarm, that her father installed the system, and that the last few times there's been no real danger. This, of course, turns out to be untrue.
But you guys have called me in the middle of the night, like 5 times in the past couple of weeks, and it's all turned out to be false alarms. Every time.
I'm so sorry about that, ma'am. I can take a look into why that might be happening if you'd like, but first I need to be sure that you're in a safe situation.
Troy is unable to see the footage for the current night, so she convinces him to let her check on the kennel on her own without him calling the police.
Okay, I'm getting an error. It's not letting me review it.
Well, I can just head over really quick.
There's no motion alert in tonight's logs, so... okay, just please be quick and safe.
Thank you.
As she does this, he looks over the footage from the previous nights and slowly realizes just how dire her situation really is. The previous alarms were not just false alarms, and he becomes scared and confused as he sees that skeletal monster prowling around her home for the previous week. Troy pleads for her to go back to her house, confused as to how any of the other security people did not notice this thing, and she relents, hearing the genuine worry in his voice.
Everything seems fine.
I'm really not sure this is a good idea, Miss Milgren. Listen, something's wrong with the recordings I'm seeing of your home. The previous calls you've been getting, they weren't false alarms. Something's been stalking around your property for a while now. I'm not sure how the previous people who called you didn't notice.
Okay, something like what, an animal or?
No, well, I don't know actually. Listen, I just think you should go back to your house, okay? Please.
Okay, yeah, you win. Let me just make sure that the dogs are okay, and I'll head back over. They're just right here.
Okay, thank you.
But then, of course, this takes a horrific turn. The dogs are all standing perfectly still, almost statue-like.
They're all just standing here.
Well, it's late, so maybe they're just tired or something. But let's just get you back.
That's not it. They're just standing here, not moving. Like, at all. Like, not even their eyes. It's like... Oh my God. It's like they're fucking dead, but they're not.
What the fuck?
What?
As she finds this, Troy is finally able to see the current footage of the night. He watches as the skeletal creature enters the kennel not moments before she was woken up and the alarm was tripped, which caused him to call her. He panics, yelling that she needs to
get the hell out of the kennel now!
Fuck, I'm leaving!
What was that? Are you okay? Charlotte?
It ripped my flashlight.
Charlotte?
It ripped my flashlight. It's gone. Something ripped it out of my hand.
Suddenly, something rips the flashlight from her hand. What follows is her, terrified, trying to find her way out.
You need to try your best to be calm and just listen to me, okay? Can you find your way out?
I'm trying. I can't find the Where's the fucking door? This doesn't make any sense. The door's fucking gone. The door's fucking gone.
Charlotte says that the door is just gone, sounding absolutely terrified at this realization. Troy doesn't seem to believe her, thinking it is just her being panicked. But then he checks and sees this. Troy is shocked, but of course does not tell her, as this would kill any hope she has of escape. As she searches, we hear the creature in the background. It laughs and makes terrifying gurgling noises.
You need to keep feeling your way out, Charlotte. Don't let anything distract you.
Eventually, she enters a door and locks it, but it is not the door out. It goes somewhere else.
Okay, I'm out and the door's locked.
Okay, very good, Charlotte. You're doing great. I need you to tell me what room you're in so I can inform the officer. Are you able to see now, even just a little?
Yeah, I can't see anything, no. It makes no sense. Nothing is making sense. I have no clue where I am. It's so dark. I can't tell if it's really this dark or if I'm blind.
Breathe, Charlotte. Breathe. You need to try and stay as calm as you possibly can. Listen, if it's that dark, whatever's in there probably can't see you either, okay?
She isn't even aware of where she is, which almost implies that the door she entered should not have been there. He instructs her to stay quiet, and eventually we hear the monster sniffing around. It gets very close and then seemingly leaves. The call goes quiet, and then Charlotte says,
I think my skin is moving.
We hear her continue to scream as she's dragged off to God knows where. Well, we'll find out soon. We then cut back to the tape. Next, we have a series of questions, each more disturbing than the last in its implications. The tape is changing the viewer's brain. People will always fail their morals. Choice is an illusion. If you ignore the darkness inside of you, it gets worse. And lastly, finally, we reach Section 5, Activation. Before it starts, the ghost or whatever it is in the background appears close up, a flash on the screen, possibly possessing whoever it is, or something malevolent like that. What follows is a series of seemingly disparate but disturbing images and sounds, different tones, horrifying things, slowed words. This eventually ends with footage of a train entering the same tunnel over and over and over again. We cut back, this time to what seems to be the officer's body camera footage, which is, pretty advanced for like the early 90s. He is at Charlotte's home, looking for her. This is probably Officer Sergeant C. Wilkes, whose name appeared earlier on the tape. He searches their basement for her, smells something horrific, and eventually hears a strangled cry.
The fuck was that?
What he finds is, well, he runs. He runs after seeing the horrifically mutated Charlotte, seemingly combined with her dogs in a terrifying and painful mutation. It doesn't seem to chase him. I don't think it can. We cut back to the end of the tape. The next tape being TF3, The Shadow, Communion, and Assimilation.
Well done on completing the TF2, Waking Your Subconscious video cassette. Once you have rested and you are ready, enter the cassette labeled TF3, The Shadow, Communion, and Assimilation. This is the end of this tape.
That is all we've gotten in the series so far.
Connect the pieces. Make it whole.
We've watched all the tapes together, and as we've done so, I've trickled in information that I've gathered, my thoughts and more, on everything that we've run through. Let's take a rundown on the different mysteries and more of how they connect. The first mysteries that the tapes give us are represented in the very first tape. What is this lab? Why are we here? And who is accessing these files? By tape 12, we've got an answer. Jim Melgren, the former police officer and current private investigator, is the one going through these files. The lab in question is, more than likely, Unit 13, somewhere up in Mount Greylock. This is seemingly sometime after the fall of Semiodyne, Unit 13, and Project Stargate. In the real world, Project Stargate ended in 1995 after being concluded as a failure. Seems in this alternate reality it was successful in a horrific sense. Tape 12 is one of the only tapes to feature a poster, by the way, and it features a man wearing the neurovisor mentioned and seemingly having a bad time. Not only is this an incredibly cool image on its own, but it basically confirms that this is Jim Melgren, besides the fact that he is directly spoken to in tape 12. Jim was apparently already investigating the strange things happening in Greylock before being contacted by Arnold Rivers, but I imagine being contacted by Arnold Rivers only deepened his want to get into this investigation. Besides that, it was also shown in that article way back in, I think, tape 7 that he ran a radio show about government accountability and investigating, government conspiracies. He obviously had a vested interest in all of this, and I imagine this desire to find out what was going on was only furthered when his daughter was attacked and, well, not killed, but worse. It seems that some of the major events in this series date back to as early as the 1960s, including the NAI program, Project Stargate itself, which started in 1978, and Tiffany's mysterious doctor's visits. It's pretty obvious to me that Tiffany was more than likely one of the test subjects of Project Stargate, who happened to come in contact with this being within her mind. This is very Stranger Things, and it's even possible that this encounter that we experience in that tape is what would eventually lead to the many discoveries and events of the series in Greylock. The true inciting incident, though, of the series is the Morelli Greylock events. Everything is, in some way, connected to the Morelli-Greylock event. The description of Tape 5 states, do you know what they did up there? These are the consequences. So whatever that construction crew ran into, it's everything. It's why everything is happening. Until we learn more about exactly what happened, I can only imagine they is Simiodine and the US government using the construction crew as pawns to test and find out exactly what power or whatever is in the Greylock Mountain. Paul and his crew, or something, cleared that tunnel out. This, of course, leads to the break-ins, the horrific mutations, and seemingly the white masked creature being unleashed upon the world, which itself is involved in Tiffany's baby disappearing. There is a possibility that the US military doesn't know what Simiodine is doing at that point, but I highly doubt it. We of course still don't know what's up there in the mountain. Whatever it is, it changed those men forever, from people into horrific monsters. This seemed to be the end goal all along, for Simiodine at least, as a lab was still built in the area to study what was going on up there. The language used to describe the beings was done by Simiodine. I believe there isn't enough evidence to truly establish them as thought forms as they're talked about in Tape 3. To my mind, there are just too many variations of horrific things in this series. Now that's not to say that tulpas or thought forms aren't part of the series and don't exist within the world, but it seems to me that there is some greater horror that is connected to the overall human consciousness as well, not just things projected out of it, but things that can also change us. Simiodine and the US government obviously want to use these beings, or whatever power is in the mountain, for US military purposes. That's basically what Project Stargate was. There is a possibility that there's more at play, possible ulterior motives for Simiodine, but we'll talk about that later. Besides the human horrors, we also have the monstrous entities. This is of course ignoring the humans who were obviously transformed by the power in the mountain. We have the white mask being and then the skeletal flesh creature that both show up multiple times, who I at least think are separate and not human mutations. The flesh creature can seemingly make exits and windows disappear, can possibly take you to another dimension, and can mutate you and combine you with other things as well. The white mask being can seemingly mimic almost any sound, moves around very fluidly, and possibly is just a disembodied face. These creatures seem to have their own goals, one being to just cause human suffering and enjoy it. Besides that, we don't know what these different entities want. Is there another party at play, like a cult? Is that who contacted Jim in Tape 10? I bring this up because some theories I've seen online think that the monsters killing people are working for Simiodine, and I think that's unlikely. The only death that really makes sense is that of Arnold Rivers, and possibly Charlotte Milgren if Simiodine knows Jim is investigating. Considering that the government is working with Simiodine, they would have no reason to go and kill Don Wright, because he was disseminating their cover story for the Morelli-Greylock incident and the following attacks. This leads me to believe that these creatures or someone else are working against Simiodine, but not completely. That maybe they have their own goals, but want Simiodine to succeed in a sense. So what is up in the mountain anyway? Well, we have one momentary bumper that gives us an idea, and that's the thing that mentions the rogue planet that crashed into our planet and formed our moon. This, of course, insinuates that the rogue planet left something within our planet. Whatever it is, whether it be a being or some piece of technology or some magic rock, it is incredibly powerful. It allows for people to transform into monsters. It seemingly brings people back from the dead. More than likely, it taps into something deep within our minds that we don't usually have access to, and that's what Simiodine is trying to use to create weapons. As is mentioned in Tape 2 and Tape 12, within Greylock is the idea of the shadow. The shadow, to put it simply, is a term used in psychology to refer to the parts of oneself that we may not like, ignore, or even suppress. The shadow isn't necessarily bad, but it isn't good either. In Greylock, it seems that the shadow is a far more insidious thing. It is not only the darker part of us, but even insinuates that we all have some pretty extreme darkness deep within us. It's mentioned all the way back in Tape 2 by that fire and brimstone preacher, and is elaborated on in Tape 12. It seems that whatever Simiodine and the government was doing involved unlocking some incredibly dark place in people's minds deep down inside of them. It also seems to be a way to prime people's mind for whatever is in the mountain. Whatever it is seems to capitalize on the darkness within people, their fears and their anxieties. The difficult part is knowing whether whatever it is transforms them into some type of mutation or if it's something more paranormal. Are they in a sense possessed by something outside of themselves, or are they more literally warped by their own fears, anxieties, and bad habits into horrific, evolutionary, scared monster things? With some specific language used throughout the series, as well as Tiffany Crisaldi's death and resurrection, I know which way I lean, but we're going to get to that in a moment. And yeah, I didn't really talk about it in this section, but Tiffany's resurrection seems like it's going to be important later. So far, it hasn't been touched on very much, but there's an implication of some type of ceremony that happened. She literally comes back from the dead, or possibly a thought form of her comes back and is just out and about. We don't really know yet. Now that we've laid it all out, here's the story of Greylock in my eyes. This could change with the future or even be wrong, so take any of this as more of a theory than a fact. Me crafting the story as I believe it to be. Before humanity existed, a planet crashed into what we know today as Earth, and left something deep inside of it, in the mountain we know today as Mount Greylock. This thing that was left, whatever it is powerful. Whether it be being of flesh, or stone, or something more ethereal, something so foreign that it would be outside of human understanding, we don't know yet. But what we do know is that it has been worshipped secretly by almost every society that has ever existed. There's even a possibility that it made humanity what we are today, if we want to believe that it could somehow affect our evolution. It can change us, warp our minds and bodies, and even seemingly time itself. This thing, or being, is paranormal in our understanding, because it has abilities so far out of the realm of what we know to be normal and how the world to operate. It seems that in worshipping it, people made sacrifices to it, and maybe this appeased it for a time. Or maybe those ancient civilizations knew some way to contain it, some rituals or some type of items. But as our technology grew, it seems that we forgot this thing and forgot how to appease it or control it. Now we jump to the 20th century. A company known as Semiodyne has grown to titanic heights, becoming one of the biggest corporations in America and possibly the world, inventing a lot of the technology that we know today. How it got this large, we do not know. There is, of course, the all-too-human idea of people conglomerating wealth and power to have more control. But with what we know about Greylock as a series, there's also the possibility that something far more nefarious is at play. That there's a connection between Semiodyne, that they had some type of information or even an artifact that helped them get to this point, maybe connecting them to that power in the mountain. Using the company's power and influence, the leaders of the company concoct a program to spy on all American citizens through free technology it promotes as beneficial to the public. They go so far as to have a hand in the assassination of one of our presidents to do this. Once the program, known as the National Access Initiative, is established, the government and Semiodyne both collect information and use it to control people. Maybe they were looking for something specific in doing this. If so, they would eventually find it. Using this technology, they would find Americans with possible psychic abilities and do some type of experimentation on them, either starting in or prior to the 1960s. This would eventually lead to the fateful session between Tiffany Crisaldi and a doctor, where Tiffany would encounter a being within her own mind that seemed possibly separate from herself, or at least very powerful. I believe this event would lead to the discovery of whatever was up in the mountain by Semiodyne and the US government. It seems that Tiffany Crisaldi has a much bigger involvement in the plot so far than we understand, both as a young person and an older person. She may have had her memory erased, or even forgot those tragic events as a coping mechanism. We don't know at this point. Eventually, Semiodyne and the US government would find what they were looking for. Up in Mount Greylock, whatever had been left there was calling out to people with psychic abilities that they were experimenting on. Through whatever experiences they had with this thing, they decided to do a horrific experiment, believing it to be dangerous, and sent an innocent construction crew into the mountain to clear it out without any warning of what they were going to encounter. The construction crew cleared the tunnel and were instantly affected by the magnificent and horrific power of whatever is in Mount Greylock. They freed the white-masked being also, who seemingly had been trapped inside the mountain with whatever else is in there. The men progressively got ill and changed. Arnold Rivers took off of the project early upon seeing this and everything else within the mountain. Semiodyne and the government ignored the men's calls for help, and eventually the men would heed the call of whatever was inside the mountain tunnels, and would become permanently changed by it. Horrific mutations, looking as if they'd once been human, but it was quite obvious that they were not human anymore. This single event would have a domino effect. This would lead to the men descending from the mountain in their monstrous states, attacking anyone they encountered as their minds had been just as twisted as the rest of their bodies. This was in part driven by the white masked being, who we would see flashed on the screen, though the white masked being also played a part in the disappearance of Tiffany Crisaldi and Alexander Marsh's unborn child, and maybe a few others, as well as raining bodies down on local towns and possibly mutating other people in the Greylock area. It's possible that Tiffany's baby was affected by the experiments, or even the connection to the power in the mountain that she established in some way. Or it's also possible that this white masked being took her baby as a form of sacrifice. The events caused by the Morelli Greylock incident would become massive news in the area. Tiffany and Alex's story would be covered, and a private investigator would become interested in these events. His name is Jim Melgren. He began to investigate what was going on, believing that it was connected to the government in some way. He'd be contacted by Arnold Rivers, who'd tell him that he had information that would prove this to be true. As all this was going on, Semiodyne would round up the mutated construction workers that they could find and contain them for study. Their mutations were so drastic and various as to make some of these former humans extreme hazards to life by just being in the same room as them. Arnold Rivers would become paranoid, feeling as if he was being followed, and record his interaction with the events of the story. During this recording, he would be killed by the white masked being, possibly before he could share his information with Jim Melgren. With the loss of her baby, Tiffany Crisaldi would seemingly take her own life after months of depression. But we know this to be far more complicated than the initial story. Tiffany's death didn't seem to be actually suicide, but there were no signs of a murder. A strange black substance oozed from the orifices in her head, and a symbol had been carved into her sternum. The autopsist experienced strange paranormal phenomena during his examination, and after leaving, it seemed that Tiffany had come back from the dead, though in a state that was far less than human. This could be because of some type of ceremony or ritual that was done to her before her death or even after, or even a result of the experiments done by Semiodyne and the government. Only time will tell. Semiodyne and the government went on to build a lab somewhere in the Greylock area anyway, and began experimenting with this power in the mountain. They'd build devices, either using something within the mountain or harnessing its energies, to try and create what they said are thought forms to use as weapons. This would be part of Project Stargate, which was a project by the government to use psychic abilities for military purposes. To me, though, these beings are not thought forms. It seems to me as more of a connection to something else. Maybe this allows horrific beings from another world into our world through our minds, as separate beings or even in our own bodies that might possess us. That would be what the shadow entity is inside of us, and why it's almost referred to as a separate thing. Or it really could just be some dark part of our DNA or consciousness that is unlocked and allowed to change us whenever we encounter this power in the mountain. Or it really could be tulpas and thought forms that are just evil. These experiments would eventually require new people to join the program to be experimented on. This would lead to Alex Marsh applying and a young girl named Katie, who would eventually be murdered by this skeleton flesh creature. Jim Melgren during this time would continue his investigation, unaware that his involvement may have caused the death of Arnold Rivers, and unaware that it would lead to the horrific transformation of his very own daughter. Scared for her safety, Jim would have a security system installed in her home, but that did little to protect her, as these horrific beings are far more powerful than he may have understood. Charlotte would become trapped and taken, merged with the dogs that she loved into a horrific chimeric abomination. After this, she would disappear. It was possible that Jim didn't even know what had happened to her until seeing it on these videos. Did Semiodyne and the government take her, or did the monsters retrieve her after showing that cop? Eventually, events would happen that would lead to the lab of Semiodyne and the US government being shut down. Maybe marked too dangerous by the government. Maybe something worse happened, something far bigger, an event that we are heading towards in this series but have yet to reach. Any number of things could be going on, but we don't know yet. What we do know is that all of this information has been told to us because Jim Melgren is in that lab, Unit 13. He's been going through these files. He's being contacted by someone, even seemingly trying to catch these entities. Jim puts his own life and health at risk. He watches these tapes despite them seemingly changing him. He puts on the neurovisor. Through this, he learns about the horrific events that led to the death of Arnold and the transformation of those men in the construction crew and his own daughter. He also learns about the death and resurrection of Tiffany Crisaldi. Jim is trying to figure out the truth, but what is the question? The question is, what happened and why? What is up in the mountain? I think it's something that connects to our minds. It opens them up in a sense, like a portal or a black door, and allows things from some other place, some other dimension into our world. They can possess us or even take their own physical form or do any number of things. These things were proliferated because Semiodyne and the US government believed that they could control them and that they were created by us, or maybe even that they were fooled into believing that. And as the events played out, maybe even a cult formed around them at some point. This cult, or maybe even a mutant with some personhood, is who has been contacting Jim, who did the ceremony on Tiffany Crisaldi, and is one of the other players that we have yet to fully encounter in this series, besides in vague, mysterious ways. So what's next? Well, it seems Jim or someone is trying to catch one of these monstrosities, with a tape that sounds like the tortured cries of Alex Marsh, as gruesome as that is to say. I think we may know more when we see how this all plays out. That, in my opinion, is the story of Greylock so far uncovered. There are little details that I think are very interesting that we'd eventually figure out. One little crackpot theory I have is that the flesh skeleton monster might be Paul Morelli, and we also know, or it is possibly hinted at if it's not a mistake, that there is time travel also in this series, since there's that tape where it says that the date on the camera is like 10 years later, but the camera was recovered in 1987. I'm really interested in how that's going to play out. It does seem to establish that Paul Morelli was alive and took a camera down into the mountain either during the Morelli Greylock incident or something else, and I'm really interested to see how that plays out, but I don't know how it could fit into all this theorization that I have. As I said, there is also the possibility of a cult or another sentient being at play, whoever's contacting Jim. The fact that I don't think Semiodyne is possibly doing all of this, they really do think they can control these things, and something else is like manipulating them. I really do think that's a big possibility in this series. That doesn't mean that Semiodyne is good, because they obviously want to use these thought forms or whatever these beings are as weapons to fight against other countries, probably Russia, because this takes place during the Cold War. And yeah, it seems that the events all take place after everything has happened. Jim Melgren is investigating things. That means more things can happen, but I feel like we're going to discover some big event. Maybe the whole Greylock region is like a dead zone and you're not supposed to go there because it's full of these monsters. Or maybe the end of the world even happened and we're seeing something after that. And whoever's contacting Jim, that's like a big deal. But I don't think so. I think probably society is still up and around, and bad things are just happening, because I think maybe Tape 2 and Tape 12 and a bunch of the ones that take place, air quotes, in the present are all taking place around the same time in the mid to late 90s. But that's just my opinion. So, that's it. That's the story of Greylock so far. It was a lot, and I know I didn't really give any definite answers, but I think we are just scratching the surface as to what's going on. There's more to come, more than likely. I feel like Rob Gavigan has a lot planned. Like I said early on in the video, it really does feel like he probably wrote all of this out, and is just coming up with interesting ways to share the information with us. But we won't know until more parts happen. It was pretty hard for me to theory craft because, as I said, every time a question is answered in this series, a new one or two new ones are posed, and I feel like a lot of things, especially early on, are red herrings. This specifically in reference to the thought form and Tulpas thing, but that's just my gut feeling, and I could be completely wrong about that down the line. I do love the idea of horrific things being let into our world from some other plane through our consciousness, and it seems like that might be where the series is going. And before we wrap things up, I want to talk about some of the ways that I think Greylock is effective horror, and the way the series does what it does. As you can tell, a lot of the things are laid out in the series from the very beginning. Questions that are posed all the way in Tape 1 are seemingly answered much later, like the fact that our main character is Jim Melgren. And that's like a super early question that doesn't get answered until like Tape 8 or 9, really, or even the more recent ones if you want like concrete evidence. We also see that construction equipment in Tape 2, and we learn about the Morelli construction incident in Tape 6, which all connects us to Tape 4 with the break-ins, and then the disappearance of Tiffany's baby as all the dates line up in the emergency broadcasts. The fact that the Max Headroom commercial is one of the things that is like an early indicator that different events is connected is just crazy. That's such a small little tidbit. The creator of Greylock, Rob Gavigan, has this incredible knack for leaving the tiniest of breadcrumbs, like that Max Headroom commercial, to connect different parts before giving you like a big, like, oh, here's the obvious evidence. Not only that, but the horror in the series is there like right from the start along with that. I believe I've complained about this before, but a lot of modern horror movies have a problem of being like 90% build up. This is especially a problem with found footage films. Something that analog horror in general is really good about, but especially Greylock, is that it's basically scary from the second tape. Not like shaking in my boots scary, but I had a few times while watching these tapes late at nights and taking notes that I was looking over my shoulders because of the scary visuals and sounds. The author and the editors and everyone working on this have done an incredible job at doing this horrific uncanny valley imagery and these soundscapes that just really get into your spine and leave a little tingle. It's both subtle and it isn't. I was watching a Meat Canyon live stream recently, and he talked about wanting a found footage film where it starts in the middle of stuff going on, and that's basically analog horror, but especially Greylock. I imagine it might have been different if you followed it from the start, having to watch like tape 1 and 2 and just not really much going on and you being really confused. But as someone who binged the entire series 1 through 12 in like a week over and over again, I'd say that it was all pretty effective, and it's roughly movie length, a constant drip feed of scares in each episode and information constantly being used to build up this story. You do have to pay attention though. That is something else. It seems like Rob, as I said earlier, has had this story planned out from the very beginning, just based on the series and the way it's been crafted. It almost feels like he has written out the entire story in like a novel or like a big piece of paper, and he's just picking bits out and like sprinkling them in and thinking of creative ways to feed us that information. Like we're picking up logs in a video game and piecing it together, in a place long after the events occurred. I love that kind of stuff in games, and I just think it's really fun that we get a visual medium, like almost like a show like this, because it becomes almost game-like. Yes, you're watching something, but you're also like taking notes and playing along. Having said all of that, I do have criticisms. Greylock is great for its horror and storytelling, but in the same way that it succeeds over found footage films, I also feel like it has a disconnect that found footage films usually have the opposite problem of. This isn't really a story about characters. We do have characters, and a lot of bad things happen to them, but we don't really become attached to them. Like, yes, it is sad when something bad happens to a character, but it does take a long time to fully establish and really get to know a character in a series like Greylock. And I do think as the series goes on, Greylock is getting better about it. It's just the way that a series like Greylock, which is in analog horror, does it is so disconnected that for a minute it's just like you're more horrified about what's happening than the fact that the horrors are happening to these specific people. And I do think that's a greater problem with analog horror than just Greylock. Besides that, I think the sound design and the visual design in this series are great. I'm not a fan of the AI imagery that seems to be used at times, but so much of the individual art that is used throughout the series is so good that I find it very forgivable. I think some of what holds back Greylock is the fact that it's analog horror, when it is really exceptional when it does break that mold. I do look forward to seeing Greylock as a series progress, and the future of analog horror in general, as they deal with this balance of the unusual storytelling methods of like direct information, audio logs, and data files, mixed in with the traditional live film segments and things like that. I think that having that balance is good, and having those logs build up to these live action segments makes them more impactful, and I would like to see a bit more of that balance. I think the reason so many people like Tape 12 is it has this long security camera footage part and the ending with Charlotte Melgren. That really is impactful when you're just lining it up with all the other information that's been set up so far. Of course, I'm no analog horror expert. This is probably the second or third series I've really watched all the way through on my own. The only criticisms I have for analog horror series, and this includes Greylock, is kind of a broad stroke criticism. I think it's hard for people who aren't already invested in analog horror to get into analog horror because of how different the stories are being told and how interactive the series really is. You really have to, think about what's going on and take notes, and audience participation is such a big part of it. It's almost like you're watching a puzzle with a bunch of other people and trying to connect it all together as a group. I personally have always loved that kind of stuff, so I think analog horror was perfect for me. Like when I was a kid, two of my favorite movies were Memento and LA Confidential, because, I was a weird kid. I think it would be hard to get someone like my mom or dad into a series like Greylock because of that. It'd really take a lot of your attention to get what's going on past the horror and kind of put the story together. And like I said, that's more of a criticism of analog horror in general than just Greylock. I've put on some analog horror series at my mom's house just to see how she'd react to them, and she liked the vibes of them, but she had no clue what was going on. And no, I'm not making this a young versus old thing. If I've learned anything from having a YouTube channel and it growing, it's that people of all ages watch YouTube and love these type of creations. What I am saying is that different kinds of people are used to different kinds of media and ways of storytelling. And that analog horror is a non-traditional video format, and that a lot of people would have trouble sinking their teeth into it. Kind of like when you get someone who's never really played video games to try and play video games, and it's like, oh, it's second nature to you, but when they pick up a controller, it's almost like they're learning to walk for the first time. And a lot of people just don't want to deal with that. Because of the non-traditional nature of Greylock and a lot of analog horror, it's hard to pick apart internet video like it with the framework that I was taught in like film school. I studied film for like 3 years in college and then dropped out. Part of the reason it's hard to analyze is because I dropped out 10 years ago, and so I've forgotten a lot of things. But another part is that Greylock as a series does not function like a typical film. There are a lot of outliers that we were taught in college, as in like, this is not a typical film, but more what they were teaching us about was how different films did narrative, rather than like strange camera work or strange way of delivering the narrative. And there were some examples of that, but like, we didn't get crazy stuff like this. And in that sense, it's hard to even compare Greylock to a TV show or a movie because it's just so different. It is such a different thing. There are, of course, parts that can be analyzed normally, but this is going to be most of the found footage format, and it would just be like, oh, it's very interesting that they used this live action format, but the framing is meant to look like a normal camera. So besides that, it's just, you know, you just be going, oh, this looks good or this looks bad. The thing that you can analyze normally in Greylock and a lot of analog horror is the narrative and what you're trying to figure out. It's part of the structure of the film that is Greylock just as much as the visual representation. I do love the way that the creator, Rob Gavigan, does things, like how sometimes on-screen errors denote something paranormal happening or someone lying. I like the balancing act between live action and pure informational storytelling. It really does make it feel like you're sifting through case files and finding the occasional little gem of video that gives you even more evidence. So much of analog horror really is just soundscapes. Yes, there are visuals, and the visuals are scary, but so much of analog horror is just the sound. And that's another thing about movies, is that sound is really important. And it's one of the reasons why I think analog horror is so cool, because it's like 60% sound. And so you really have to nail the basics of having a fantastic film-like soundscape while not really having the visuals of it. And I think that's really cool and shows a really unique skill set. And I think a big part of what makes analog horror cool and feel real is that it isn't just a third-person narrative thing. You're not some omniscient camera following people. You do feel like you're looking at a historical record, and it kind of keeps you in the story to a degree. It makes you feel like you're part of an investigation of these events. And I think with analog horror, the feeling is just as important as everything else. Greylock is analog horror, and analog horror is Greylock. If a movie were made about the story in Greylock that has been told so far, it would be so vastly different as to be an entirely different piece of media that would be appreciated in a different way. I think part of what people love about analog horror is how different it is. It's an audiovisual experience, and a detective game, and a horror movie, and a audience participation group study, and so many other things. Some people are not going to get it, and not in that exclusive way where you're like, you're not going to get it. Some people won't like it, and that's okay. The people who do like it together, and that's cool. Sometimes I don't even think I entirely get it, but when I do, And for the people who do get it and love it, it just really scratches an itch. It's scary, it's fun, it's got this audience participation. In every comment section, people are theorizing and talking to each other and just sharing things. The subreddits are just people constantly throwing theories and going, oh, that's interesting. And it's just really... Anyway, if you really enjoyed this, please check out the long-form analysis playlist on the left. It's got the analysis of The Oldest Few, and also KanePixel's The Backrooms series, and more to come. And on the right is going to be my last video, which is about an 8-bit horror game that you probably haven't heard of, and is really silly and interesting. So, anyway, I'm GhostsOnHoliday, and remember... And that's the marathon. The Greylock video is fantastic. Greylock as a series is fantastic. Like I said, I think anyone should check out any of the series or games or whatever that I cover in my videos. I think you should always check them out, and my videos are like a supplement to them. I really want to say thank you to everyone for 10K. We're at 11K now, and maybe by the end of the year we can hit 20K, maybe 30K. That would be crazy. I'm not going to get my hopes up, but I am going to keep making videos and hope that you guys keep turning out to check them out. I hope this video does well, but if it doesn't, it is what it is, and I hope that the people who do watch it do like it. I hope that they like this style of video. I'm going to try to do things like this in the future. Repackaging content is a great way to like give fans a new way to experience things, and it's a great way for me to have something to tide people over while I work on other projects. So thanks for watching the marathon. Thank you for 10K. Thank you for liking what I make, and I hope you've had a good 2024 so far. It's more than halfway over at this point. Mine has been bad, but YouTube is not been one of the things that was bad about it, and I want you to know that, and I want to say I have just said thank you so many times. Thank you again. I'm GhostsOnHoliday. Thanks for letting me haunt your electronic devices for over 7.5 hours, and hey, remember,
I'm gonna come find you.